Harper Audio presents All I Want for Christmas is a Vampire by Carolyn Sparks, performed by Colleen Marlowe. Chapter 1. The air hummed with bass guitar and rampant lust. He'd come to the right place. Ian McPhee strode across the renovated warehouse, his steps falling into rhythm with the pounding drums. The Horny Devils was the best place he could think of for finding a woman. The nightclub was teeming with them, all lovely and all vamps. Bright red and blue laser lights zipped here and there, highlighting the ladies' scantily dressed, bouncing bodies as they danced close to the stage. They surged in time with the pounding music like a wild sea at high tide, and he was sucked toward them in a greedy undertow. One of the red lights zoomed past him, flashing in his face and blinding him for a few seconds. A burst of panic shot through him. What if none of these ladies found him attractive? What if he'd suffered 12 days of agonizing pain to look older and ugly? As a vamp, he couldn't see his new face in a mirror. He'd appeared in a few digital photos at Jean-Luc's wedding, or he thought he had. He hadn't recognized the strange man in the pictures. Heather had assured him he looked good, but she'd been such a happy bride, she'd thought everything was beautiful that day. As Ian's vision readjusted, he realized his moment of panic didn't matter. None of the ladies were looking at him. They all faced the stage, their gazes riveted on the male dancer who strutted down the runway with an Indian war bonnet on his head. The war paint on his hairless chest depicted an arrow that pointed south, where a bunch of strategically placed eagle feathers hid his wampum. Ian took a deep breath and assessed the situation. True, the ladies hadn't noticed him, but he hadn't really tried to get their attention yet. These lassies were certainly in a lusty mood, so his chances were good. Time to put his new face to the test. He eased into the crowd. Now what should he say? Jean-Luc had successfully courted Heather using charm and wit. He'd give that a try. "Good evening, ladies." The roar of the music was so loud, only 2 lady vamps heard him. They turned their heads and boldly inspected him. "Not bad," one of them yelled at the other. Ian gave them what he hoped was a charming smile, though it faltered a bit when he noticed the second girl was wearing black lipstick. He supposed the modern lassies considered that attractive, but it gave him flashbacks of the bubonic plague. "Nice kilt," the black-lipped girl yelled. "Cute knees." "Aren't you a dancer?" the first girl shouted. "Nay, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ian "Oh, I thought your kilt was a costume," the first girl laughed. "Do you seriously dress like that?" The black-lipped girl joined in on the laughter. "We need to see more than your cute knees." Ian hesitated. He needed a witty, charming response. "I'm sure that could be arranged." Unfortunately, his attempt at flirtatious banter went unnoticed. A sudden surge of high-pitched screams distracted the 2 girls, and they turned back to the stage. Feathers were flying, and the crowd of women bounced up and down, determined to catch a feathered souvenir. "Begging your pardon?" Ian tried to regain the 2 girls' attention. "Could I buy you a drink?" "That one's mine!" The black-lipped girl shoved the other girl to the side so she could nab a feather. Ian stepped back, dismayed at how the ladies were pushing each other. He glanced at the stage and gulped. By all the saints, the women had plucked the dancer like a chicken. These modern lassies were more aggressive than he'd realized. When it came to finding his mate, he had assumed he would do the hunting. Ian moved back to keep from getting jostled by the frantic, feather-grabbing women. Perhaps it was a matter of timing. Aye, timing was very important when hunting prey. He would sit back and wait for the right moment. Sooner or later, the dancers would have to take a break, and maybe then the ladies would be more easily impressed. And while he waited, he'd fortify his nerves with a stiff drink. He strode toward the bar. He had it all figured out. He was searching for a girl who was honest, loyal, pretty, and intelligent, in that order. And of course she would need to be madly in love with him. That last part was a little tricky. How did he go about making the perfect girl fall in love with him? He doubted his alleged cute knees would be enough. The female bartender had a phone to one ear and her hand pressed to the other to muffle the loud music. "Sure, I'll keep talking. So you're from California? Land's sakes, that's far away." Two young ladies materialized beside her. They'd used the sound of the bartender's voice as a beacon to help them teleport to the right location. "Welcome to the Horny Devils." The bartender smiled as she hung up her phone. "What would you like to drink?" "2 Blood Lights," one of the California girls ordered. She snapped her sparkly rhinestone-covered cell phone shut, then dropped it into her shiny handbag. The second girl pointed toward the stage. "Oh my God, he's so hot!" The girls forgot all about their drinks as they scampered toward the stage. Ian lifted a hand in greeting. "Good evening, ladies." They passed him by, their gazes glued to the dancing Indian who was down to his last 2 feathers. Ian sighed. What was the world coming to when a man with honorable intentions had to compete with a male stripper? How could he impress these modern lassies? Maybe Vonda could advise him. With her purple spiky hair and spandex clothing, she'd become a very modern woman, and a very successful one since vamps were teleporting from the West Coast to come to her club. Ian settled on a stool at the bar and received a bright smile from the bartender. Miss Coralie Primrose no longer wore hoop skirts and her blonde hair in ringlets, but she still sounded like a Southern belle from the Civil War. "Hey there," she greeted him. "How'd you like to try the latest thing in fusion cuisine?" "There's something new?" He'd been away for too long. "Yep, it's called Bleer. Synthetic blood mixed with beer." Coralie looked disappointed. "You've already had it?"
"Nay, lucky guess. I'll take a glass."
Ian removed a $5 from his sporin and set it on the counter while she filled a glass with amber liquid. The aroma of blood and yeast made his mouth water. By all the saints, it had been centuries since he'd tasted beer. "Here you go." Coralie set the glass in front of him. He took a long drink, then licked the reddish foam off his lips.
"Excellent."
She grinned. "Glad you like it. Are you new in town?"
"Bloody hell."
He had thought her initial smile meant she recognized him, but she hadn't. He took another gulp of Bleer to ease the sting. Coralie had been in Roman's harem for 50 years, living in the same house where Ian lived and worked as a guard. Had he changed that much?
"It's me, Ian."
Her blue eyes widened. "Ian?"
"Aye, Ian McPhee."
"You can't be Ian. He's just a young'un." He glowered at his glass of Bleer. It was a wonder he hadn't gone crazy from being treated like a child for 5 centuries.
"You used to ask me to help tighten your corset. You must have thought I was too young to be eyeing the curve of your hips or the way the corset pushed your breasts."
"Why, I never—" Coralie stepped back.
"Nay, no with me, that's for certain."
She huffed. "I would never bet a child."
"I'm 300 years older than you," he growled.
She tilted her head to study him. "I do declare, your eyes bear a remarkable resemblance to Ian's."
"That could be because I am Ian."
"Are you sure?"
"Of course I'm sure. Who else would I be?"
She gave him a suspicious look. "It's just that I don't recall you being so—"
"Charming?"
"Grumpy," she sighed. "Ian was such a well-mannered and friendly boy. I was quite fond of him, really."
"Bloody hell. I didn't die. I just look 12 years older now."
"Land's sakes, how did you do that?" Ian hesitated. Roman's stay-awake drug was best kept a secret.
"It was something I ate in Texas."
"Something you ate? You wanted to look older?"
"Aye."
"But why would you do something so awful?" He gritted his teeth. Being trapped for centuries with a 15-year-old face had been a living hell. If Coralie couldn't figure that out, well, he didn't feel obliged to explain.
"Maybe I just wanted to get laid."
She huffed. "And you were such a nice young boy."
"Aye."
He gulped down the last of his Bleer. Coralie studied him, frowning. "If you got what you wanted, then why are you so grumpy?"
"I'm not grumpy."
Her eyes suddenly widened. "Oh, I get it. You haven't gotten laid yet. Maybe I can help."
Bloody hell.
He could do his own hunting. He noticed the music's volume had decreased. The Indian dancer had left the stage, and the female natives were restless. He needed advice, quick.
Is Vonda here? I need to see her.
Just a minute. Coralie rushed to a table where a lady vamp sat, chatting with a few male customers. Pamela, you'll never guess who that fella is over there. Was Coralie trying to set him up with Lady Pamela Smytheworthing? No. Hell no. The Regency-era Viscountess from Britain had also been in Roman's harem, and she'd spent 50 years sneering down her nose at him. Lady Pamela stood and examined him. Her frilly Regency gown was gone. She'd completely embraced the modern age with a red miniskirt and black leather camisole. Oh dear, look at that shabby old kilt. Lady Pamela's snooty accent was still the same. He must be another barbarian from Scotland. Doesn't anyone from that dreadful country die a natural death anymore? Ian arched a brow. She had to know he could hear her. Coralie grinned. Pamela, that's Ian. Pamela's eyes widened. Surely you jest. I shall be quite overset if you're toying with me. It is Ian, Coralie insisted. He grew a bunch. He certainly did. Pamela's gaze raked over him. I must say, this brings to mind a question of the utmost importance. You mean how did it happen? Coralie guessed. He told me it was something he... No. Pamela waved a dismissive hand. The question is... She leaned close to Coralie. Is he a virgin? Land's sakes, Coralie giggled. He did say he wants to get laid. Pamela tapped a finger against her cheek as she considered. A 500-year-old virgin. This could be interesting. Bugger. Leave it to Lady Pamela to make him feel like a circus freak. Ian turned his back to her and strode toward Vonda's office. Whoa there! Coralie zipped over at vampire speed and blocked the door. Vonda gets all riled up if we interrupt her while she's busy. Indeed. Lady Pamela sauntered over. Vonda is the brains behind this business. She smoothed back her long blonde hair. We're the beauty. We sure are. Coralie fluttered her eyelashes. Congratulations, Ian grumbled. Did the two ladies realize they'd just admitted to being brainless? He silently raised the attribute of intelligence on his wish list from number 4 to number 3. Coralie cracked the door and peeked in. Woohoo! Vonda! There's someone here to see you.
It had better be a sexy new dancer, Vonda growled. Business is down this month. I say, capital idea. Pamela gave Ian a sly grin. He strode into the office. Vonda glanced away from her computer screen. Nice costume. Let's see what you've got under the kilt. Oh, goody. Coralie clapped her hands together. Indeed. Pamela shut the door behind them. I'm not exposing myself. Ian crossed his arms, frowning. And this is not a costume. Oh, the girls will love that accent. Vonda stood as she looked him over. She was wearing her usual purple catsuit with a black whip around the waist. You'll need a plaid thong to match your kilt. With a red tassel on the end, Coralie added. Smashing, Pamela murmured. Could you make the tassel twirl? Vonda circled a forefinger in the air. What the hell? Ian stepped toward her. Vonda, come now. We're embarrassing the poor chap. Pamela sidled up to Vonda and whispered, We think he's a virgin. He glared at them. Vonda, do you no recognize me? She smirked. Honey, if I'd met you before, you wouldn't be a virgin. Pamela laughed. Now which one of us will have the honor of deflowering him? We could draw straws, Coralie suggested. I'm not sleeping with any of you, Ian growled. Vonda, it's me, Ian. What? Vonda blinked. Then she narrowed her eyes. No, I don't think so. Bloody hell. He ran a hand through his long hair and accidentally pulled a strand loose from the tied leather strip in the back. I thought you might cut my hair like you used to. And I need to talk. Ian? Vonda walked up to him, looking at him closely. It's really you? What happened? I know. Coralie waved a hand in the air. He ate something. You ate something? Vonda gave him a dubious look. He could eat me, Lady Pamela murmured, casting him a seductive look from under her eyelashes. Coralie pressed her fingers to her mouth and giggled. I cannot say more on the matter. Ian motioned with his head toward Coralie and Lady Pamela. A secret would never be safe with them. Vonda nodded slowly, then glanced at the two blondes. You two check on the customers. You just want the Virgin to yourself. Lady Pamela strolled from the room, followed by Coralie. Vonda shut the door, then walked back to Ian with a grin spreading across her face. I can't believe it. You're all grown up. She hugged him. They had once been close in height, but now the top of her head reached his chin. What on earth did you eat that made you grow older? Do not repeat this, but I drank Roman's stay-awake drug. I took it 12 days, so I aged 12 years. Her eyes narrowed. But you're so much bigger and taller. It must have hurt. It had. He shrugged. My hair grew a lot too. I thought it might need cutting. She pulled the leather thong free from his ponytail and stood back to study him. I don't think the short curls suit you anymore. You have a rugged look to you now. Rugged? As in mountainous terrain? No wonder he was having such a hard time shaving. There'd always been a small dent in his chin, but now it felt more like a bloody crater. Actually, it was bloody half the time. Shaving without a mirror was damned hard. I like your hair long. Vonda circled her desk and retrieved a pair of scissors from the top drawer. But it's a little ragged on the ends, so I'll give you a trim. Thank you. Ian sat in a chair facing her desk. Vonda fetched a hairbrush from her handbag and went to work easing out the tangles. Ian closed his eyes, enjoying her familiar touch. She'd cut his hair for the last 50 years, and in that time, he'd confided more to her than anyone else, even Connor and Angus. He couldn't tell another man how frustrated he had been. Connor was his immediate supervisor, and a tough guy who would have interpreted his frustration as childish whining. Angus McKay was the head of McKay Security and Investigation and Ian's boss. He was also the one who'd saved Ian from certain death by transforming him in 1542. But Angus had struggled with guilt for trapping him with the body and face of a 15-year-old. Nay, he could never let Angus know how unhappy he'd been. But Vonda had understood and kept his secrets. The scissors snipped. When did you get back in town? She asked. Tonight. You teleported here from Texas? Nay, I was in Scotland. Oh, she continued cutting. The last I'd heard you were in Texas, guarding Jean-Luc. I was, last summer. The snipping sound ceased for a moment. I heard Phil was there too. Aye. Was Vonda interested in Phil? He'd been the daytime guard at Roman's townhouse when the harem lived there. As far as Ian knew, Phil had kept his distance from the ladies. It was one of Angus's cardinal rules. A guard never, ever became involved with his charges. Vonda went back to cutting. So, how is Phil? Fine. Ian wondered if she knew about Phil's secret. Is he coming back to New York? Eventually. He's training someone to be Jean-Luc's new daytime guard. Meanwhile, Connor had hired a new mortal guard, Tony, to live at the townhouse while they waited for Phil to return. Ian hadn't met him yet, but he wondered if Tony was a shapeshifter too. What were you doing in Scotland? Vonda asked. Nothing much. After all the growing I did, Angus insisted I take a few months off to recover. She leaned over his shoulder to look at him. Are you all right now? Aye. That wasn't quite true. Growing 5 inches in less than a fortnight had taken some adjustment. He'd had to drink huge amounts of synthetic blood to fill out his bigger body. While in the Highlands, he'd had some major repairs done on his small castle. He'd helped with the construction work at night, and the result had added some muscle to his bigger frame. But still, he tripped over his huge feet and cut his new face when shaving, especially around that damned crater in his chin. I'm fine. With a dubious snort, she resumed cutting. How was Scotland? Fine. He was always elated when he first arrived in the Highlands, for it was home and it filled his soul with peace. But after a few nights, he would always realize that every mortal he knew from his past was dead. And then the loneliness would set in. Vonda sighed. I get the feeling there's a lot you're not saying. I thought you wanted to talk. I am talking. I don't have all night like I used to. I have a business to run. He paused, listening to the clicking sound of her scissors. How could he just come out and say that he wanted to find true love and be blissfully happy in a marriage that would span the centuries?
and yet he wasn't sure how to go about it.
"How is your business?"
"Fine." She tossed her scissors on the desk and brushed out his hair with more force than necessary. "Are you going to talk, or do I need to take my whip to you?" He grinned. Vonda liked to act tough, but she was all bluster and no bite.
"All right, I'll talk. With my new older face. I've been thinking."
"Amazing. Did your brain grow too?"
"Very funny. I came here tonight because I'm looking for—"
He couldn't say the words, a woman. Vonda would probably laugh at him.
"I have a crater in my chin."
She laughed at him. "It's a dimple." She tilted her head, studying him. "Are you worried about your looks?"
"No, of course not."
He shifted in his chair. She perched on the edge of her desk. "No one has told you how you look?"
"Men do not speak of such trivial matters. Jean-Luc's new wife said I looked good."
Vonda snorted. Bugger. He knew Heather had been lying. Vonda shook her head. "Good is a huge understatement. You're absolutely gorgeous." A seed of hope burst in Ian's heart. Maybe the right woman could fall for him.
You're no just being kind."
"Have you ever known me to be particularly kind?"
"You have been to me."
"Well." She adjusted the whip around her waist with an annoyed look. "You remind me of my youngest brother, but I guess I can't treat you like a child anymore."
"Sorry to spoil your fun," he growled.
She grinned. "I'm really happy for you, Ian. You must be thrilled to be all grown up."
"Aye."
He drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. Her smile faded. "You don't look very thrilled. What's the matter?"
"Now that I look older, I'm looking for—"
"Yes?"
"A woman."
Her mouth twitched. "Well, that's a start." Her eyes suddenly widened. "Oh my God! You really are a virgin?"
"Nay, I'm almost 500 years old. What the hell would I be waiting for?"
"Lady Pamela thinks you are. You didn't deny it."
"It's not something a man should discuss in public. It's very private."
Vonda chuckled. "You're so old-fashioned. Sex isn't something to be ashamed of."
"I'm not—"
He couldn't deny it. By all the saints, he was ashamed.
"It's not a sex ye can. It's the way I had to go about it. It never felt right."
Vonda's face grew serious.
"We've all done things we regret in order to survive. This was more than regrettable. I did not behave with honor."
He'd never confessed this to anyone before. "What did you do?" He gathered his shoulder-length hair in the back and tied the leather thong around it.
"After Angus changed me, he told me how to go about feeding. In exchange for blood, I was to give the ladies pleasure and make sure they were satisfied."
Vonda sucked in a deep breath. "Sounds good to me." Ian looked away, embarrassed.
"I did not know how. I was only 15, ye ken, so I frequented some brothels at first so I could learn. I was a quick learner."
"That's not so awful."
"It was awful once I stopped going to brothels. I had trouble seducing the ladies when they thought I was a child. I was getting very hungry, so I resorted to using mind control to make them see me as older. I left them happy, but—"
"You felt guilty?" Ian clasped his hands together.
"Aye, I deceived them. Every relationship I ever had was based on trickery and deception. I cannot stomach doing that again."
"I see." He sat up.
"Now, for the first time in my life, I can be honest. I can finally find the right woman for me."
Vonda smiled. "Then you've come to the right place. With your handsome face, you'll have no problem getting lucky tonight."
"I'm no looking for one night. I've had centuries of one-nighters. I want to find my true love. I want the same kind of happiness that Roman, Angus, and Jean-Luc have."
Vonda's smile turned into a grimace. "Then you've come to the wrong place. The ladies who come here aren't usually interested in commitment." Ian slouched against the back of his chair.
"Then how can I find her?"
"Maybe I can help." Vonda eased off the desk. "I was thinking about finding a nice guy for myself, so I joined a site online." She sat behind her desk, grabbed the mouse, and clicked. "This is the hottest new place for singles." Ian leaned over the desk so he could see the computer screen. He scanned the site called Single in the City. It boasted more than 500,000 clients, all in the vicinity of New York.
"That will not work for me. I cannot date immortal." Why not?
I told you. I refused to deceive the woman I'm courting. I would have to lie to Immortal until I knew she could be trusted. And then, when I confessed my true nature, it would destroy her trust in me. It would not work.
I disagree. It worked for Roman and Shanna.
He was no courting her from the start. He just wanted a dentist. The romance happened accidentally, and believe me, she was very upset when she found out the truth.
Vonda shrugged. She got over it.
I will not lie to the woman I'm courting, so she had better be a vamp. A vamp would understand all I've been through. A mortal woman would not take kindly to the way I used other women in the past, and I would not blame her.
If she loved you, she would understand.
My mind is made up. All I want is a vampire.
Vonda sighed. Okay, but I think you're limiting yourself.
And she must be a bottle-drinking vamp who is honest, loyal, intelligent, and pretty.
Now you're severely limiting yourself. Vonda frowned at the computer screen. Luckily for you, there's a way to tell who's a vamp. She clicked on her profile. See this? Ian read the line she pointed at. I enjoy life to its fullest. V. All the vamps slip these V's into their profiles, Vonda explained. It's our secret code to let each other know who we are. If someone asks to meet you and she doesn't have the V in her profile, you simply refuse. Ian's heart beat faster. This was not how he'd envisioned hunting for his true love, but it was a lot better than nothing.
It might actually work.
Of course it'll work. I have a digital camera here. Vonda opened a drawer. We'll take your photo and fill out your profile. It'll take a few hours.
Hours?
The profile is quite extensive. You'll have to write an essay. Her face brightened. I know. I'll do it.
You? Why?
Because I'm a woman, and I know what women want to hear. This is brilliant. She grabbed a pen and notepad. Her offer was very appealing since Ian had no idea what he should write in an essay.
Remember, it is important to me that ye be honest.
Of course. But get real, Ian. We can't say you're 500 years old in your profile.
I'm 480.
She tapped the pen on the paper, waiting.
Fine, he groaned. Ye can say I'm 27.
Great. She wrote the number down. And how tall are you now?
6'2".
He frowned.
Be sure to say I want an honest and loyal woman. Intelligent and pretty, too.
No problem. Now smile and show me those dimples. She lifted the camera. And don't worry about a thing. I'm going to make you irresistible. Chapter 2. It was close to dawn when Ian teleported to the back porch of Roman's townhouse on the Upper East Side. He punched the button on his smart key wireless remote to disarm the alarm before unlocking the door. The kitchen was dark, except for the backlit digital keypad next to the door. He punched the code to reactivate the alarm.
Hold it right there,
a gruff voice warned him.
Turn around slowly.
Ian turned and spotted the gleam of a Highland dagger, held by a large Scotsman by the kitchen door.
Dougal? Aye.
Dougal Kincaid flipped on the light switch. No recognition lit his eyes till his gaze dropped to Ian's kilt.
Is that you, Ian?
Aye, it's me. Do ye want to see my ID card?
Nay.
Dougal smiled as he sheathed his weapon beneath a knee sock.
I recognise your plaid more than your face. I did not expect you back for another week.
I was bored. Lonely was more accurate, though Ian didn't want to admit it.
How's everything been? Fairly quiet.
Dougal retrieved a bottle of synthetic blood from the refrigerator, then popped it into the microwave.
Are you coming back to work then?
No, I still have a week of vacation. A week when he could concentrate on his search for the perfect mate. Dougal tilted his head as he studied Ian.
I'd heard you'd gotten older, but 'tis amazing how different ye look.
I can hardly recognize myself. Ian had gazed for 5 minutes at the photos Vonda had taken, and it wasn't just his face that was different. His body had grown so quickly, he'd barely had time to adjust. He occasionally knocked his hand against things when he overreached with his longer arms, and sometimes he tripped over his bigger size 13 feet. The microwave beeped, and Dougal removed his bedtime snack.
We just had martial arts practice downstairs.
He guzzled down some blood.
You should have seen it. Our new guard knocked Phineas off his arse. Really?
Ian was impressed. It wasn't often that a mortal could defeat a vamp in hand-to-hand combat. Dougal headed out the door. "I'd better get to my shower before the sun rises." The sun was nearing the horizon. Ian could already feel his metabolism dropping. He followed Dougal down the back stairs to the guardroom in the basement. The pool table had been shoved to the far wall by the sofa to create a large open space for their practice sessions. Ian picked up a chair that had been knocked over and noticed one of the legs was broken. "That must have been one hell of a fight." "Aye, a bit embarrassing for Phineas, though." Dougal finished his bottle as he strolled into the dormitory next door. A bathroom door banged shut. Ian wandered into the dormitory, expecting to see Phineas McKinney, but the young black vamp wasn't there. The sound of rushing water emanated from both bathrooms, so he was probably taking a shower like Dougal. A lot of vamps like to be clean before succumbing to death sleep. It helped them feel less like a dead, rotting corpse. The dormitory was nearly empty now. Ian remembered a time when there'd been 10 coffins in the room, one for each vamp guard to sleep in. Most of the vamps were gone now, transferred to Eastern Europe to hunt for Casimir. The floors upstairs were just as vacant. At one time, there'd been Roman, 10 harem ladies, and numerous visiting vamps. It had been an exciting place. But now, everyone had moved on. Roman lived with his mortal wife and child in White Plains, with Connor serving as their bodyguard. The vamp guards who lived here at Roman's townhouse worked security at Romatech Industries, where synthetic blood and vampire fusion cuisine were manufactured. Connor was head of security there, but he planned to pass the title to Ian so he could concentrate solely on Roman and his family's safety. Ian was delighted with his upcoming promotion, but annoyed that it hadn't happened until now when he looked older. He'd started working for McKay's Security and Investigation in 1955, and he'd never made it past second in command. Even his best friends had found it difficult to treat him as an adult when he had looked 15. He pulled his knitted jumper over his head and tossed it into the laundry hamper. He sauntered over to the coffin he'd slept in for more than 50 years. The pillow and blanket boasted the red and green McPhee tartan, the same as his kilt. He removed a sporran and the knife from his sock, then deposited them in the small dresser by his coffin. He kicked off his shoes, then halted with a sudden thought. He'd grown 5 inches. Bugger. He'd outgrown his coffin. He climbed inside, and sure enough, his feet hung over the end. There was only one other coffin in the dorm, and it belonged to Dougal. The twin bed was for Phineas. All the other beds were upstairs. Well, why not? In a few weeks, Ian would be in charge here as well as Romatech. He could sleep anywhere he wanted. He strode from the dormitory and up the stairs. Usually he had a snack before bed, but tonight he was full of blear. Vonda had joined him at the bar around 4 a.m. to announce his profile was complete, and he was officially posted on the Single in the City dating service. A third glass of blear had boosted his confidence. He'd talked to a few ladies, and they'd agreed to meet him at the club tomorrow night. When he reached the ground floor, the alarm went off. He froze a second, then realized what was happening. An intruder. And damn it, his reaction was too slow. He shouldn't have had that 4th glass of blear. He ran into the parlor. Empty. He swiveled, tripped over his feet, and stumbled to the keypad by the front door. He turned off the alarm so he could hear. He caught a slight noise, emanating from the library. He eased toward the entrance. A gust of cold air from the open window stirred the curtains. The person who'd opened that window had triggered the alarm, and that person was still in the room. Female, and mortal. The scent of her blood swirled around him, caressing his skin like the touch of a lover. She was his favorite flavor, type AB positive. Thank God Roman had invented synthetic blood in 1987, so Ian and other vamps were no longer slaves to bloodlust. Even so, his body reacted with the same primeval instinct that had ruled him since his transformation in 1542. His gums tingled. He had enough years of experience to know how to control himself, but it was taking some extra effort tonight. That 5th glass of blear had been a bad idea. Her back was to him as she studied the bookshelves on the far wall. No doubt she was planning to steal the rarest books in Roman's collection. The library contained everything from medieval tomes hand-scribed by monks to first-print editions from the 19th century. She hadn't heard him arrive in his stocking feet, and she hadn't heard the alarm since it was set at a frequency only vamps and dogs could hear, and she certainly didn't sense the reaction she'd ignited in him. He felt 10 degrees hotter in spite of the cold December air that drifted through the open window and over his white undershirt. The lamp between the 2 wing-back chairs was turned on low, and it cast a golden glow across the room to outline her form with a shimmering aura. She made a stunning cat burglar, dressed entirely in black spandex that molded to her waist and sweetly curved hips. Her golden hair hung in a ponytail down her back. The ends swished gently across her shoulder blades as she moved her head from side to side, scanning the bookshelf. She stepped to the side, silent in her black socks. She must have left her shoes outside the window, thinking she'd move more quietly without them. He noted her slim ankles, then let his gaze wander back up to golden hair. He would have to be careful capturing her. Like any vamp, he had super strength, and she looked a bit fragile. He moved silently past the wing-back chairs to the window. It made a swooshing sound as he shut it. With a gasp, she turned toward him. Her eyes widened. Eyes green as the hills surrounding his home in Scotland. A surge of desire left him speechless for a moment. She seemed equally speechless. No doubt she was busily contemplating an escape route. He moved slowly toward her. "You will not escape through the window, and you cannot reach the door before me." She stepped back. "Who are you? Do you live here?" "I'll be asking the questions, once I have you restrained." He could hear her heart beating faster. Her face remained expressionless, except for her eyes. They flashed with defiance. They were beautiful. She plucked a heavy book off a nearby shelf. "Did you come here to test my abilities?" An odd question. Was he misinterpreting the situation? "Who?" He dodged to the side when she suddenly hurled the book at his face. Bugger. He'd suffered too much to get his older, more manly face, and she'd nearly smacked it. The book flew past him and knocked over the lamp. The light flickered and went out. With his superior vision, he could see her dark form running for the door. He zoomed after her. Just before he could grab her, she spun and landed a kick against his chest. He stumbled back. Damn, she was stronger than he'd thought, and he'd suffered too much to get his broader, more manly chest. She advanced with a series of punches and kicks, and he blocked them all. With a desperate move, she aimed a kick at his groin. Damn it, he'd suffered too much to get his bigger, more manly balls. He jumped back, but her toes caught the hem of his kilt. Without his sporran to weigh the kilt down, it flew up past his waist. Her gaze flitted south and stuck. Her mouth fell open. Aye, those 12 years of growth had been kind. He lunged forward and slammed her onto the carpet. She punched at him, so he caught her wrists and pinned her to the floor. She twisted, attempting to knee him. With a growl, he blocked her with his own knee. Then slowly he lowered himself on top of her to keep her still. Her body was gloriously hot, flushed with blood and throbbing with a life force that made his body tremble with desire. Stop wiggling, lass. His bigger, more manly groin was reacting in an even bigger way. Have mercy on me. Mercy? She continued to wriggle beneath him. I'm the one who's captured. Cease. He pressed more heavily on her. Her eyes widened. He had no doubt she was feeling it. Her gaze flickered down, then back to his face. Get off! Now! I'm halfway there already, he muttered. Let me go! She strained at his grip on her wrists. If I release you, you'll knee me, and I'm rather fond of my balls. The feeling isn't mutual. He smiled slowly. You took a long look. You must have liked what you saw. Ha! You made such a small impression on me. I can barely remember. He chuckled. She was as quick mentally as she was physically. She looked at him curiously. You smell like beer. I've had a few. He noted her dubious look. Okay, more than a few, but I was still able to beat you. If you drink beer, then that means you're not... Not what? She looked at him, her eyes wide.
He had a sinking feeling that she thought he was mortal. She wanted him to be mortal, and that meant she knew about vamps. He studied her lovely face, the high cheekbones, delicate jawline, and beguiling green eyes. Some vamps claimed mortals had no power whatsoever. They were wrong. Their eyes met, and he forgot to breathe. There was something hidden in those green depths, a loneliness, a wound that seemed too old for her tender age. For a moment, he felt like he was seeing a reflection of his own soul.
"You're not a thief, are ye?"
he whispered. She shook her head slightly, still trapped in his gaze. Or maybe it was he who was trapped in hers.
"Ian!" Footsteps approached them. "Ian, what the hell are you doing?"
He dragged his gaze away from her and saw Phineas standing beside them.
"What?"
Phineas gave him a confused look.
"Why are you beating up on Tony?"
He blinked and glanced at the woman he'd pinned to the floor.
"You're Tony?"
Their new guard was a woman? "You're Ian?" Disappointment flickered in her eyes before she looked away. "You're one of them." That hurt. For centuries he'd been judged too young, and now, after all the pain he'd endured, he was still found wanting. His jaw shifted as he ground his teeth.
"You have something against vamps?"
Her eyes flared with anger. "Yes, I tend to get really pissed when they attack me."
"She's got a point, bro,"
Phineas muttered as he adjusted the tie around his purple satin bathrobe.
"You shouldn't attack her. She's our friend."
Ian moved his weight off her.
"Friendship is earned."
She scooted away from him and sat up. "I'm not here to be your friend. I'm your guard, that's all." He stared at her. Connor had hired a woman to guard men? This was unheard of in the vampire world. A mortal woman wouldn't have the strength, unless she was a shifter like Phil and Howard.
"Are ye?"
How could he put this when shapeshifters were a secret?
"Do ye change a bit at a certain time of the month?"
She gave him an incredulous look. "Are you asking me if I get PMS? Are you serious?"
"Nay, I do not mean."
Ian stopped, interrupted by Phineas's laughter.
"I know what you're thinking, man, but she's normal."
"Normal?" She glared at Phineas. "I nailed your ass earlier this evening."
Phineas held up his hands in surrender. "Don't hurt me, sweetness. You're a strong, beautiful hunk of woman."
She inclined her head. "Thank you."
"Connor told me on the phone that he'd hired a Tony," Ian muttered. "I thought she would be a man."
Her eyes narrowed. "I thought you would be somewhat intelligent."
"Snap!"
Phineas grinned.
"She got you good, bro."
Ian scowled.
"It was perfectly logical to assume Tony was a man's name."
She lifted her chin. "Is it logical to attack people without talking to them first?"
"In this case, aye, it was. The window was open."
"I opened it," she interrupted. "It was stuffy as a tomb in here, and I was hot."
"Sweetness, you're so hot, you're sizzling."
Phineas made some hissing sounds. Ian shot him an annoyed look, then resumed his explanation.
"The window sensor triggered the alarm, and when I investigated the matter, I found you looking at very expensive books, dressed like a cat burglar." "Yeah, you do look like a hot and sexy catwoman." Phineas clawed at the air. "Meow, oh, hiss."
Now she gave Phineas an annoyed look. "These are my workout clothes." She switched her green-eyed glare to Ian. "And I never heard an alarm."
"Only vamps and dogs can hear it."
"Oh, which one are you?"
"Snap!" Phineas slapped his leg. "She's killing you, man." "Phineas," Ian growled, "I'm trying to have a conversation here."
He turned to Tony.
"I'm sorry, lass, but this will never work. You cannot guard a house full of men. You see how Phineas reacts to you."
"He's a lot nicer than you are." Her eyes glinted with anger. "And it's not my problem if you're a bunch of sexist pigs. I can do this job with or without PMS. I beat Phineas earlier and would have pinned you down too, given more time."
"Lass, you would never pin me."
He leaned toward her.
"I like to be on top."
Her eyes flashed with green fire.
"Good one!"
Phineas shot a fist in the air.
"You're making your comeback, bro. You the man."
"He's a pig," Tony grumbled.
"Oink, oink,"
Phineas squeaked.
"Enough, Phineas."
Ian glowered at him.
"I can see why you were murdered young."
A laugh escaped from Tony, but she quickly squelched it and frowned at him. She had a sense of humor. It wasn't all that important in the grand scheme of things,
but Ian was suddenly taken with the challenge to make her laugh again, or at least make her smile. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of anything amusing to say. He rose to his feet and executed a gallant bow.
I apologize for attacking you. I hope I didn't hurt you.
Her frown relaxed slightly. I'm okay. He offered a hand to help her up. She regarded him suspiciously. You're not going to tell Connor to fire me, are you? I really can do this job. An uneasy feeling settled in his gut. Why on earth would a lovely mortal woman want a job guarding vampires?
I'll let ye stay if ye answer a few questions honestly.
A guarded look flitted over her face. Then she smiled brightly and took his hand. Sure. What do you want to know? She rose gracefully to her feet. His hand tightened around hers. The uncertainty in his gut twinged. He knew she wasn't going to be entirely honest. Her smile was too forced, and her heartbeat had just speeded up.
Why do you want this job?
He asked quietly. She pulled her hand from his grasp. It pays extremely well, and I get free room and board, which is worth a fortune in Manhattan.
And you get stuck in a house all day with some dead carcasses?
No job is perfect. She folded her arms across her chest. None of you wake up crying or needing a diaper change, so it's easier than the usual babysitting job.
Babysitting? Now that was bloody annoying.
Meanwhile, Phineas was snickering.
Yeah, take care of me, hot mama. I need a sponge bath, and some of that baby oil rubbed all over me. I'm feeling a bit chafed, if you know what I mean.
Her mouth twitched. Did she find Phineas amusing? That irritated him even more. Ian stepped closer to her, gritting his teeth.
We are no babies. We're seasoned warriors.
She affected a big shudder. Ooh, I'm scared. Did she doubt their prowess? Ian moved closer.
Lass, you have no idea how fierce we can be.
Her smile withered, and a pained look crossed her face. I know that too well. There's no need to remind me.
Were you attacked?
Ian looked at her neck, but couldn't see any sign of bite marks above the high neck of her black outfit.
Is that how you found out about us?
The stubborn lift of her chin indicated her refusal to divulge more information, but she'd mentioned before that she tended to get pissed whenever vampires attacked her. The sun would be rising soon, and Ian and the other vamps would fall into their death sleep. All day long they would lie defenseless and vulnerable, and their guard appeared to hold a grudge against them.
Lass, why should I trust you to watch over us?
Her brows lifted. Are you worried about what I might do when you're totally helpless and at my mercy? He grabbed her by the shoulders.
Are you threatening us? I can erase your memory and shove you out the door right now.
No! Now she looked panicked. Please. I really need this job. I promised Connor that I would never harm any of you. Ask him, he believes me. Ian released her and stepped back.
I will ask him.
She glanced at him nervously. I need to change into my uniform before my shift starts. Phineas yawned.
Yeah, I'm getting sleepy. Good night, sweetness.
He extended a closed fist toward Tony. She responded with a smile and a knuckle pound. See you tomorrow, Dr. Fang. Phineas grinned, then sauntered toward the stairs.
Yeah, that's me, Dr. Fang. Long in the tooth and long in the wang.
He descended the stairs to the basement, his voice still drifting toward them.
The doctor is in the house. Oh, baby, I've got the cure.
Ian could feel the pull of death sleep, too. But as an older vamp, he was able to resist it better than Phineas.
Perhaps we should start over.
He extended a hand.
I'm Ian McPhee.
She gave him a wary look. Tony Davis. She gripped his hand, quickly let go, then headed for the stairs. He followed her.
I really did think you were a thief. I do not normally attack women.
Unless you're hungry. She started up the stairs.
I do not attack for food. We have evolved past that.
Yeah, right. She continued up the stairs without looking back. He climbed the steps after her.
You do not believe me?
She shrugged. I've seen your kind drink from bottles.
Then you know we're different from the malcontents.
Her knuckles whitened as she suddenly gripped the banister hard. Then she released it and ascended more stairs. I gather your noble nature is somewhat new.
Before the invention of synthetic blood, you must have attacked people for food. He gritted his teeth.
I never used violence.
She reached the landing and whirled around to glare at him. Did you use mind control? He flinched.
You do not understand.
Oh, I think I do. Mind control made it easy for you to manipulate people. Her eyes narrowed. But they were still victims, and you were still violating them.
We were never like the malcontents. Those bastards are murderers. We never killed for food.
Okay. You weren't killers. You were just parasites. She turned to continue up the stairs. He grabbed her arm to stop her.
If you hate us, why have you taken a job to protect us?
She pulled away and started ascending the stairs. I don't hate you, and I have my reasons.
What reasons?
He stumbled on a step with his new size 13 feet. She glanced back. Why are you following me? Don't you need to go to the basement and die?
I'm no sleeping there.
But I've seen your coffin down there. She gave him a wry look. It looks so cozy.
Then ye sleep in it.
Over my dead body. Oh, wait a minute. It's your dead body, in about 5 minutes, so I'd better hurry. She jogged up the rest of the stairs. Smart ass. His gaze slid down to her round, firm rump, so deliciously defined in black spandex. It was enough to turn him back into a biter. He followed her, watching her hips sway as she strode down the hall. She stopped at a door on the right. He paused beside her.
I outgrew it.
What? Your ego?
Lass, you do not need to carry a weapon. Your tongue can slash a man to shreds.
She smiled. I'll take that as a compliment.
I outgrew my coffin. I'm 5 inches taller than when I was last here.
Her eyes widened. Connor mentioned that you'd grown, but I didn't quite believe it. I thought vampires were always stuck at the age when they died.
That is true, normally. But I aged 12 years over the summer.
Oh. Her mouth quirked. Welcome to puberty. He planted a hand on the wall beside her and leaned forward.
Ye saw under my kilt. You know I'm a grown man.
She lifted her chin in a defiant gesture, but her cheeks turned to pale pink. I'm trying very hard to wipe that unfortunate incident from my memory. He smiled slowly.
Let me know if ye succeed.
Her blush deepened. Mr. McPhee, I should remind...
Call me Ian. Is Tony your full name?
No. Look, I'm trying to talk to you since I estimate in about 3 minutes you'll keel over dead.
If I do, will ye put me to bed?
This sort of talk is not appropriate.
Is your name Antonia?
Her eyes darkened. No.
Tonatella? Tonisha?
No.
Tony Baloney?
Her mouth twitched. I'm trying to be serious.
Me too.
He let his gaze wander over her.
I'm dead serious.
She snorted. Mr. McPhee, I signed a contract 2 nights ago, and it clearly stated that I am not to become involved with anyone I'm guarding. His heart stuttered, and it wasn't caused by the rising sun.
I did not realize we were involved.
We're not, she huffed. But you were flirting with me, and it has to stop. He blinked. He was flirting? He'd been more tempted to wring her neck than seduce her.
You think I was flirting?
Well, yes. He leaned closer.
Did you like it?
You're still doing it. He smiled lazily.
Sweetheart, I can do it all night long.
The night is over. She turned and grabbed the doorknob. Good night, Mr. McPhee. He stepped back. He wouldn't let her rejection bother him. Why should it bother him?
I was not being serious. You need no worry about me pestering you. I am looking for true love, but only with a lady vamp.
She released the doorknob and turned toward him. Then you believe dead women are better than live ones?
I did not say that, but I am better suited for a vamp.
Really? Are the live ones too hot for you to handle? Was she challenging him?
I have not met a woman yet that I could not handle.
Right. She eyed him warily. You probably used vampire mind control on them. Damn, but she knew exactly where to plunge in the knife.
I used mind control, and they loved it. It made their orgasms stronger.
He arched a brow.
Would you like a demonstration?
Her eyes seethed with anger. I'd like you to go away and die. She opened her bedroom door. He stepped closer.
Why do you guard us when you do not like us? Why would you spend your days trapped in a house with the undead?
Good night, Mr. McPhee. She shut the door in his face.
I'll find out about you, Tony,
he yelled, then stalked back to the stairs. The sun was touching the horizon now. He could feel the death sleep pulling him into oblivion. He gazed up the stairwell to the 5th floor and concentrated hard. In an instant he was there. He stumbled into Roman's office and shut the door behind him. With the aluminum shutters covering the windows, the room was dark, but no problem for his superior vision. He crossed the office to the bedroom and collapsed on the king-sized bed. By all the saints, this was so much better than a narrow coffin. He stretched out, enjoying the comfort. His breathing slowed as death sleep stole over him. Wait. He shook his head. He still needed to find out about Tony. He rolled toward the bedside table and grabbed the cordless phone. His vision blurred as he punched in Connor's cell phone number. Just a few more minutes. That was all he needed.
Hello?
Connor sounded sleepy. Ian stretched on his back, holding the phone to his ear.
Tell me about Tony. Is that you, Ian?
Connor yawned.
Call me later. Tell me about Tony. How did you find her? I came across her in Central Park.
Connor yawned again.
Monday night.
And this was only Wednesday morning. Ian opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes flickered shut.
3 malcontents.
Connor's voice slowed.
Attacked her. Very vicious.
No wonder she hated vampires. Ian lost his grip on the phone. Was she planning to stake them all in their sleep? As death sleep dragged him under, he wondered if he would ever wake again. Chapter 3. I deserve to be happy. I will accomplish my goals. I will achieve something meaningful with my life. I am worthy to be loved. Tony repeated her morning affirmations as hot water sluiced down her body and steam billowed around her. She just needed to believe. Yeah, right. In the last few days, her life had started spiraling down the toilet. I deserve to be happy, she sighed. Her family didn't believe in her, so why should she? She turned the water off. She needed to toughen up emotionally and not let other people drag her down. People like Ian McPhee. How could a dead guy be so handsome? She pulled back the shower curtain. Why couldn't he have been mortal? For one fleeting, wonderful moment, she'd thought he was human. But no. Swish down the toilet. He was one of them. She stepped out of the shower, scolding herself. Don't think about him. He has no power over you. Unless he used vampire mind control. Tony's bare skin prickled with goosebumps, and she shivered in spite of the hot steam surrounding her. She glanced down at the bite marks that covered her chest and torso. She'd fought those 3 vampires. She'd thought she might survive until they'd taken over her mind. She'd sat there in the dirty snow, shivering and helpless while their cruel thoughts invaded her head and forced her to remove her shirt, her bra. A deep shudder racked her body. If Connor hadn't come along when he had. She blinked away tears and grabbed a towel to dry off. She would remain in control and stay focused. I will accomplish my goals. She had to succeed. Sabrina was counting on her. Already Tony had confirmed the existence of vampires and invaded the good guy camp. Good guy vampires? Who would believe that? But Connor had saved her, and he swore all good vamps had given up biting. She'd seen them drink from bottles, but still, it was hard to completely trust them. No matter how well these good vamps behaved, she could still sense the beast lurking just below the surface. She'd felt it even stronger with Ian, but instead of repelling her, it had excited her. How foolish could she get? Only a complete idiot would challenge a beast that could bite. She would ignore him. I will achieve something meaningful with my life. This would happen. She and Sabrina had it all planned out. Tony padded into the bedroom while she towel-dried her hair. Her gaze wandered over the soft golden walls and large canopy bed hung with blue and gold brocade fabric that matched the curtains and comforter. The two dressers that flanked the bed looked like Louis XVI antiques. One thing she had to reluctantly admit, the vamps had excellent taste. Dougal claimed this room once belonged to a vamp princess, who was a member of Roman Dragonesti's harem. Apparently Roman had disbanded his harem when he married. Tony snorted. What a great guy. As far as she could tell, all the male vamps were a few centuries behind on their opinions of women. Ian McPhee certainly was. I am worthy to be loved. The last affirmation was the hardest to believe. She tossed her towel into the laundry hamper. Damn it, she was loved. Grandma had loved her. And remember what happened to her? You failed her. Tony quickly squashed the nasty inner voice that kept sabotaging her affirmations, telling her she didn't deserve to be happy, and she wasn't worthy to be loved. She was worthy, damn it, and she would not fail Sabrina, even if it meant living in a house full of blood-drinking creatures. She popped in her contacts and dressed in her guard uniform of khaki pants and a navy polo shirt. Connor had given her small sizes, but still, the men's clothes hung on her frame like shapeless sacks. Obviously, McKay's security and investigation was not accustomed to hiring female guards. Dougal and Phineas had been surprised, but they'd accepted her easily enough once they'd seen her fight. Ian was much more suspicious, but she wouldn't let him scare her away. She would remain calm and cool, in control. Nothing was going to faze her. She jumped when her cell phone blasted forth with loud music. Damn. Carlos had given her a new ringtone a week ago, but the sudden explosion of Come On Feel the Noise by Quiet Riot always gave her a jolt. The male vocalist screamed while she dug through her handbag. Hopefully it was Sabrina calling. Tony had gone to the hospital last night to see her, but Sabrina had been sleeping so peacefully, Tony hadn't wanted to wake her. She yanked open the phone. Hello? Tony? The gruff voice sounded urgent. What's going on there? Howard? Her supervisor? Howard Barr was in charge of daytime security, and he monitored Tony from his location at Roman Dragonesti's house. Howard was supposed to call for a morning report at 8 a.m., but yesterday morning he'd used the house phone, not her cell phone. Her gaze flickered to the bedside table where the digital clock glowed 7:26. Is something wrong? That's what I'm asking you. Howard continued in a rush. I did my morning rounds here, and Connor had his cell phone open by his ear. Were you talking to him? No, everything's fine here. I don't think so. Connor's phone was connected to your house phone there. I hung up and tried to call, but your line is still busy. Tony glanced at the phone on her bedside table. A light indicated it was still in use. Of course. Ian had said he would check up on her. It must be Ian McPhee. Ian? There was a pause during which Tony could hear the shuffling of papers. Are you sure? He's not due back for another week, and his coffin's empty. He outgrew it. So it's true? The boy doesn't look 15 anymore? She wrinkled her nose. He looks older than that, but his behavior's not what I would call mature. Howard chuckled. Made a good impression, did he? Look, he's not showing up on any of my monitors, so you'll have to find him and make sure he's all right. I'm sure he's fine. Where would he go? He's dead. That sort of cuts down on his mobility. Yes, but we're responsible for these guys during the day. You can't guard a corpse if you don't know where it is, so find him. Tony groaned silently. There were 5 floors in this townhouse, 6 counting the basement, more than 18 bedrooms, and a bunch of bathrooms and closets. It would take all morning to search the whole place. I'll call back in 10 minutes. Howard hung up. 10 minutes. Tony dropped her phone into the pocket of the men's trousers she was wearing, and still barefoot, she rushed into the hall. He wasn't conveniently sprawled out dead in the hallway, so she would have to hunt him down. She jogged down the stairs to the ground floor. She didn't expect to see him here, but there were surveillance cameras in the foyer and the kitchen, and she knew Howard would expect to see her pass by in her search. She'd been hired on a probationary status for 2 weeks, and Connor had warned her that the cameras in the townhouse were linked to monitors in White Plains. In other words, she was watched constantly to make sure she could be trusted, as if she would ever try to harm one of the vamps. Connor had stressed the fact that once she took the vow to protect vamps, that vow would be sacred. The cost of betrayal was severe and final. If she incurred their wrath, there would be no place to hide where they couldn't find her. Her body would never be found. Then he proceeded to tell her about the great medical dental plan, high-yield money market accounts, and vacation opportunities that McKay Security and Investigation offered its employees. Under normal circumstances, she would have chosen option number 1, having her memory erased so she could return to her normal life. But circumstances weren't normal, so she'd gritted her teeth and taken the vow. Ian was not to be found on the ground floor, so she headed down to the guardroom in the basement. Her gaze flickered to the couch by the wall. Nope, not there. She glanced up at the surveillance camera and shook her head. She paused by the door of the dormitory. She was required to check this room 4 times a day, but it still gave her the chills. Well, not the room so much, but the dead bodies inside. She took a deep breath and entered. Dougal was on his back in his coffin, wearing an old-fashioned nightshirt that reached his knees and looked a bit like the nightgown her grandma used to wear. Phineas was sprawled across his twin-sized bed, wearing nothing but red silk boxer shorts. Tony glanced at the framed photos on his bedside table. An elderly woman and a young girl and boy, most probably the aunt and younger siblings he talked about. She wondered if they knew he'd been transformed into a vampire almost 2 years ago. She peeked inside the bathroom and winced at the towels and clothes littering the floor. Thank God she didn't have to clean up after them. There was a vamp-owned maid service that came in at night. Her gaze landed on a stack of girly magazines in a basket. Ugh, what pigs. She jogged up the back stairs to the ground floor, then went up another flight on the grand staircase. There were no surveillance cameras on the top 4 floors, so at least she didn't have the uncomfortable feeling of being watched. She sprinted past her bedroom to check the remaining 5 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Then she rushed through all the bedrooms on the 3rd floor. With time running short, she dashed through the rooms on the 4th floor. Damn it! He wasn't in any of them. She checked the last bedroom with a growing sense of doom. She even looked in the closet. Had she made a mistake by not checking all the closets below? Come on, feel the noise. She jumped and dug the phone out of her pocket. Howard? Tony, have you found him yet? No. She was breathing heavily from all the running about. I've searched every floor, except the 5th one. Check it out. She blinked. Connor had warned her not to venture into Roman Dragonesti's private office and bedroom. Apparently the big kahuna still had some stuff there. Probably a skeleton in the closet. I thought that floor was off limits. Normally, yes, but we can't go all day without knowing where Ian is, so go look around. Howard hung up. She dropped the phone in her pocket and climbed the stairs. On the top landing, she discovered 2 doors that flanked an oil painting of some ruins. She tried the door on the right. It opened. The room was totally dark. She fumbled along the wall by the door jamb until she located a light switch. A lone light bulb turned on, situated over a large desk. Bookcases sat behind it and a red velvet chaise in front. Her heart lurched at the sight of the computer on the desk. It could be the answer to her prayers. The large room stretched back into shadow. Tony could make out the shape of more chairs, a table, and a wet bar. At the far end of the room, she spotted the dark wooden paneling of a set of double doors. She crossed the room, her bare feet silently cushioned on the thick carpet, her gaze sliding past expensive antiques. So this was the private lair of a powerful vampire coven master. Maybe she should take some photos with her cell phone. No, it wouldn't help Sabrina. The lush decor only proved the owner was rich, not undead. As she approached the double doors, she heard a beeping sound like a phone off the hook. She shoved open the doors. The shadow of a huge bed loomed before her with a darker shadow on top. She skirted the bed to the right and fumbled with the lamp on the bedside table. A dim light, no brighter than a nightlight, came on. There he was on the far side of the king-sized bed, lying on top of a tan suede comforter. His face was turned away from her, so all she could see was his thick black hair and the ponytail that curled on top of the pillow. Some men might look effeminate with shoulder-length hair and a skirt, but on Ian, the effect was quite the opposite. There was something wild and rugged about him, like a Scottish warrior who refused to be civilized. Just the sight of him made her heartbeat quicken and thoughts of rebellion sneak into her head. He rested on his back, his long length stretching to the foot of the bed. Her gaze wandered over the white t-shirt, tightly molded to a broad chest and muscular abs. His red and green plaid kilt lay rumpled about his legs, the hem rucked up past his knees. It looked like he'd simply fallen onto the bed without caring how he landed. Tony edged around the bed, passing by his huge feet encased in black socks. The old wives' tale about men with big feet must be true. Her gaze drifted back to his kilt. His legs were spread apart with the plaid fabric draped slightly between them. What a shock it had been to realize the guy didn't wear any underwear. Her face grew warm, remembering the amused tilt of his mouth and the glint in his eyes. No shame whatsoever. No, he looked bold, as if he'd enjoyed her surprise inspection. She tilted her head, focused on the dark, shadowy area between his thighs. Slowly, she leaned to the side. "Come on, feel the noise." With a gasp, she straightened. What had gotten into her? The man was dead, and she was trying to look up his skirt? Thank God there were no cameras up here. She opened her phone. "It's okay, Howard. I've got Ian here. He's in bed." There was a pause. "Girl, you have a man in your bed?" Tony winced. "Carlos, I wasn't expecting you." He chuckled. "I realized that, Manina. So, who is this guy in your bed?" "He's not in my bed, and it's not—" "Oh, you're at his place?" "Well, yeah, sorta." Tony shoved her damp hair behind her ears. "Look, Carlos, I can't talk right now." At the sound of his suggestive chuckling, she huffed. "It's not what you think. The guy is really dead right now." "You wore him out? You go, girl." Tony groaned. Maybe it was his Brazilian heritage, but her next-door neighbor, Carlos Pantera, had a one-track mind. "Carlos, is everything fine at the apartment?" "Yes, of course. I was just feeding your cat. She says she misses you and Sabrina. I do too." "I know. We'll be back soon, I hope. Now I've got to go before Howard calls." Carlos gasped. "You have two men? Girl, you are hot." "It's not... Never mind. I'll explain later." She moved up the side of the bed. "Is that new ringtone I put on your phone?" Carlos continued. "Now you're rocking the boys big time." "Yeah, right. Bye, Carlos." Tony snapped her phone shut and dropped it in her pocket. It was a stinking shame she was so inept at modern technology. She had no idea how to remove the ringtone Carlos had cursed her phone with. Speaking of phones, there was still a beeping one on the bed with Ian. He'd obviously been holding it next to his ear, but now his fingers were relaxed, curling slightly where they rested on the pillow. The receiver must have slid down the pillow, for it was now nestled in the crook of his neck and shoulder. His head was turned toward her, his eyes shut. She had a creepy feeling his eyes might suddenly open and gaze at her with the blank look of a zombie. With a shudder, she pushed that thought away. She reached for the receiver, but accidentally brushed her hand over his fingers. She jerked her arm back. Shoot, she'd never touched a dead person before. But he hadn't felt cold and stiff as she expected him to. She slipped her hand between his fingers and his neck and slowly pulled the phone out. Her knuckles grazed the tip of his chin. It was rough with whiskers. She winced, realizing how close she was to touching his mouth. His lips were slightly parted, perfectly shaped. She stepped back, bringing the phone to her chest. His expression was peaceful, so different from the intense emotions she'd seen earlier. The thick black fringe of his eyelashes cast a shadow on his pale cheeks. Beautiful. A man shouldn't look that sweet and rugged at the same time. Her gaze fell to the dimple in his chin. It had been one of the first things she'd noticed about him. The whole time he'd been fussing at her, she'd wanted to poke it with her finger. She reached out her hand, then snatched it back. What was she thinking? He was one of them. She dropped the receiver back into the cradle on the bedside table. It immediately rang. She jumped. Good grief, she needed to get a grip. She lifted the receiver. "It's okay, Howard. I found him." There was a feminine giggle. Definitely not Howard, unless he had a secret she didn't know about.
Hello? Hi. Another giggle. Is Ian there? Tony hesitated. If this girl knew Ian, wouldn't she know he was dead at the moment? He's not able to come to the phone right now. Can I take a message? Well, I guess so. The caller giggled again. Tony found a pen and pad of paper in the nightstand drawer. She waited, but there was silence. Hello? You'll need to give me the message. Oh, right. Okay. Let me think. Another giggle. Tony waited while the caller grew silent, apparently attempting to think. Did Ian actually know this girl? Hadn't he said he was looking for a vamp woman? This girl had to be mortal because it was daylight, and she was conscious. Sorta. Can you tell me your name? Oh, more giggles. I'm Mitzi. Tony wrote on the pad of paper. And your message? Can you tell Ian I think he's really hot? Sure. Tony glanced at Ian. He looked stone cold to her. How did you meet him? I haven't yet. I just found him on Single in the City. It's a dating service, you know? I see. Was that how Ian planned to find his true love? That didn't make sense if he was looking for only vamp women. Yeah, I just saw his profile, Mitzi continued, and his picture. And I had to call because he's so hot. Right. Do you want to leave a number? Mitzi recited her number. Can you tell him I want to go out with him? And he'll probably get lucky, 'cause he's so hot. She giggled, then thankfully hung up. The second Tony set down the receiver, the phone rang again. This had to be Howard. Hello? Is Ian McPhee there? A throaty female voice asked. Another woman? At least it wasn't Mitzi. Ian is unavailable at this time. May I take a message? My name is Lola. I was just reading Ian's profile at Single in the City, and I must say, it was fascinating. I bet. Tony glanced at the computer in the office next door. She might need to take a look at this profile. Yes, Lola continued. I especially like the part about Ian's castle in Scotland and how he's spending some of his vast fortune to renovate it. Vast fortune? Tony snorted, then covered it with a dainty cough. She seriously doubted Ian had a vast fortune when he was working as a security guard for Romatech Industries. Would he really stoop to telling lies on the internet in order to get dates? The man was gorgeous. Why would he have to lie about anything, other than the little problem of being dead half the time? You see, Lola lowered her voice dramatically. I was a royal princess in a former life. I belong in a castle. Wow. I'm also a vegetarian, Lola announced. I do hope Ian is one too. He's so hot. Right. Well, I can safely say he doesn't eat meat. Splendid. Lola recited her phone number. Ta-ta. Tony wrote the number down. Then she glared at Ian. Liar. You said you didn't want to date mortals. Come on, feel the noise. She jumped. Now this had to be Howard. Or Sabrina. She pulled out her cell phone. Hello? Tony? Howard's voice boomed. What's going on? Everything's fine. Ian's in the bedroom on the 5th floor. The phone was off the hook, but I put it back. What was so urgent that he had to call Connor? Tony winced. He was probably calling about me. The concept of a female guard was too bizarre for him. Howard chuckled. He'll get used to it. Has he seen you fight yet? Yeah, a little. Then he knows how tough you are. He'll learn to trust you in time. She grimaced. Ian was actually right to suspect her. She did have a hidden agenda, though she certainly didn't mean the vamps any harm. Do you need anything today? Howard asked. He made sure groceries were delivered to the townhouse, so Tony wouldn't have to leave her charges unprotected. I'm fine for now, but I have a final exam Friday at NYU. I'll need to leave around noon. I remembered that. We've arranged for me to come to that townhouse so you can go. But I thought you had to guard Roman and Connor. They're staying at Romatech, so the guards there can keep an eye on them. Don't worry, we've got it covered. Thank you. Tony felt relieved, but a bit shocked that the vamps were willing to change their routine just to help her out. Just one exam to go, and I'm officially done with my master's. Great. Howard paused. You know, you can probably get a better job than this. It's not very intellectual. It's fine. The pay is a lot more than I expected.
Yeah, well, the vamps know how important it is to have mortals they can trust.
I understand. The phone on the nightstand rang. Oh God, I hope that's not Mitzi or Lola.
Who?
Howard asked. These girls keep calling for Ian. Apparently he signed up with an online dating service.
You're kidding.
I wish. I'll call you back for the 10 o'clock report. Tony shut her cell phone and answered the house phone. Hello? Hi, a soft female voice answered. Is he in there? Tony groaned. He's meditating right now. Cool. I'm Destiny. She gave her phone number. Ian is just so hot. You know, I'm totally synthesized to the harmonic vibrations of the cosmos, so I can tell that Ian and I belong together.
I see. And his vast fortune had nothing to do with it.
Any message for Ian? Yes. I love to take walks in the rain and sit on the beach to watch the sunrise.
Great. Tony wrote, "Plans to kill you by spontaneous combustion," beneath her name. Thank you for calling. She hung up and glared at Ian. Do you realize my best friend is in the hospital? And instead of being able to call her, I'm stuck talking to your silly girlfriends? Her voice rose to a shout, but Ian just lay there oblivious. Why are you looking for a woman? Why would a vampire even believe in true love? Do you really think you can be faithful for centuries? A few years is too much to ask for these days. He didn't answer. Well, at least you don't talk back. I'm the boss here during the day, and don't you forget it. He didn't argue. She stalked into the adjoining office. She hadn't gone to college just to end up a social secretary for a horny hot vampire. So much for her third affirmation. I will achieve something meaningful with my life. She needed to talk to Sabrina. That would calm her down. She opened her cell phone and dialed the hospital. Sabrina Vanderwerth's room, please. One moment, the operator replied. Please hold. Tony sat in the black leather chair behind the desk and booted up the computer. Maybe she could find something useful in the computer files. Her search in the library had yielded nothing. The phone on the desk rang. Great. Another woman. Tony quickly took her name and number, then hung up after Brittany expounded on 10 reasons why Ian was hot. Meanwhile, the hospital operator came back on her cell phone. Sabrina Vanderwerth has been released. A sliver of alarm crept down Tony's spine. But I just saw her last night. When was she released? I'm not able to give out any personal information. Wait, Tony began, but the dial tone signaled she'd been cut off. The phone on the desk rang. Ugh! Tony quickly took the name and number of another girl who thought Ian was hot. Then she dialed Sabrina's cell phone. After 7 rings, she was transferred to voicemail. Bree, this is Tony. I just heard you were released from the hospital. Call me. She checked her phone for messages. Zilch. Where was Sabrina? The phone on the desk rang again. This time it was LaToya who thought Ian was hot. Then Michelle, and then Lauren. Apparently Ian's hotness was becoming legendary. This is too much, Tony growled. She used the house phone to call her apartment. Maybe Sabrina had simply gone home, and she was worrying over nothing. The phone rang until the answering machine picked up. Bree, are you there? Call me. I'm worried about you. She called Carlos in the apartment next door. Have you heard from Sabrina? No. What's wrong? She's been released from the hospital, but I don't know where she is. There was a pause. Then Carlos spoke, his voice deeper than usual. Tony, you need to tell me what's going on. I will tonight when I get off work. Tony hung up, then the phone instantly rang. Damn! She grabbed the receiver. What? Good morning. This is Travis Buckley. A man's voice. Yes, what is it? Is Ian McPhee there? Tony blinked. You want to talk to Ian? Oh, yes, honey. I saw his picture on Single in the City, and I thought he was so hot. Exactly. Travis chuckled. Tony wrote his name down. I would love to tell him you called. Super. Travis gave her his number. I think he's uber hot. Oh, totally. Tony hung up, then rubbed her temples. This can't be happening to me. I'm stuck in the twilight zone. She turned to the computer and clicked on My Documents.
A security box came on screen, asking for the password. Damn. If she wasn't such a techno-moron, she could get around this. But she didn't have a clue. Oh well, even if she found a document where a bunch of vamps confessed to being real, would it actually prove anything? Anyone could write such nonsense and claim it was true. Speaking of false claims, she needed to check out Ian's profile on Single in the City. It was easy to find. He was on the home page in a list of the 10 most popular guys. His photo was great, but his profile sounded like Don Juan on Viagra. The more she read, the more she felt steam coming out of her ears. The phone rang again, and again, and again. The list of names was now up to 34 girls and 2 guys who all thought Ian was hotter than liquid magma. How would she ever locate Sabrina, or study for her final? The phone jangled again. She snatched it up. Yes, Ian is hot, but you'll have to wait your turn. Cool. The girl smacked on chewing gum. I don't mind sharing. Is he into group sex? Tony grimaced. You'll have to ask him about that. Okay. She popped her gum. So who are you? I'm his parole officer. Cool. I've got one of those too. Got busted for solicitation. I hate it when that happens. Yeah. So this Ian dude, is he really as rich as his profile says? Tony gritted her teeth. Just give me your name and number. She wrote down the information and slammed down the receiver. I can't take it anymore. She fumbled in the desk drawer and found a big black permanent marker. She stalked into the bedroom and glared down at Ian. If I fail my final, it'll be your fault. She smoothed his white t-shirt across his rock-hard chest and abs, then wrote in capital letters, Hot, hot stud muffin. Beneath that she wrote, For a good time, call Travis. Then she marched downstairs to the ground floor and turned on the answering machine. The vamps wouldn't like it, but she was not about to screw up her last exam because of Ian's love life. As she descended into the basement, she heard the phone ringing again. The guys in the cellar were fine, so she called Howard for the 10 o'clock report. She explained about the answering machine, and he agreed. While she ate her lunch in the kitchen, the phone rang 12 more times. It was still ringing when she went upstairs to her bedroom. She disconnected the phone there so she could study in peace. She checked on the guys again at 1 and 4 p.m. for her afternoon reports. She also called the hospital back and talked to a nurse on the floor where Sabrina had stayed. The nurse admitted Sabrina had left with family, but wouldn't say more than that. It had to be Sabrina's aunt and uncle, since they were the only family Sabrina had. Tony couldn't recall their last name. The information would be at the apartment. Meanwhile, Sabrina never called back, so Tony continued to worry about her. At 4:15, Tony changed out of her uniform and descended to the kitchen to make a snack. She would be able to leave after the guys woke up, which was any minute now. Fortunately, the sun set early in December. Good evening. Dougal sauntered into the kitchen, followed by Phineas. They headed straight for the refrigerator for some bottles of blood. Hey, guys. She finished her salad. Sleep well? The door slammed open, and Ian marched in. He glowered at Tony and slapped a hand against his black-marked t-shirt. What the hell is this? Chapter 4. Ian had forgotten how pretty she was, pretty enough to scramble his thoughts for a second. But it didn't matter how shiny and golden her hair was, or how pink and sweetly curved her mouth was, or how her green jumper matched the bonny green of her eyes. Any guard who wrote graffiti on a sleeping vamp was not a guard who could be trusted. Phineas took one look at him and spewed his breakfast all over the kitchen counter. Then he started snickering. Dougal, at least, was attempting to stifle his laughter. Ew! Tony grimaced at the bloody mess. Don't worry, sweetness, I'll clean it up. Phineas grabbed a sponge from the kitchen sink. You got 'em good. I would not call this good. Ian glowered at Tony. She hadn't answered his question. She just sat at the table fiddling with a paper napkin, while a pink blush swept up to her cheeks. The scent of her rushing blood ignited his hunger. His gums tingled. His stomach twinged. He stalked to the refrigerator, grabbed a bottle of synthetic blood and guzzled it down cold. She wrinkled her pretty little nose. You're drinking it cold?
Are you offering me some that's hot?
He growled. Her cheeks grew a brighter red. No, of course not.
Why so pissed, bro?
Phineas wiped up the counter.
I'd be happy if Tony wrote on my shirt. Shit, she could write on me all day long.
You don't wear a shirt to bed, Tony muttered.
Ah,
Phineas grinned at her.
You've been admiring my awesome bod while I sleep. I knew it. The ladies can't resist Dr. Fang.
He rinsed out his sponge, then went back to work.
You should be writing your love notes on me.
They're not love notes, Tony protested.
That's for certain, Ian grumbled. I'm definitely not interested in Travis.
Phineas snorted, then took aim and tossed the sponge into the sink.
2 points. Look, I've been telling you guys to stop wearing those skirts. It gives out mixed signals, if you know what I mean.
Dougal frowned.
The kilt is a fine and manly tradition amongst the Scots.
I kind of like 'em, Tony conceded. Did she really like his kilt? Ian had always considered the McPhee tartan one of the best. Or perhaps she had liked what was underneath. He slapped himself mentally. This girl distracted him far too easily.
You did not answer my question.
He tapped his chest.
Why the hell did you do this?
She lifted her chin. I will admit now that it was a mistake, but at the time I was very angry with you.
Angry?
Ian gave her an incredulous look.
What could I possibly do to make you angry? I was dead all day.
You were live on the internet. People were looking at you on Single in the City, and the phone was ringing off the hook. I have problems of my own to deal with, so—
Ladies were calling me?
Ian interrupted her. He couldn't believe it. Vonda's plan was working. Tony shot him an annoyed look. Didn't you see the messages I left for you upstairs, on the nightstand?
Nay, I was distracted by this.
He pressed a hand against his chest. He wanted to stay angry, but the thought of women actually pursuing him was amazing.
Ladies were calling me?
Tony groaned, then took her plate to the sink. Yes, Mr. Superego. 43 women and 2 men, to be precise. And that was before 10 a.m.
2 men?
Phineas snickered. Ian muttered a few words in Gaelic that made Dougal laugh. His initial excitement was wearing off, for he now realized that all the women who had called during the day were mortal. None of them would do. The phone rang, and Phineas reached for it. Don't bother. Tony returned to the table where she'd left some clothes on the back of a chair. She looped a green scarf around her neck. It's probably another desperate woman. The answering machine's been picking them up since this morning.
But she might be hot.
Phineas lifted the receiver.
Hello there,
he said in a deep, sexy voice.
You have reached the luxurious abode of Dr. Fang, the love doctor. Tell me where it hurts, baby. Tony,
Dougal spoke quietly.
You are supposed to answer the phone during the day. We do not want people thinking the house is vacant.
I know. She stuffed her arms into a jacket, but—
No, Travis, I'm not interested.
Phineas slammed the phone down.
Shit.
Tony snorted. See what I mean? That's why Howard agreed to let me use the answering machine. She hitched her handbag over her shoulder. See you guys later.
Where are you going?
Ian asked. She ignored him and strode from the kitchen, leaving the door swinging in her wake.
Bloody hell,
Ian growled. He gulped down the rest of his cold breakfast, then set the bottle in the sink on his way to the kitchen door.
Ian,
Dougal stopped him.
Do not chase her away. We're in desperate need of mortal guards we can trust.
He pointed at his t-shirt.
What makes you think we can trust her? She's a good fighter, and she has good reasons to hate the malcontents, Dougal replied. And she hasn't killed us in our sleep, Phineas added, yet. That's reassuring.
Ian strode into the foyer and found Tony by the front door, punching buttons on the security panel.
You cannot leave.
I don't see why not. I'm off duty. She finished the code to release the alarm, then reached for the doorknob.
I need to talk to you.
I don't want to. She motioned to the answering machine, but there are hundreds of women who do.
You're exaggerating.
She marched across the foyer to the sideboard where the phone and answering machine were located. She punched a button, and a robotic male voice spoke.
You have 314 messages.
Ian's mouth fell open. Tony gave him a knowing smirk, then strode back to the front door. You'd better get busy. It'll take you hours to return all those calls.
I'll just delete them.
She turned slowly to face him. You're not going to answer them?
They called during the day, so they must be mortal.
Good grief, you're an arrogant snob. He stiffened.
It's not a matter of arrogance. It's reality.
Your reality? You think you're too good for mere mortals.
Do not presume to know what I'm thinking.
Her eyes narrowed. Fine. We'll stick to the facts. Those are real people who called with real feelings. Only a pompous oaf would deny them the courtesy of an answer. He moved closer to her.
Do not lecture me on courtesy, no, when ye wrote this rubbish on me while I slept.
I was angry. She stepped toward him, her cheeks growing flushed. I had to endure hours of people moaning, "Oh, Ian is so hot. You're lucky I only wrote on your t-shirt. I almost puked on it." He had trouble concentrating on her words, because her rushing blood filled his nostrils, and her racing heartbeat pounded in his mind. Just gazing into the fiery green depths of her eyes made his hearing grow dull. The scent of her blood combined with the fragrance of her hair and skin, and he'd never breathed in air so sweet. She stepped back. Is something wrong? Your eyes look a little weird. He struggled to think. Why had all those calls made her angry? Then a sudden thought struck him.
Ye were jealous.
What? She scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. He pointed to the words on his chest.
You did not like other ladies saying I was a stud muffin.
They never called you a... She winced. I have to go. She moved toward the door. He followed her.
The stud muffin part was your idea?
It wasn't meant as a compliment, she muttered.
He smiled. But it is your honest opinion, eh?
She grabbed the doorknob. I have things to do, places to go. He planted a hand on the door.
Such as?
None of your business. His smile faded.
You never told me your full name, or why you agreed to guard us.
I told you. Good pay and free room and board.
And I told you, I do not trust you. You're hiding something.
Her eyes glinted with anger. I took a vow to protect your egotistical hide.
Why would you protect us when you do not like us?
She arched a brow. Maybe it's just you I don't like. His gaze drifted over her face, then down over her hip-length jacket and tight-fitting jeans.
I can tell when you're lying, lass. I can hear your heart racing and smell the blood rushing to your face.
Her cheeks turned pink. I don't have to explain myself to you.
Fine. Then I have no choice but to investigate you.
The phone rang, distracting him.
Don't leave, he warned her,
then headed toward the phone. Tony made a frustrated noise behind him, and he glanced back. With an impatient gesture, she tugged her hair free from the scarf that had pinned it down. The strands of gold tumbled down around her shoulders. Somehow, she managed to make a simple movement look graceful and beautiful. The answering machine picked up, and a woman's voice filled the foyer. Ian, I just read your profile and I'd love to meet you. Are you there? Pick up. He reached for the receiver, then hesitated. What's wrong? Tony asked.
I do not know what to say.
She snorted. How about hello? The caller gave her name and telephone number.
It's not that simple.
Ian couldn't tell if this woman was a vamp, and it wasn't something he could just ask.
Bugger.
He'd have to actually meet all the women who called after dark. The minute he saw them, he'd know if they were alive or undead. But what if there were hundreds of them? The woman hung up. Then the phone rang again. He dragged a hand through his hair.
This is too much. I shouldn't have let Vonda do this.
Vonda? Tony asked. Is she another girlfriend?
A friend. She wrote my profile and put me on the dating site. She only meant to help, but...
What? Tony walked toward him. You didn't write your own profile? Another woman's voice came on the answering machine. Ian turned down the volume so he could talk to Tony.
I let Vonda write it. She said she knew what women wanted to hear. I suppose she does, since so many are calling.
Tony wrinkled her nose. It's not what I would want to hear. I've never read such hogwash in all my life.
You read my profile?
She tucked her hair behind an ear. I was curious.
I mean, hundreds of women were calling. I wanted to see what had gotten them all excited.
And you thought it was hogwash?
Of course. My true love will be like a shimmering, starlit princess in my enchanted Highland castle, and I'll be her devoted love slave, attending to her every waking desire till she's flooded with waves of sensual pleasure. Oh, the rapture, the ecstasy, the nausea. Tony pointed at her mouth like she wanted to induce vomiting. Ian winced. Vonda's prose did sound overly dramatic, but then Tony's reaction seemed a bit exaggerated too. It's very interesting that she would commit the lines to memory. I'm flattered he studied it so carefully. Her mouth dropped open, then snapped shut. You should have Vonda do some serious editing. The way it's worded right now, it doesn't sound very manly. He arched a brow. Was she challenging him again?
I'll take a look at it tonight.
You haven't read it yet?
Nay.
He shrugged one shoulder.
I'm sure Vonda did a better job of it than I ever could.
Tony gave him a suspicious look. It's not like you to be modest. Her eyes suddenly widened. Oh my gosh, are you nervous about dating? He swallowed hard. She'd hit a bullseye.
It's hard to explain.
How can you be nervous? Haven't you been seducing women for ages, so you could get their blood?
That was different. I'm looking for my true love now. The woman I'll marry and spend the rest of my life with. I'm not really sure how to go about it, or if I'll find the right one. There are so many to choose from.
Yeah, the dating scene is rough. Her gaze grew sympathetic. But you shouldn't worry. You'll do fine. You just need some practice. You did really well last night when you flirted with me.
You enjoyed it?
Her eyes hardened. I wouldn't say that. He tilted his head.
You're a woman.
Brilliant, Sherlock. You must be a professional investigator.
He smiled. I am, actually. That's my area of expertise.
He noted the wary look that suddenly appeared in her eyes. Was she worried about what he might find out about her?
You said I needed more practice. Would you let me practice with you?
She glanced toward the door. I was just leaving.
It would only take a few minutes.
He gestured toward the parlor.
I would really appreciate it.
He could see the wheels turning behind her lovely green eyes. Perhaps if she was nice and humored him, he would forget to investigate her. Fat chance. She was far too intriguing. I could spare a few minutes, I suppose. She wandered slowly toward the parlor.
Thank you.
He waited while she dropped her handbag on the couch, then removed her jacket. When she perched on the edge of the sofa cushion, he sat beside her. She glanced warily at him. I'm not sure you really need this. You were flirting like a pro last night.
I didn't realize what I was doing till you told me. I must have been distracted by all the other emotions I was feeling.
Like suspicion and lust. Then you'll probably do fine as long as you don't get self-conscious about it.
Perhaps. Or it might be easier with you because it does not matter.
She stiffened. Because I'm immortal and beneath you?
Nay.
What made her so touchy about that? Had someone slashed her ego in the past?
Tony, I barely know you, but I cannot see anything remotely unworthy about you. Any man would be blessed and honored to receive your love.
Her eyes widened.
I only meant that we do not have to worry about how we feel about each other. It does not matter because we cannot have a relationship. It's against the rules.
Right. She leaned back and crossed her arms. Okay. Since I can't be affected in any way, let's see what you can do. Try your best mojo on me.
Mojo? What the hell was that?
She shifted to face him. You see me in a bar. I'm a sexy vamp lady with a gorgeous set of fangs. So you make your move. She watched him expectantly. Smooth and charming, that had worked for Jean-Luc.
Good evening, miss. You are looking quite fetching tonight.
Thanks. Her eyes narrowed. Lovely weather we're having.
Quite so. A bit chilly, perhaps.
Indeed, Mr. Darcy. I fear the sheep will be shivering on the moor. She made a face at him. What century did you come from?
The 16th, but I've adjusted over the centuries.
She scoffed. Not enough. You're still behind about 200 years.
I was trying to sound charming.
Prince Charming's not a hero anymore. Haven't you watched Shrek? He didn't know what she was talking about.
I thought charm could never go out of style. It worked for Jean-Luc.
I don't know him. Look, you've got to sound more modern, more hip. Try again. He searched his mind for the right words.
Yo, hot mama, let's get Dune.
She burst into laughter. Now you sound like Phineas. Except that you just said, let's get Dune. Oh God, the accent is so funny.
Thanks.
He gave her a wry look.
Perhaps I can mispronounce myself into a lady's affections.
Tony grinned. You still sound old-fashioned.
Is that such a bad thing?
She tilted her head, considering. I suppose it depends on the girl. Some girls like having a man open the door for them, but a lot of modern women would interpret chivalrous behavior as rude. We can open the damn door for ourselves. Don't ever consider us the weaker sex.
Then you're misinterpreting my motives. I would open the door to show respect, not disrespect.
But do you really respect women? Haven't we just been your dinner for centuries?
You've been my salvation. I could never have survived without you.
Her eyes widened. We see things so differently from each other.
That only makes you more fascinating to me.
He gazed into her eyes and saw a mixture of emotions struggling against one another. She was so beautiful, so determined to be tough and hide her wounds. Would it frighten her if she knew how attracted he was to her?
I would never harm you, lass. I hope you know that.
She pulled back suddenly and looked away. Were you using mind control on me?
No.
Then why am I? She gave him a wary glance. Never mind. Was she feeling it too? This strange pull between them? He stretched an arm along the back of the sofa.
Tell me, Tony, when it comes to dating a modern lass, would it be all right for me to kiss her on the first date?
She pulled her handbag into her lap. A peck on the cheek would be fine, or a quick kiss when you say goodbye.
What if I want more?
Her cheeks reddened. If you want to jump in the sack, that's your choice.
I was only referring to a deeper, more satisfying kiss. But since ye are in a hurry to get me in bed...
I think you've had enough practice. She jumped to her feet and pulled on her coat. He stood.
Thank you. This was very educational.
Right. She swung her handbag onto her shoulder. Believe me, you'll do fine with dating. She headed for the front door.
That's good. I have 2 dates tonight.
She glanced back. 2? Was she jealous?
The nights are long. I'll see you in the morning before sunrise. We still need to talk.
She shook her head as she reached for the doorknob. There's nothing to talk about.
I have questions that need answering.
You're too nosy.
If you refuse to talk to me, I'll have to investigate you.
Her eyes flashed with anger. Why can't you leave me alone? She left, slamming the door behind her. That was a good question. He had 2 dates tonight and plenty of phone calls he could return. But for some reason, he couldn't leave Tony alone. She filled his thoughts. He desired her, but it was more than lust. She was a mystery, a beautiful, clever mystery, and damned fun to flirt with. He teleported to the 5th floor to shower and change. First, he would go to Romatech to see Connor and begin his investigation. He had a few hours to kill before meeting his dates at the Horny Devils. In the bathroom, he yanked the t-shirt off, then stared at the words Tony had scribbled. Could she really be jealous that so many women desired him? Or did he just want her to be jealous? One thing was certain. He was totally intrigued by their beautiful female guard. Angus McKay's cardinal rule repeated in the back of his mind. A guard must never become romantically involved with his charges. She was forbidden. She was mortal.
Bloody hell.
He tossed the t-shirt in the trash. Chapter 5. Yedrik Yanov moved slowly across his new office at the Russian-American Coven House in Brooklyn. So far, so good. His electronic scanning device wasn't picking up any bugs. When he'd arrived Tuesday night, he'd found a few. He suspected there was a mole in his coven, but until he found the bastard, he'd keep checking the office every night. Such disloyalty and incompetence would not be tolerated. As the new master, he'd made it clear last night that he expected more from this coven. Any member who wasn't willing to die to achieve his goals might as well die now. He'd punctuated his speech by staking a coven member who hadn't looked properly impressed. That simple act had done wonders for everyone's motivation. The men had offered to hunt for him. The women had offered to screw him. All except one. The little brunette, Nadia, had looked terrified of him. So, of course, he'd selected her. He smiled, remembering the brutal hour he'd spent with her. When he'd finally let her slink away in tears, he'd relished the certain knowledge that her fear of him had grown. She still had some spirit in her, though. He'd break it soon enough. It was a game he'd enjoyed many times over the centuries. He finished scanning the room. It was clean, and it would stay that way now that he was in charge. The former coven masters had been idiots. Ivan Petrovsky had ended up betrayed and assassinated by his own coven. Katya Miniskaya had made a ton of money, only to squander it all in a pathetic attempt to kill a former lover who jilted her. Neither Ivan nor Katya had recognized what was truly important. When Roman Dragonesti invaded this building during the daytime to rescue one of his minions, Ivan had simply increased the number of day guards. The idiot. Dragonesti had been awake during the day. The significance of that had completely evaded Ivan and Katya. A vampire who could stay awake during the day could rule the world. All vampires would have to bow to him for fear of being slaughtered during their daily death sleep. "Master?" Yuri knocked on the door. The door was open, but he was afraid to enter without Jedrik's permission. Good. They were learning fast. Jedrik sat behind his desk and dropped the bug detector in a drawer. "Enter." "I'll have the report and photos you requested." "Show me." Yuri set some digital photos on the desk. "This is Romatek and some of the vamps who work there." Jedrik recognized the pictures of Dragonesti and his bodyguard Connor Buchanan. "Who is this?" "Grigory Holstein, a vice president at Romatek." "Where is the information on Dragonesti's home?" Yuri gulped. "We haven't been able to find it. Yet," he quickly added in response to Jedrik's glare. "Here are some photos of his townhouse on the Upper East Side." Jedrik looked through them. There was a kilted Scotsman and a young black man in the Mackay uniform. Yuri pointed at the photo of a third man. "This guy arrived last night. We're not sure who he is. He doesn't match any of our older photos." Jedrik studied the picture of a young man in a red and green kilt. "Another damned Highlander. I swear Mackay has an endless supply of them." He picked up the last photo of a young blonde woman. "Who is this? Their whore?" "Perhaps." Yuri shifted his weight. "She's mortal." "How can you tell?" "I recognize her. I fed on her Monday night." Jedrik set her picture down. "Wasn't that the night you let Shashenka get slaughtered?" "Connor Buchanan killed him," Yuri said quickly. "We had everything under control until he showed up." Jedrik curled his hands into fists. "It was 3 against 1. You should have killed the damn Scotsman. What did I tell you about incompetence?" Yuri paled. "It will not be tolerated." Jedrik stared at the man, allowing Yuri's fear to grow as the seconds ticked by. He breathed deeply. He loved the smell of fear. "You are fortunate the event happened before I became master. I am hungry now. Fetch me immortal." "Yes, master." Yuri bowed. "Right away." Jedrik smoothed a finger over the face of the girl in the photo. "Bring me a blonde. I hear they're more fun." After a subway ride and short walk to Washington Square, Tony arrived at the second-floor apartment she shared with Sabrina. She dropped her handbag and keys on the coffee table, then shrugged out of her jacket and tossed it and her scarf on the love seat. Sabrina's cat, Vanderkitty, jumped from the easy chair to weave around Tony's legs. "Hey, Van." Tony rubbed behind the orange tabby's ears. "Have you seen your mama?" Van gave her an annoyed look, then marched off to the kitchen area to assume a regal pose by her food bowl. "Don't give me that. I know Carlos has been feeding you." Tony peered inside Sabrina's bedroom. It looked the same as it had last Sunday.
discarded jeans on the floor, textbooks lying open across the purple chenille bedspread. Before going out Sunday night, Sabrina had spent most of the day studying for finals this week. Finals she had missed. Tony had visited all of Bree's professors on Monday to explain why Bree would be absent. She would receive incompletes in all 5 of her classes. It was as if Sabrina's life had suddenly frozen in time, and her room along with her. Tony wondered if their lives would ever be the same. She turned on the bedside lamp, then dug through the top drawer of Bree's bedside table. Her heart squeezed when she spotted a birthday card Bree had kept. Tony had given it to her years ago. It was the first time she'd bought a card that was addressed to Sister. As far as Tony was concerned, Bree was her sister. They'd been best friends for 10 years. They spent their holidays and vacations together. God knew their real families didn't want them. Which was why it was so weird for Bree to leave the hospital with her aunt and uncle. Tony had heard so little about this couple over the years. She couldn't even recall their full names. Joe and Gwen something or other, who occasionally remembered to send Bree a Christmas card. Why had they suddenly developed an interest in their niece? Tony located a pink fuzzy address book and thumbed through the pages. It was sad how few names were in the book. Even sadder how many names had been crossed out over the years. Poor Bree. It was so hard for her to find people she could trust. Tony carried the address book back into the living room and flopped down on the love seat. Vanderkitty jumped onto the back of the love seat to perch by Tony's ear. "You miss your mama?" Tony interpreted the loud purring as a yes. "Yeah, me too." She flipped through the pages of the address book. Aha! Under the P she found Dr. Joe Proctor and Gwen, who lived in Westchester. This had to be them, although Tony hadn't known Uncle Joe as a doctor. She reached over the sofa arm for the cordless phone on the end table and noticed the blinking message light. 4 messages. 3 were from her, since she'd called 3 times. Maybe the 4th one was from Bree. Tony punched the play button and listened to her voice grow increasingly worried with each message. Finally, the last message. "Bree, this is Justin. You gotta forgive me, babe." Right. Tony turned the message off. Then she dialed the number for the Proctors. What kind of doctor was he? A proctologist? Her snort was interrupted by a feminine voice with a Hispanic accent. "Dr. Proctor's residence?" "Hi, is Sabrina there?" Tony heard muffled voices in the background. A different voice came on the phone. "Good evening. This is Gwen Proctor." "I'm Tony, Bree's roommate. I'd like to talk to her." "I'm afraid that's not possible at the moment. She's sleeping, and we hate to wake her up, the poor dear. She's been through such a terrible ordeal." Tell me about it, she thought. Tony had survived a vampire attack, too. "Is she all right?" "Yes, of course." A definite chill had crept into Gwen's voice. "Thank you for calling." "Can you tell her to call me when she wakes up? We don't want to upset her delicate condition." Was that a no? "Bree will want to talk to me." "Perhaps, but you're not qualified to talk to her properly." "My husband is an excellent psychiatrist, an expert in the type of severe psychosis that Sabrina is exhibiting right now." Tony's stomach dropped like she'd swallowed a cement brick. Bree is not psychotic. There was a pause where Tony could hear whispering. "Ms. Davis?" A brusque male voice came on the phone. "This is Dr. Proctor, Sabrina's uncle. I can assure you she's receiving the best care available." "I just want to talk to her." "Under the circumstances, I cannot allow that." Tony's fist squeezed around the receiver. "Look, she's 23 years old. You can't decide whom she talks to." "You would not be a positive influence on her at this time," he answered calmly. "The poor girl believes she was attacked by vampires." Tony gritted her teeth. "Yes, I know." "And she fears they'll return to harm her again. We are providing her a safe environment for her recovery." "That's great, but I still want to talk to her." "The last time she talked to you, she asked you to prove that her attackers were actual vampires," Dr. Proctor continued, "and you agreed." "She was lying there injured in a hospital room. How could I say no?"
I cannot allow her to speak to anyone who will encourage her in these paranoid delusions. You would severely jeopardize the progress we've made."
Tony swallowed hard. "What are you doing to her?"
"Giving her expert care. Good night."
He hung up.
"Wait!"
Tony glared at the receiver.
"You asshole!"
"I hope you're not referring to me."
Startled, Tony jumped in her seat, then turned toward the man climbing through the kitchen window.
"Carlos,"
she scolded her next-door neighbor, "how long have you been there listening?"
"Long enough."
"In that case, I was referring to you." She hung up the phone. Now that she thought about it, she was glad he had eavesdropped. She needed a friend she could confide in, and with Sabrina gone, Carlos was all she had left. It wasn't the first time he had snuck up on her. The man moved with a quiet, stealth-like grace. She assumed he'd acquired the skill from his trips into the Amazon jungle, where a person was better off not announcing his presence. With his shoulder-length black hair, black sweater, and black leather pants, Carlos was barely visible on the fire escape landing their two apartments shared. He straddled the windowsill, his white teeth flashing as he grinned.
"Come now, girl. You should be nice to me. It sounds like you might need someone with my talents."
She snorted. "Which talent would that be? The one where you dance the samba wearing a sequined thong?"
He looked affronted. "I wear a lot more than a thong. I have a hot pink satin cape and a headdress with ostrich feathers. It's enormous." He winked. "Like the rest of me."
Tony laughed. Carlos always went back to Brazil for a few days at carnival time. Since he was working on his master's in anthropology at NYU, he claimed the trip was educational. Tony and Bree had certainly learned some new things from the videos he brought back. He swung his other leg over the windowsill, then straightened his long, lean frame. He was gorgeous, but more likely to dress Tony and Sabrina than date them. Vanderkitty leaped from the love seat, bounced across the kitchen floor, and landed in his arms. "She never greets me like that," Tony muttered.
"She knows who's the boss around here. Hello, love."
He rubbed the cat's head against his smooth, tanned cheek, then set her on the linoleum.
"I was coming over to feed her when I heard you getting all huffy on the phone."
"That was Sabrina's aunt and uncle. They've got her at their house, and they won't let me talk to her."
"Huh. Some people are so rude."
Carlos opened the cabinet under the sink and removed Van's bag of kibble.
"Menina, you said you'd tell me what was going on."
"Yeah, I know." But how could she explain without sounding crazy? "I hardly know where to start."
"Start with the bastard who attacked Sabrina."
Carlos poured kibble into Van's bowl.
"It was Sunday night, yes?"
"Yes. She went ice skating with Justin in Central Park. They had an argument, and she left on her own." Carlos put the kibble back under the sink and slammed the cabinet door shut.
"Merda. She should have called me."
"Or me," Tony agreed. Unfortunately, Justin upset her so much she wasn't thinking properly. Carlos's amber eyes narrowed.
"Did he hurt her?"
"Emotionally, yes. He made a comment about how they should spend the money she's going to inherit."
Carlos winced. "I didn't think he knew about that."
"Me neither. Anyway, Bree felt totally betrayed, and she took off on her own. Then the bad guys attacked her."
"Poor menina."
Carlos strode into the living room and perched on the arm of the easy chair. "There were 3 thugs," Tony explained. "Bree ended up with abrasions and cracked ribs. Some people found her lying unconscious in the snow and called 911. The police interviewed her at the hospital, but they thought she was delusional, from all the hypothermia and blood loss. They didn't believe her story."
Carlos made a sound of disgust. "She was obviously attacked. Did they think she injured herself?"
"No, but they thought she was imagining the thugs worse than they really were."
"They beat her up and left her for dead. What could be worse than that?"
"Vampires," she thought. But no one had believed Bree. Even Tony had thought her friend was conjuring up some imaginary boogie monsters as a response to the trauma she'd endured. Bree was upset when no one believed her, so she asked me to go to the park and find the guys who attacked her.
Carlos sat back.
"Are you crazy, girl? You should have asked me to come with you."
He was right. Carlos was an expert in martial arts.
When he had first met Tony and Bree 2 years ago, he'd insisted they go to classes with him. I wish I had, but I didn't think anything would happen. Carlos frowned.
You didn't believe her either?
I believe her now. Monday night, I was alone in the park, and the 3 guys showed up. I tried fighting them off, but Tony had done well until they'd started moving super fast. That had been her first clue that the attackers weren't normal. Then a blast of cold air had slammed against her head, and they had invaded her mind. The memory caused a shudder to run down her spine.
Menina.
Carlos sat beside her on the love seat.
What are you not telling me?
I can't explain. It's too strange. He gave her an annoyed look.
I spent part of my childhood in the Amazon jungle. I spent last summer in the jungles of Malaysia. I have seen stranger things than you can imagine.
Tony took a deep breath. She wasn't supposed to tell anyone about vampires. But how could she explain Sabrina's dilemma without revealing their existence? I need your word you won't repeat this to anyone. I'm serious. I'll be in big trouble if the truth gets out because of me.
I can keep a secret. Tell me.
The bad guys bit Sabrina. Me too.
Carlos stiffened. They were like animals? They wanted your flesh?
No. They wanted blood. They were vampires. She watched Carlos's face, half afraid he would laugh at her. He stared blankly at her for a few seconds, then raised his dark eyebrows.
Are you serious?
I could show you the bite marks.
Vampires?
Yes. They have nasty long fangs, and they can move super fast. And the worst thing? They can take over your mind. Carlos dragged a hand through his black hair, pushing it back from his face and revealing a small gold stud in each ear.
My God, Menina. How did you ever escape?
Then you believe me?
Yes. I know you wouldn't make something like this up. He took her hand in his. Tell me everything.
She closed her eyes briefly. It was terrifying. They were inside my head, ordering me to do things against my will. My mind was screaming no, but I couldn't stop them. Carlos squeezed her hand.
It's okay, love.
Then, out of nowhere, this big guy in a kilt showed up, brandishing a sword and yelling at the vampires to leave me alone. Carlos's amber eyes lit up.
Oh my, a macho hero.
That's what I thought. He stabbed one of the vampires with his sword, and it turned to dust. The other ones released me so they could fight him. And that's when I realized my mind was free. So I joined in on the fight.
Oh, good for you, girl.
Then the 2 bad guys vanished and...
Vanished?
Yeah. It's another vampire thing. Then the Scotsman grabbed me and we vanished too.
Carlos gasped. Merda! Where did you go? His eyes narrowed. Are you saying the Scotsman is a vampire too?
Yes, but he's a good one. His name is Connor, and he took me to Romatech Industries.
Carlos nodded slowly. I've heard of that place. It's run by that famous scientist who invented synthetic blood.
Roman Dragonesti. I met him. He's the leader of the good vamps.
Good vamps?
Yeah. Roman gave me a blood transfusion. Then Connor offered to erase my memory of the whole ordeal. They really don't want people to know that they exist.
Carlos gave her a wry look. I can believe that.
But I couldn't let them erase my memory, because I needed to tell Sabrina that she was right.
Claro.
Luckily, there was another option. Connor knew I could fight, so he offered me a job, guarding the vamps during the day. You see, they're totally helpless then, and they're in desperate need of mortals they can trust.
So that's where you've been during the day? Carlos asked. You're guarding vampires?
Yes. Today was my second day. It's a fairly easy job. They're basically dead during the day, so there's not much going on. But I do have to stay there. I'd be in big trouble if I left them unguarded.
Carlos snorted. If they're dead, how could they know if you left?
I have to call in reports to my mortal supervisor, Howard, and he's watching me on monitors. He's been very understanding. He's taking over for me Friday so I can take my final. and he let me use the answering machine today when every ditzy female in the city was calling for him.
Him?
I don't want to talk about him. I've got enough problems without him.
Ah!
The corners of Carlos's mouth tilted up.
So is this him, one of them?
He's a vamp, yes. A very annoying one. Of all the vamps, Ian was the only one who suspected her of a hidden agenda. The fact that he was correct just made it more aggravating. The man was driving her crazy. Since her attack, she had every reason to hate vampires. The damned monsters deserved to be hated. It was like they'd stripped her humanity by reducing her to nothing but a food source. And when they'd taken over her mind, it had felt like her soul was being squashed. So how the hell could she find Ian so attractive? For a second, she'd thought he must be controlling her mind, but she'd never felt the jab of cold air on her brow. Nor had she heard his voice in her head. No, her attraction was real. Crazy, but real.
Any man would be blessed and honored to receive your love.
Her heart had almost stopped when he'd said that. It was the loveliest thing anyone had ever told her. It made her feel attractive and worthy. I am worthy to be loved. The way he had looked at her, like he was reaching deep inside her, had made her painfully aware of an emptiness in her soul. He was dangerous and beautiful.
Menina, it seems to me you have a conflict of interest.
I'm not going to let him get to me.
Carlos smiled. I wasn't referring to him, though I suppose he does explain that mushy look on your face.
Excuse me?
Carlos chuckled. I was referring to this new job of yours. You're paid to protect the vamps, yes?
Yes, I took a vow to protect them.
But at the same time, you want to prove Sabrina's telling the truth about vampires. Seems to me if you expose the secret about vampires, you will be breaking your vow to protect them.
I thought about that. You see, if we just let a lawyer or a psychiatrist know the truth, then they'll be bound by client confidentiality. So they'll know Bree isn't crazy. But at the same time, they won't be able to expose the vamps and hurt them.
Ah, Carlos nodded. A tricky plan, but a good one.
The problem is finding actual proof of their existence. I thought about taking photos of them in their death sleep, but they look totally normal.
Like they're asleep? Carlos asked.
Exactly. Well, Dougal looks kind of dead, 'cause he sleeps in a coffin, but even so, it would just look like a photo of a dead guy, and people die all the time. It's hardly revolutionary. I looked in their library.
They have a library? They're not in a dark, gloomy crypt somewhere in the graveyard?
No, they have a luxurious townhouse. 5 floors of beautiful antiques and artwork. You wouldn't believe the canopy bed I'm sleeping in.
Oh, God.
Carlos pressed a hand against his broad chest.
It sounds fabulous. When can I see it?
I can't sneak you in past the surveillance cameras.
He scoffed. Don't bet on it, girlfriend. So what's the story with Sabrina?
Her aunt and uncle checked her out of the hospital and took her to their house in Westchester. Uncle Joe's a psychiatrist, and he says she's suffering from severe psychosis. He won't let me talk to her. Carlos frowned.
What do you know about this aunt and uncle?
Not much. They never showed much interest in Bree before now.
Yes, but she stands to inherit a lot of money once she graduates, yes?
Yep, 85 million.
Carlos's eyes widened. I had no idea it was so much.
Well, she doesn't advertise it for obvious reasons. Her parents didn't want her to become a useless trust fund baby, so they stipulated in their will that she had to graduate from college before she could inherit the whole amount. She's been getting a yearly allowance since she was 14.
And when does she graduate?
Next spring. Well, actually, it'll be longer than that because she's getting incompletes this semester.
Carlos stood and paced across the floor. She could be in serious trouble.
Tony swallowed hard. I was afraid of that.
I need all the information you have on the aunt and uncle.
This is it. Tony handed him the pink fuzzy address book. Their last name is Proctor. He ripped out the page, then folded it.
I'll check them out, especially their financial records.
How will you do that? He slipped the paper into a pocket of his tight leather pants.
I have a computer.
So do I, but I wouldn't know how to check on someone.
No offense, love, but it took you months to learn how to download email.
Tony sighed. It was true. She was totally inept when it came to modern technology. She'd lived her first 13 years at her grandmother's house in rural Alabama, where their one phone had a rotary dial and their one television had 4 channels and no remote control. That reminds me. She dug through her handbag and handed him her cell. I need a different ringtone.
He grinned. You don't want to rock the boys?
No, I'll leave that to you. I need something less loud, please.
No problem.
He jammed the phone into his pocket.
How long were you planning to stay here?
About half an hour. I need to pack some more clothes to take back with me.
Fine, I'll be right back.
Carlos slipped out the kitchen window. Tony looked in the refrigerator for something to drink, but everything there had caffeine. Not good when she needed to be asleep by 10 every night so she could rise early in the morning. She poured herself a glass of ice water, then headed to her bedroom to pack. Monday night, after she'd survived the attack and accepted employment, she'd been stuffed in the back seat of a sedan, and Dougal had driven her here to pick up some clothes. She'd been in such a state of shock, she'd only grabbed a few things from her bedroom, while Dougal had waited in the living room. Then he'd driven her straight to the townhouse, and she'd been there ever since. She realized now that the Vamps hadn't wanted her to get loose with the knowledge she possessed. The fact that she'd been allowed to go out tonight must mean that they had decided to trust her. How long would she have to live with them? It was hard to say. How could she help Sabrina if she couldn't even talk to her?
Your phone's ready.
Carlos strolled into her bedroom. She jumped. Good grief. He was too good at sneaking up on people. She dropped the cell phone into her suitcase, next to her box of daily contacts. Carlos wandered over to inspect her clothes closet.
This is too frumpy. Oh my God, I love this black leather vest. What a shame it's too small for me.
He took the vest out to admire it. Tony smiled as she emptied her underwear drawer in the suitcase. She had missed Carlos.
By the way, I did a quick check on Dr. Proctor's financial records. He's in debt up to his greedy little eyeballs. Been living way beyond his means.
Tony's mouth fell open. You were gone 20 minutes and you learned all that? Carlos shrugged and hung her vest back in the closet. Then he gasped.
Girlfriend, hasn't anyone ever told you never ever wear horizontal stripes?
He pulled out the offending t-shirt.
It should be burned.
Thanks, I was looking for that. Tony whipped the t-shirt out of his hands and tossed it in her suitcase.
Huh.
Carlos proceeded to her dresser to check out the rest of her clothes.
Now this is nice. You should take these.
He pulled out a skimpy red satin teddy. It's December. I'm taking some flannel pajamas.
But menina, don't you want to look sexy for him?
Tony slammed her suitcase shut. You have definitely gotten the wrong idea about him. Carlos's amber eyes twinkled.
Are you sure? I only need to mention him and your cheeks bloom like a red rose.
That's irritation, not attraction. Tony pulled her suitcase off the bed and rolled it from the room. I've got to go, Carlos. Take care of Vander Kitty.
Will do. And I'll see what else I can find out about Sabrina's uncle.
Thank you. Tony stopped to give him a hug. I don't know what I'd do without you. He grinned.
Now hurry on back to him.
Stuff it, Carlos. She left the apartment to the sound of his chuckling. Hopefully Ian would be busy all night pursuing vamp women. If she was really lucky, she'd make it back to the townhouse and her bedroom without having to see him at all. Chapter 6. Ian approached the bed where Tony was sleeping. Her heartbeat was steady, her face calm and peaceful. He hoped she was having sweet dreams. Connor had described the attack on her. She'd be lucky if it wasn't giving her nightmares. He thought back to the last time he'd had a dream. It was the eve of the Battle of Solway Moss in 1542. He'd slept fitfully the night before his first battle, and he dreamed of shallow mountain streams turning red with blood. He fell into the stream, and it suddenly became bottomless, sucking him under, drowning him in blood. The very next night, he joined the ranks of the undead when Angus had found him dying on the battlefield. Ian snorted. At least in the last 460 years, he'd greatly improved his fighting skills. He'd never been seriously injured since that first fateful night. And he was no longer plagued with nightmares before battle. He no longer dreamed at all. He'd begun his investigation at Romatech by having Connor tell him about the attack Monday night. Connor had overheard the malcontents' mental voices as they controlled Tony, and he'd used those voices as a beacon to teleport straight to the scene of the crime. When Ian examined her personnel file, he'd been surprised to learn that she had an apartment in Greenwich Village. He'd also been surprised by the bachelor's degree in general business and a near-complete master's in sociology. Why would someone that smart take a dead-end job, guarding the undead? Was she conducting a study? Connor didn't believe she was using them for research. After all, she couldn't have known about their existence before the malcontents had attacked her. He had run a background check, and her only offense was a traffic ticket for speeding. Like Dougal, Connor had asked Ian not to chase her away. Until Phil returned from Texas, they were in desperate need of a day guard. What Ian hadn't said was that he was in more danger of pulling her close than pushing her away.
"Do not pester her," Connor had ordered. "The lass needs time to recover."
So Ian had gone to the Horny Devils for his 2 dates. The women had been pleasant enough, but his mind kept returning to Tony and the inconsistencies between her personnel file and what she told him. He glanced at the digital clock next to her bed. 6:30, Thursday morning. Shouldn't she be waking soon? He paced around the room. His gaze continued to wander back to her, all snug and cozy in her bed. With his superior vision, he could still see her well in the dark room. She was lovely, the way her golden hair spilled across the pillow, the way her delicate hands curled close to her face. Bloody hell. He paced away. He had to stop thinking about her that way. He'd already decided he wanted a vamp woman who was honest, loyal, intelligent, and pretty. Tony wasn't a vamp, and he had serious doubts about her honesty and loyalty. But she was very intelligent and pretty, not to mention intriguing. She seemed to ignite all his senses at once, and it was such an intoxicating feeling, he found himself looking for any excuse to be with her. He stopped. Was that why he felt this compulsion to investigate her? He mentally reviewed his suspicions. No, his questions were legit. It was his attraction to her that was way out of line. She was a guard. She was forbidden. When the alarm went off, he zipped to the bedside table and turned it off. With a little moan, she stretched. Her eyes opened.
"Good morning, lass."
She gasped and pulled the covers up to her chin. She quickly looked around the room, then focused on him. "What are you doing here?"
"We need to talk."
"Now?" She squinted at her door, still closed and locked. "How did you get in here?"
"I teleported in. Your door wasn't damaged."
"That's not the point. You invaded my privacy." He shrugged one shoulder.
"Do you not look at me when I'm in my death sleep?"
"That's my job."
"And investigation is my job. I have a few questions regarding your employment application. First off, I notice you did not give your complete first name."
She gave him an annoyed look. "I have to go to the bathroom, and you need to do your vanishing act." She slipped out of bed and waved a hand at him. "Hocus pocus, disappear." He stepped back as she strode to the bathroom, and he couldn't help but notice how her breasts jiggled slightly beneath her red t-shirt. No bra. With his superior vision, he could detect the exact location and shape of her nipples. When she passed him, he turned to watch her from behind. Her pajama bottoms were red with little black and white penguins. They fit snugly around her hips and rounded bottom. When she paused at the bathroom door, he quickly lifted his gaze so she wouldn't catch him ogling her. She glared at him. "Why are you still here?"
"We have not talked yet."
With a groan, she entered the bathroom, then shut the door in his face. He paced about the room. He didn't want to question her through the door. He needed to see her face to help him decide if she was being truthful. He glanced at the clock. He didn't have much time before the sun reached the horizon. He raised his voice so she could hear him. "I wanted to thank you for the wee practice session. I felt more comfortable talking to my dates." No answer. He moved close to the door and heard the water being turned on. "The ladies were very pleasant to talk to. I enjoyed their company, but it just was not right. There was something missing. Some je ne sais quoi." "Chemistry," she said, then muttered a curse. "Idiot. Don't talk to him," she whispered to herself. He grinned. "After my dates, I came back here to go through the phone messages. I found 3 recordings where the ladies actually admitted to being vamps. So I called them back and arranged to meet them tonight." No answer. There was a brushing sound, followed by some spitting. He figured she was brushing her teeth. "You'll be happy to know that I phoned all the immortals who called during the day. I told them I was very sorry, but I was already taken." The door opened, and she gazed at him, her pretty green eyes wide with surprise. "You called all of them?" "Aye. Some of them weren't at home, so I left a message." "There were hundreds of them." "I know. It took me several hours." He rubbed his whiskered chin. "I've been told recently that I'm a rude, arrogant snob, so I'm trying to mend my evil ways." She snorted. "Too late." She walked past him to the dresser and removed some undies from a drawer. Blue and lacy, he noted. "I left a new recording on the answering machine, so anyone who calls today will hear that I'm no longer available." "Oh, that was a good idea." "Aye." He felt a sudden pull, as if a vacuum cleaner was sucking out his energy. The sun must be nearing the horizon. "I'd like to discuss your employment application." I filled it out truthfully. She planted a hand on her hip. "And I'm insulted that you're questioning that." "I'm not saying you lied." He yawned as he moved toward her. She glanced at the clock. "You're just about out of time, huh? And I need to take my shower, so off you go." He felt another tug from his death sleep and grabbed a bedpost to steady himself. "Aw, feeling a little sleepy, are you? Time to go Betty bye?" He steeled himself against the weakness. "I still have some time. Answer my questions and I'll leave." She opened the closet and tugged a polo shirt off a hanger. "The way I see it, I only have to avoid you for about 2 more minutes." She grabbed a pair of pants and turned toward the bathroom. He zoomed forward and caught her in his arms. She gasped. He inclined his head closer to hers. "Can you avoid me now?" She clasped her clothes to her chest with one hand and pushed at him with the other. "I'm not talking to you." He noted with great satisfaction that her push had been weak. She didn't object as much as she pretended to, and her body was warm and soft. He splayed his hands across her back and pulled her closer. "We could find other ways to pass the time." Her eyes flashed with anger. You're a liar." She shoved harder and he released her. "I have not lied to you, lass." "You said you only wanted vamp women." She stepped back and hugged her clothes to her chest. "Why should I tell you anything if you're not trustworthy?" He couldn't believe it. She was turning the tables on him. "It's you I do not completely trust." "You're the one trying to break the rule of non-involvement." "Bloody hell, I'm a man. Do you expect me not to notice how beautiful ye are?" He swayed on his feet. She reached out a hand to steady him, then pulled her arm back before making contact. "Don't you dare fall dead in my bedroom. How could I explain that?" "No one will know I was here. Trust me." She gave him a sad look. "How could I ever trust a vampire?" "I'm still a man," he whispered, "and I would never hurt you." With his last ounce of energy, he teleported to the 5th floor, pulled off his jumper, and collapsed on the bed. He'd get his answers tonight. As death sleep washed over him, he wished he could dream of lovely girls with golden hair and eyes as green as a highland meadow in springtime. "I deserve to be happy. I will accomplish my goals." Tony began her morning affirmations in the shower. As she soaped up her arm, she recalled how Ian had grabbed her and pulled her close. She'd been too stunned to fight him off. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I will achieve something meaningful with my life. I am worthy to be loved. Damn it, she liked being in his arms. She was out of her mind. She wouldn't think about him anymore. She rinsed off and started her affirmations again. I deserve to be happy.
Do you expect me not to notice how beautiful you are?
Good grief. Now his words were repeating in her head. But what nice words. And what had he told her earlier?
Any man would be blessed and honored to receive your love.
With a sigh, she turned the water off. She'd waited all her life to hear someone tell her the right words. What rotten luck that it was coming from a vampire. She dressed, popped in her contacts, and pulled her damp hair back into a ponytail. She'd dry it later. For now, she needed to make her rounds and call in her first report. She went to the basement to make sure the little vamps were all snug in their little vamp beds. Dougal and Phineas were fine. Time for the long trek upstairs. Of all the floors, Ian had to pick the top one. At least the 5 flights were good cardio. She found him on the king-sized bed, stretched out in his kilt, white t-shirt, socks, and shoes. His sweater was on the floor. She picked it up, folded it, and placed it beside him on the bed. His face was peaceful, but rugged with black stubble shading his jaw. She fought an urge to stroke a fingertip down his cheek and poke the dimple in his chin. She turned away from his face and noted his shoes. That couldn't be comfy. She had one shoe pulled off when she realized it had only been yesterday morning when she'd been afraid to even touch him. She glanced at his face. He was becoming human to her. And not just human, but attractive. Damn. She dropped his second shoe on the floor and left the room. She needed to quit this job as soon as possible. She just needed to find proof that the vamps existed. Then she could shove that proof in Dr. Proctor's face and demand he let Sabrina go. And then she would be out of here. She'd never have to see Ian again. A sudden wave of sadness caught her by surprise. Damn. Why couldn't he have been mortal? Why couldn't she have met him at NYU? If he'd approached her there with his gorgeous face and lilting soft accent, she would have fallen for him in a second. God help her. She wanted to hear him say more lovely things to her. She wanted to know if his thick black hair felt soft if she raked her fingers through it. How old was he exactly? He'd mentioned the 16th century. It was fascinating once she thought about all the things he must have seen over the centuries. What kind of baggage was he carrying on his broad shoulders? What kept him going night after night through the centuries? Did he really want to share his long life with one special woman? Stop thinking about him. She strode across the office and sat at the desk. The computer hadn't yielded any proof. Maybe there was something in the drawers. She rummaged through the desk and discovered a thin black book. The title, printed in white, read, The Black Pages. As she scanned the first few pages, her heart began to race. This could be it. Proof positive. The advertisements were clearly meant for the vamp public. Ace aluminum blinds and shutters. Block out that annoying sunlight and enjoy the dark. Aerobics and weight training. Is your body centuries old? Keep it in great shape with us. Brooklyn Blood Bank. Catering to vamp needs. Are you tired of synthetic blood and hankering for the real thing? This was it. She was so excited she called Carlos. It's called The Black Pages. It's perfect. I'm not sure it constitutes proof, Carlos said with a yawn. Anybody can print anything off a computer. Tony groaned. Don't be such a downer. I'm sorry, Menina. I'll be happy to look at it, though. Can you bring it tonight? Let's have dinner at your place. I'll order in Chinese. That sounds wonderful. She would switch to her biggest handbag so she could sneak the phone book out of the house. Have you found out anything more about Sabrina's uncle? Not yet. I have a final this afternoon and a paper due tomorrow, but I'll find the time. Okay. Good luck with your stuff. Tony hung up. It was 8 a.m. and time for her first report. After she got off the phone with Howard, The phone started ringing constantly. She was relieved Ian had recorded the new message, and she didn't have to deal with all the girls who thought he was hot, even if they were right. By 4:30 that evening, she was ready to go. She had hidden the black pages in a big handbag. The minute Dougal and Phineas arrived in the kitchen, she said her goodbyes and headed for the front door. Ian materialized in the foyer just as she was unlocking the door.
"Tony, wait."
He rushed forward and stumbled, nearly falling on his face. He righted himself just in time.
"Bugger."
She hesitated before opening the door. "Are you all right?" Good grief, the poor man was blushing.
"My feet grew from a size 9 to a 13 in 12 days, he muttered. "I'm still getting used to it."
His feet weren't the only things that had grown. Tony's face grew hot as she attempted to override that memory. She was being shallow, she chided herself. The man must have suffered while he was growing that fast. It must have been painful. He shrugged one shoulder.
"It was worth it to finally look like a man."
And what a man. Well, you certainly got some good results. His eyes started to twinkle.
"Like a hot stud muffin?"
She winced. That line was going to haunt her the rest of her days. He stepped toward her.
"We still need to talk."
Not that again. Maybe she should try a new tactic. "I'd love to talk, but can we do it later? I have to go now. My dinner date is waiting." His eyes narrowed.
"You have a date?"
She started to say it was just with an old friend, but why put the guy out of his misery? He looked kind of jealous, and she kind of liked it. "You're not the only one who dates around here, you know." He frowned.
"I have 3 dates tonight."
"Great, stud muffin, rub it in." "Have fun."
"Not."
She marched out the door. Chapter 7. 45 minutes later, Tony was in her apartment wolfing down Chinese food and giggling with Carlos over the advertisements in the black pages.
"Look at this one," he pointed. "Undead body armor. Protect your chest against those pesky wooden stakes."
She nearly choked on a noodle. I still like the fang file the best. Gotta keep those fangs sharp. Carlos chuckled.
"You know what's good, Menina? You're able to laugh at vampires now."
Believe me, that awful attack still bothers me. I'm just getting better at not thinking about it. If she did think about it, she'd probably burst into tears. I have a long history of learning to laugh at pain instead of cry. He patted her arm.
"You're doing fine. How long can you stay tonight? I'd like to do a recon of Dr. Proctor's house in Westchester. We need to know the layout in case we have to extract Sabrina."
"Excuse me?" Sometimes Carlos didn't exactly sound like an anthropology student.
"Never mind. I'll handle the uncle. You keep working on getting proof that these vampires exist."
She sighed. They'd already decided that anyone reading the black pages would simply think it was a joke book. I'm totally stumped. I mean, it sounds easy to get proof, but it's not. Even if I videotaped someone admitting he's a vampire, people would just think I had hired an actor. Carlos stared into space for a moment while he considered.
"You need to catch them in the act. Get a recording of them vanishing or their fangs coming out. Go someplace where a lot of them are gathered, and they feel totally free to be themselves."
A vampire hangout?
Exactly.
He jumped up and headed to the kitchen window.
"I've got something in my apartment you can use."
A rope of garlic? There was a loud knock on her door, and she jumped. Carlos hesitated.
"Are you expecting someone?"
"No." She rushed to the door and peered through the peephole. Oh no! Oh, shoot. With his super hearing, he'd probably heard her.
"What's wrong?"
Carlos reversed direction and headed back into the living room. Nothing. Damn. How had Ian discovered her address? Her employment application, of course. He'd probably gone back to Romatech to get it. A second knock shook the door, and she scooted away from it.
"You want me to get it?"
Carlos asked. "No, I'll get it," she whispered. "It's just him."
"Him? The infamous him of no name?"
She lifted a finger to her mouth to shush Carlos up. No doubt Supervamp was listening to them. Carlos's mouth curled up.
"The him whose very mention causes your eyes to glaze over with a take-me-I'm-yours look?"
"That's not true." Tony winced as she looked back at the door. She dashed over to Carlos and hissed quietly,
"Go back to your place now before I kill you."
"Are you kidding?" Carlos perched on the arm of the easy chair.
"I wouldn't miss him for anything."
She swatted Carlos on the shoulder, but he didn't budge. It was no use. She leaned close so she could whisper,
"Don't say a word about him being a vamp. You're not supposed to know."
"My lips are sealed."
Carlos's eyes twinkled.
"Unless he has other plans."
She huffed.
"Don't you dare make a move on him." "Ah, feeling a bit territorial, are we?"
She glared at Carlos's smirking face. A third knock banged loudly.
"He's not getting any younger, love,"
Carlos murmured.
"Let the poor man in."
"I am going to kill you."
She gasped when she realized the black pages was sitting right there on the coffee table. She stuffed it under the easy chair's seat cushion, then rushed to the door. Vanderkitty followed her. She flipped the lock and opened the door.
"About time."
Ian marched in, his kilt swinging about his knees. His gaze flitted past Tony to rest on Carlos. With a lift of his chin, Ian regarded the other man sternly.
"I do not believe we have met. Are you Tony's date?"
Carlos remained sitting while he looked Ian over.
"Nice kilt."
Van hissed at Ian, then jumped into Carlos's lap.
"Good kitty."
He slowly petted the cat. Ian arched a brow.
"Who are ye, and why are ye here?"
Tony stepped in front of him. "It's none of your business what I do when I'm off duty." Ian lowered his voice.
"Aye, but when ye are on duty, I'm not in a very talkative mood. Ye said ye'd love to talk to me later, so I'm here. This is later."
"This is not a good time." He glanced at their empty plates on the coffee table.
"You're done with your dinner, aye?"
Carlos set Van in the easy chair, then approached with a hand extended.
"I'm Carlos Pantera, Tony's next-door neighbor."
Ian shook his hand.
"Ian McPhee."
Carlos glanced from Tony to Ian and smiled.
"I'll leave you two alone then."
"You don't need to go, Carlos." Tony gave him a pointed look.
"Menina, I have a little gift for you, remember? I'll be right back."
He sauntered toward the kitchen. Tony frowned at Ian. "I thought you had 3 dates tonight."
"Not real dates," Ian muttered. "I'm just meeting them at a nightclub."
He lowered his voice.
"For my kind."
"A nightclub?" Carlos asked with one foot on the windowsill.
"You should take Tony. She loves music and dancing. Don't you, Menina?"
She stared at Carlos, confused.
"It's not a suitable place for her," Ian began.
"Too wild?" Carlos asked.
"Don't worry. Tony loves to get wild, don't you, love?"
He winked.
I do not think she would like it,"
Ian insisted, and Tony realized he wasn't able to explain that this was a vampire nightclub.
"Tony just adores places with lots of action."
Carlos gave her a pointed look, and it finally clicked. A vampire hangout. It might be the perfect place to get the proof she needed. "Oh, yes! I would love to go!" Ian's eyes widened.
"You would?"
"Of course!" She gave him a dazzling smile.
"You will take me, won't you?"
"But you know what kind of people would be there," he whispered.
"I'd really like to go."
Tony made sure that Carlos had disappeared through the kitchen window. "I'm still a bit uncomfortable around vampires, but if I go with you to this club, it might help me get over it. I could see you all in a different light." Ian nodded.
"Connor told me how bad the attack was. I'm very sorry."
"Oh. Did he really care?"
I'm okay."
He looked genuinely concerned.
"It happened only a few nights ago. You have not had time to recover."
"Well," she smoothed a loose tendril of hair back from her brow.
"Connor said you fought bravely. He was very impressed."
She drew in a shaky breath. No, damn it. She wasn't over it. This whole conversation was getting on her nerves, and the bite marks on her chest and torso were starting to itch. I don't know how I would have survived if Connor hadn't come along when he did.
"I understand now why you hate mind control so much. Connor told me how they forced you to take—"
"Please stop." She didn't want the memories crashing over her right now.
"Tony."
He touched her shoulder, and she flinched.
"Ah, lass, I would never hurt you."
She blinked, refusing to cry. This would never do. A stubborn, suspicious Ian she could handle, but a sweet, compassionate one? He was melting all her defenses. She backed away and folded her arms across her bite-marked torso. So, how is the investigation going? Have you decided whether I'm trustworthy yet?
I still do not know your full name, but your refusal to talk to me is very understandable after the way you were attacked.
True. Or maybe her refusal was a shield to keep her from feeling too attracted to this guy. Not that she would ever admit that.
I'm still not certain why ye did not let Connor erase the memory. It is causing ye pain, lass.
She snorted. If I had all my bad memories erased, there wouldn't be much left. Ian frowned.
Surely that cannot be so.
Tony thought back. No, there had been happy times. Sweet memories of her grandmother. Fun times with Sabrina. Moments of pride when she'd done well in school. My mother didn't want me. With a wince, she pressed a hand against her mouth. Damn, how had that slipped out? Ian looked stunned.
How could that be?
I'm illegitimate. He shrugged one shoulder.
I did not think that mattered in modern times.
It didn't matter to my grandmother. She was happy to raise me. But my mom has always been embarrassed by her big mistake. Me. Tony waved a hand in dismissal. It's not important. I don't know why I mentioned it.
Because it causes you pain. It's the pain we endure that makes us strong. You're very brave not to run from it.
Tony's gaze was drawn once more to Ian's, and she felt her pulse jump. Her skin tingled with awareness. Her lips went dry. Her mind grew fuzzy, and all she could think about was moving closer to him. When he stepped toward her, she wondered if he was feeling the same compulsion.
I know the memory causes you pain, but I'm very glad you kept it.
You want me to suffer?
Nay, but if you had not kept your memories, I would have never met you.
Oh. Her brain grew even foggier, and she couldn't think of anything to say. She licked her lips, then noticed his gaze shifting to her mouth. Oh, God. I'm back, Carlos announced at the kitchen window. Tony jerked back to her senses. Good grief. How long had she and Ian stared at each other? He moved back and folded his arms across his chest. Carlos sauntered into the living room and gasped.
What are you doing, girl? You haven't changed clothes.
Excuse me?
You can't go to a nightclub like that.
Carlos huffed.
Come on, let's get you ready.
He grabbed her arm and dragged her toward her bedroom.
Make yourself comfortable, Ian. We'll just be a moment.
Ian looked confused.
You're dressing her? Don't worry, I'll make sure she looks fabulous.
Carlos shoved her into the bedroom and shut the door. Then he rushed over to her closet.
You'll need to show some skin. How about this?
He pulled out a short denim skirt. I'll freeze my tail off.
You're wearing it.
Carlos tossed it on the bed, then returned to the closet.
You have to wear this vest. I just love it.
He dropped the black leather vest on the bed. I'll need a shirt underneath.
Must you?
Carlos groaned.
If you insist.
He grabbed a sleeveless white turtleneck top.
Now you'll need some black boots, more makeup, and God forbid you wear that ponytail.
You think this club will help? She whispered.
Yes, and I have something for you.
Carlos pulled something small and metallic from his pants pocket. He attached it to her vest.
It'll send images back to me.
It looked like a spy camera. Are you sure you're an anthropology student?
He chuckled. Some of the jungle tribes I've come across don't like the bigger cameras. They get very nervous when they see themselves shrunk down inside a little box. So I've learned it's better to record them this way.
Oh. She supposed that made sense.
You're all set.
Carlos patted her shoulder.
Good luck.
Ian listened as he sat on the love seat, but whenever they whispered, he caught only a word or two. Something about nervous jungle tribes? What the hell was Carlos talking about? And why should he get to watch Tony dress? Just how close was he to Tony? The man had introduced himself as only a next-door neighbor. A slight sound drew his attention. Carlos had exited Tony's room, closing the door with a click. He hunched over and shut his eyes, his brow furrowed. Ian opened his mouth to ask what was wrong when Carlos suddenly straightened. He pressed a hand against his chest.
I swear by all that is holy, if I ever find another scrunchie in this apartment, I will hack it to pieces with a meat cleaver.
Ian wasn't sure what a scrunchie was, but it sounded ominous.
Is Tony all right?
Yes.
Thank God I was there to save her. You'll just love the outfit I picked out, and I gave her a new do.
A new what? Ian was confused.
I insisted she wear more makeup.
Carlos waved a hand to emphasize his words.
But she's such a natural beauty, she hardly needs any at all. Don't you just hate that?
Were they speaking the same language?
She's very pretty. She's a nice girl.
Carlos's face grew grim.
I'll be very upset if you hurt her.
Now this he understood.
I would never harm her.
Ian leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees.
How long have you known her? 2 years. She and Sabrina are like sisters to me.
Who's Sabrina?
Oh dear. I left the quesadilla in the oven. See you later, Ian.
Carlos dashed to the kitchen, scooted through the kitchen window, then shut it behind him. There was something definitely odd about that man. His scent was off, and his behavior inconsistent. There was a click of stiletto heels against the wooden floor, and Ian's attention snapped back to the bedroom door. "I'm ready," Tony announced. He gulped. His brain quickly registered luscious red-painted lips, loose silken hair, a clingy knit top, a tiny skirt, trim golden thighs, and high-heeled black boots. He blinked. She was still there, still stunning. She walked toward him, her hips swaying just enough to hypnotize. "Will this be okay for your club?"
"Aye,"
he croaked. Thank God the Horny Devils was mostly full of females, but even a female vamp could be tempted by Tony.
"You'd better stay close to me."
"How can I?" She leaned over the coffee table to gather her belongings, and her knit top molded tightly against her breasts. "Don't you have 3 dates?"
"Aye."
Her bra must be too tight, for he could swear she was spilling out of it.
"They're lovely handfuls."
She shrugged on her jacket. "So you think they're beautiful?" His gaze dropped to her long, lean thighs.
"Aye, slender and golden, kissed by the sun."
"They're tanned?" She looped her scarf around her neck. "How did they manage that? Hello?" He dragged his eyes up to hers.
"Yes?"
She gave him an annoyed look. "Let me give you a little dating advice. Look at a woman's face when you talk to her, not her skirt."
"Your skirt invites a man's attention. I've seen handkerchiefs that were bigger."
She swung her handbag over her shoulder. "At least I wear underwear under my skirt."
"I hope they're nice since everyone is sure to see them."
Her eyes glinted with challenge. "Not everyone." He smiled slowly.
"We'll see about that."
With blushing cheeks, she turned toward the door. "Let's not keep your dates waiting." Ian jumped up and hurried past her to open the door. She stepped into the hall and dug the keys from her handbag. "Where is this club?"
"Hell's Kitchen."
"How appropriate." She locked the door. "Are you going to click your heels and magically poof us over there?"
"No, I'm driving."
He escorted her toward the stairs. It would be faster if he teleported them straight to the club, but driving her there would give him more time to talk to her.
"I have a car parked nearby."
She started down the stairs. "You know how to drive?"
"I've been driving since 1913.
"Good grief. I hope you traded in for a newer model." He grinned.
"Actually, I still have my first car. A 1913 Rolls-Royce. I've kept my favourites over the years. A 38 Bentley, a 59 Morgan, and a 69 MGB Roadster. My latest purchase is a 2005 Aston Martin."
She halted halfway down the stairs with a stunned look on her face. "You really do collect expensive cars. Don't tell me the other stuff in your profile is true."
"What other stuff?"
She continued down the stairs. "Stuff like your enchanted castle in the Highlands?" He chuckled.
"I would not call it enchanted, unless ye are entranced by the notion of mildew."
Then you really do have a castle?
It's not nearly as huge as Angus's castle. I would describe it as more of a large manor house.
Oh, how cozy. With an irritated look, she crossed the foyer to the entrance door, her high-heeled boots clicking on the marble floor. Since you didn't even write your profile, I'm sure all those sappy promises are false. He reached the door first.
What promises?
She snorted. You still haven't read it, have you?
I've been busy returning hundreds of phone calls and investigating you. What promises?
She shrugged like she didn't care. There was one about remaining faithful to your wife forever. Like that could happen.
It would happen.
She looked doubtful. And then there was a promise to keep your shimmering starlit princess in a state of orgasmic ecstasy forever. She rolled her eyes. Like that could happen too. His mouth twitched.
I could certainly try. I do want my wife to feel well-pleasured.
She bit her lip and looked away. You really intend to get married then?
Yes.
He opened the door and a blast of cold air knocked her back a step. She tugged her scarf up over her ears and mouth so her voice sounded muffled. God, I'm going to freeze my ass off. And such a lovely ass, he thought. He stepped in front of her to block the wind.
This way. It's not far.
He led her down the street and glared at the men who passed them by and stared at Tony's exposed legs. How could someone in your situation take wedding vows seriously? She mumbled from under her scarf. You can't honestly claim that you'll stay faithful for centuries.
Do not accuse me of dishonesty.
I'm sorry, but some of the stuff in your profile doesn't make sense to me. There was stuff about her that didn't make sense either, and he still didn't know her full name. Ian fumbled in his sporran for the car keys. He'd driven one of Roman's cars here, a black Lexus. For instance, she continued, you claim you want to lavish tons of money on your princess. If you're so rich, how come you're working as a security guard?
My specialty is investigation. I've broken into Langley twice, undetected.
Sneaky rascal, aren't you? He grinned.
As for the money, I do not have nearly as much as Roman or Angus. They have billions.
He punched a button on the keypad, then opened the car door.
I only have a few million.
She gave him a wry look. You should be ashamed. What have you been doing all these centuries, goofing off? With a chuckle, he motioned to the open door.
Are you not cold?
I'm confused. Why work at all? Why not stay in Scotland and drive your fancy cars all night? She hunched over to climb into the car.
I did that for several decades, but it got old.
He enjoyed the view as she separated her legs to get into the front seat. Her tiny skirt hitched up dangerously high.
I wanted more excitement in my life.
I guess you're getting it. She frowned as she tugged at the hem of her skirt.
Aye, that I am.
He smiled as he shut her door. Then he circled the vehicle and slid behind the steering wheel. He drove to the West Side Highway, then turned north, headed toward Hell's Kitchen. Whenever he glanced to the right, his gaze gravitated to her legs. Slim and muscular, they could squeeze a man tight around his waist. He inhaled sharply when she rubbed her hands up and down her thighs. Do you mind if I turn up the heat? It's a little chilly in here. He held on to the steering wheel with a death grip.
It seems quite warm to me, but go ahead.
Thanks. She leaned toward the center of the car to fiddle with the temperature control. Unfortunately, the air vents blew her sweet scent straight into his face. A wave of desire cascaded from his nostrils to his groin. Spending time alone with her had been a bad idea. Instead of getting answers, he was getting a hard-on.
What is your full name, Tony?
She waved a hand, dismissing his question. I met Roman last Monday. He told me his wife, Shanna, is mortal, and that some other guy has a mortal wife too.
Jean-Luc, I attended his wedding in September.
If these other vamps are marrying mortals, how come you're too prejudiced to even date them?
I'm not prejudiced.
His gaze drifted to the bare, golden skin of her luscious thighs.
I find some mortal women very attractive.
Dear Mother of God, she was crossing her legs. I just don't understand why you're refusing to date mortals.
Because I want to be honest. With a vamp, I would not have to lie about who or what I am. I want a relationship built on complete honesty.
She lowered her gaze to her hands clenched in her lap. No secrets, then?
Nay, and no judgments. A mortal would have trouble accepting my past, but another vamp would understand and not find fault with the things I had to do to survive.
She glanced at him sharply. You mean using women for food and sex?
He gritted his teeth. That's exactly the sort of judgment I'm talking about. I admit I took blood when I needed it, but I have never forced myself on a woman.
How can you be so sure? Didn't you use mind control?
I'm not a rapist.
He turned onto West 34th. At least her accusations were doing a good job of squelching his lustful desires.
I will not blame ye for interrogating me since you were attacked only a few nights ago. I'm sure you cannot help being touchy.
I'm not touchy. I'm pissed.
Do not mistake me for a malcontent. When I enter a lady's mind, I can hear her thoughts, and I never stay where I'm not welcome.
You never controlled a woman's thoughts to make her succumb?
Nay. In my case, I used mind control to convince women I was older than I looked.
So you did trick them?
My bloody face was the trick, Tony, and there was no escaping it. It made people think I was 15, when inside I was a fully grown man. I had to use more trickery to make women see me the way I wanted to be. I cannot be proud of all that deceit. That's why it is so important now that I be honest. Another vamp would understand that.
You could be honest with a mortal.
I could hardly approach a mortal and say, "Hello, I'm a vampire. Would you like to go out with me?" I would have to lie to her at first, and I refuse to do that.
There are plenty of women who would date you because you are a vampire.
He pulled to a stop at a red light and faced her. I do not want to be loved because I'm undead, no more than ye would want to be rejected for being mortal.
She looked away. I've been too harsh with you.
Lass, ye have every reason to be suspicious. You were almost murdered a few nights ago. But those vampires who attacked you were probably cruel and vicious before they were transformed. Death does not change a man's heart.
Then you were a good man, she whispered. All his desire came flooding back.
I tried to be.
Her gaze met his. What do you want more than anything? Right now, he felt like he could gaze into her green eyes for a century or two. They were amazing, the way they flared with anger, twinkled with humor, or softened with compassion.
I want to be loved, honestly and truly loved, for who I am. And I want to love a woman with all my heart for all my life. I want to ache for her mind, for her body, for her companionship.
Her eyes widened. Oh. The scent of her hot, rushing blood filled the car, and his nerve endings thrummed in response. He wondered if she had any idea what she was doing to him. Could she feel the waves of desire flowing off him? Yes, he would swear she did. Her heart was pounding fast. Her breathing was erratic. He leaned closer. Your eyes, she whispered. He knew they were turning red, for his vision was now tinted pink. He slipped a hand around her neck. She didn't pull away. Her gaze dropped to his mouth, and he couldn't resist any longer. He kissed her. Chapter 8. She stiffened slightly, but he didn't give up. Ian moved his mouth over hers, gently coaxing her to respond. And she did. She relaxed, leaning into him. His heart expanded in his chest, and he pulled her closer. He nibbled on her bottom lip. Her mouth opened with a soft sigh, inviting him inside. He ran the tip of his tongue across her lips. They were moist and sweet. A horn blared behind them, and they both jolted in their seats. Tony gasped and pulled away. Ian faced front and realized the light had turned green. He stepped on the accelerator. Bloody hell, what was he doing? For the last few days he'd convinced himself that a little flirtation didn't harm anyone. But kissing? He couldn't stay in denial anymore. He was breaking the non-involvement rule, and Tony would be in big trouble if the truth got out. He glanced at her. Her face was pale,
and she was pressing her hand against her mouth.
Are you all right?
Yes. No. She lowered her hand. He noticed the slight tremble before she clenched her hands together.
I shouldn't have kissed you. I'm sorry.
She closed her eyes briefly. We won't think about it. Or talk about it. It never happened. He remained silent, for he knew he couldn't agree. He would think about it. He would relive it in his mind over and over again. It doesn't matter anyway, she continued in a breathless voice. You want a vamp woman. We're not at all suited for each other. It was a mistake.
Mistake his arse. He'd do it again in a second.
He hoped he hadn't frightened her, though. She'd gone through a lot of turmoil lately. A sudden blast of music erupted, filling the strained silence. Tony gave him a confused look, then glanced around the car. The musical refrain repeated, and Ian began to comprehend the words sung by a female vocalist.
I think it's coming from your handbag.
He motioned to the bag at her feet. Oh, it's my cell phone. She pulled the bag into her lap and fished out the phone. Carlos changed the ringtone. I guess he likes Pat Benatar.
Love is a battlefield?
His idea of a joke, she muttered as she wrenched the phone open. Hello? Carlos, how could you do this to my phone? Ian tried to listen, but the wail of a nearby police siren made it impossible to hear Carlos's words. I don't know where you got that idea. Tony winced as she glanced at Ian. Our association's purely business. They were close to Horny Devils, so Ian began looking for a place to park. Okay, she continued in a whisper. I'll talk to you later. Bye. She slipped the phone back into her handbag.
Something wrong?
Ian asked casually. No, everything's fine. Then why was her heart still racing?
Carlos seemed a bit different to me.
She shrugged. He's gay. Ian recalled the pained expression on Carlos's face when he'd exited Tony's bedroom.
Did he tell you he's gay?
Well, no. We assumed he is, 'cause he acts like it.
Who is we?
A guarded look came over Tony's face. Sabrina and I. She's my roommate. She's visiting relatives at the moment. There was something wrong. Ian could feel it. Something other than the forbidden kiss they'd just shared. And he was more convinced than ever that Carlos was more than he appeared. He spotted a parking space and pulled over to the curb.
Tony, before we go in, I have to know, why do you have an apartment?
She unbuckled her seatbelt. It beats living on the street.
You said you were guarding vamps because you wanted free room and board, but that does not make sense when you already have an apartment.
Yes, I'm paying rent, but the lease is almost up. Believe me, having a well-paying job with all expenses paid is the best thing for me right now. It gives me a chance to pay back my student loans.
What about your roommate?
She's not broke like me. She gets a nice allowance every year, and as soon as she graduates, we have a plan for going into business together.
So you see this job as temporary?
Yes, a year at the most. She gave him a worried look. That's not a problem, is it?
Did not Connor explain what happens when a mortal guard leaves McKay's security and investigation?
He said he would erase my memory about vampires.
He'll erase your memory of everything. You'll lose the year like it never happened.
Her eyes grew wide. That's too much. She pressed a hand to her chest. Ian knew he should urge her to quit now. Then she would lose only a few days. But the thought of never seeing her again was painful.
You should quit and go back to your normal life.
Her eyes glittered with unshed tears. My life's not very normal. She blinked and squared her shoulders. So, are we going in this club or not?
We'll go.
Relief swept through him. He didn't have to lose her just yet. But relief quickly morphed into apprehension. Something was seriously wrong. A mortal didn't throw away a year so easily. She was up to something, and he would damned well figure it out. She could lose a year of her life? Tony was numb with shock as she walked alongside Ian. She aimed a quick glance in his direction. Good grief, she'd kissed the man. She'd kissed a vampire, and lived to tell about it. He hadn't even tasted bloody. Oh, bloody hell. She could lose a year of her life? This was too much to take in all at once. How could she have kissed him? She shoved that thought aside and concentrated on the other thing driving her crazy. Losing a whole freaking year of her life. Damn that Connor. He'd glossed over that part. He must have figured she'd keep the job forever. But she and Sabrina had plans. Big plans, damn it. And she'd kissed Ian. A sudden thought made her wince. Had Carlos seen it through his little spy camera? No wonder he'd called afterward. He'd probably wanted to make sure she was all right. After all, she just locked lips with a vampire. And what lips. The man sure knew how to kiss. Of course, he'd had several centuries to perfect his technique. He'd been so sweet and apologetic afterward. Why couldn't he be mortal? She could fall for him in a second if he were mortal. She glanced at him again. Could she fall for him as a vampire? He led her into a dark alley. The entrance is hidden, so mortals would not try to enter. She spotted a red door in the dim light, with a huge man standing guard. He nodded at Ian, then opened the door. "Wait a minute." The bouncer raised a beefy hand. His beady eyes focused on Tony, and his nostrils flared. "She can't come in here. She's with me, Hugo." Ian looped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her inside the club. Loud music assaulted her ears, and flashing lights temporarily blinded her. So this was a vampire nightclub. It looked a lot like a mortal one. She rotated so the camera on her vest could send the images back to Carlos's apartment. He was recording it all there. She spotted a group of scantily clad ladies pressed close to the stage where a hunky guy gyrated, his sparkly red thong glittering under the lights. Well, Carlos would enjoy seeing that. Other than the male dancer, most everyone else was female. Even the bartender and DJ were women. She noted a few vamps sitting at the tables and drinking something red from glasses. Blood, no doubt, but would a picture of them constitute proof of the existence of vampires? It might look like a picture of regular people drinking red wine. "Can I get you something to drink?" Ian smiled when she made a face. "They have a few non-bloody drinks." "A Diet Coke, then. I have a final tomorrow." And she was on a mission now, so she needed her wits about her. "I can't stay very long. I should be home by 10. "I can teleport you home whenever you like." He led her toward the tables. A female suddenly materialized next to the bar with a cell phone by her ear. She hung up, then dashed to the stage. What was that? Tony turned to follow her movements, but she wasn't sure if her camera had caught everything. "Vamps call if they're teleporting in for the first time," Ian explained. "They use the phone as a sensory beacon to make sure they come to the right place." Oh. She wondered if she'd reacted fast enough to catch the vamp in the act. "Is there a ladies' room?" "Aye, over there." He touched her shoulder. "Be careful." "I thought all these vamps were bottle drinkers." "They are, but after a few bliskies and blares, they could be drunk and not behave themselves." Oh, great. As she strode toward the restrooms, she became aware of the sly looks being cast her way, and the slight flaring of nostrils as each vamp caught her scent. She felt like a walking appetizer. She entered the ladies' room and found a beautiful blonde primping in front of the mirror. No, it wasn't a mirror, but a giant flat-screen TV. 2 cameras on the wall were aimed at the row of sinks. Of course, digital technology was the only way the vamps could see themselves. The blonde turned toward her and wrinkled her turned-up nose. "Good heavens, how did you get in here?" she asked with a snooty British accent. "It was amazing. I pushed on the door, and it opened." "I wasn't referring to this powder room, you silly gel," the blonde vamp continued. "I'm one of the owners of this establishment, and we do not welcome your kind." "Oh, pardon me, Your Highness." Tony refrained from doing a curtsy. "I thought this was a free country." "What's going on?" A redhead exited a stall. "Hey, Pamela." She looked at Tony and sniffed. "How did she get in here?" "That's what I'd like to know," Pamela huffed. "I've told Hugo 1,000,000 times not to let any mortals inside." "I came with Ian McPhee." Tony glared at the arrogant vamps. "I'm his guard, which means I can kick ass." Pamela laughed. "Ian would never allow a female to guard him. In fact, he would never need a guard at all." "Did you say Ian McPhee?" the redhead asked. "Isn't he that gorgeous guy on Single in the City?" "Oh my God!" a brunette burst from another stall. Ian McPhee is here? She glanced to Tony. Can I meet him? I want to meet him too. The redhead approached Tony. Can you set me up with him? Damn, she'd gone from feeling like an appetizer to a pimp. A twinge of jealousy jabbed at her, but she steeled herself against it. The kiss had been a mistake. Ian was not her type. She preferred men who were alive, damn it. So she had to accept the fact that he would pursue these vamp women. One of them would be his starlit, shimmering princess. One of them would be kissing him from now on. I know Ian personally, Pamela boasted. He used to guard me when I was a member of Roman Dragonesti's harem. The brunette turned to Pamela. Is he really that handsome? And rich? The redhead added. Come with me. I shall introduce you. Pamela aimed a superior smirk at Tony as she sauntered toward the door. You know, I have an interesting theory regarding Ian. What is it? The brunette asked as she trailed behind. I believe he's a 500-year-old virgin, Pamela announced. Not for long, the redhead muttered. There was a twitter of laughter as the three women left the room. You didn't wash your hands, Tony called after them. She gritted her teeth. How could Ian prefer them? But at least the room was empty now, and she had complete privacy. She moved out of range of the cameras and dialed Carlos. She could lose a year of her life. The thought kept haunting her. It wasn't fair, damn it. These vamps lived for centuries, while her life was way too short. How could they steal a year from her? Hello, Carlos answered. Did you get the shot of a vamp teleporting here? Menina, you're at the club? Yes, aren't you watching? No, I'll watch the video later. Right now I'm on my way to Westchester. Tony gasped. You're going to the Proctor's house? Don't worry, they'll never know I'm there. And I finished checking out their financial records. Uncle Joe has a bad habit of going to Atlantic City. How do you know? Credit cards leave a trail, girlfriend. But how do you know how to... Do you like your new ringtone? He interrupted. No. Your death will be slow and painful. He laughed. Now don't worry about the video. It's recording at my place. You just catch those naughty vamps doing something vampy, okay? Okay. So he hadn't seen Ian kissing her. Carlos, when I quit working for them, they're going to erase my memory. I won't remember squat. There was a pause. Bastards, Carlos muttered. Don't worry. If there is anything, I'll tell you what happened. You just get the proof we need as quickly as possible. That way, you'll only lose a few days. She would lose more than a few days. She would lose all memory of Ian. And the kiss. For some weird reason, that made her heart squeeze in her chest. Are you all right, love? Carlos asked. This really sucks. Tony snapped her phone shut, then strode back into the club. Chapter 9. Ian ordered a Bleer and a Diet Coke from the bartender. Is Wanda here? He handed Coralie a $10 bill. Over there. Sounds like she's all riled up again. Ian glanced toward the stage. The music had stopped, and the crowd of lady vamps had gathered around to hear Wanda rail at a dancer. This isn't a whorehouse, she yelled. You're fired. There goes another dancer. Coralie waved her arms in the air. Woohoo, Wanda! Ian's here! The crowd turned in unison to stare at him. Is that Ian McPhee? One of the ladies asked. Sure is, Coralie shouted. Come and get him! The crowd moved forward. Ian gulped. Coralie giggled and whispered, Looks like your wish will come true now. You're sure to get laid tonight. Ian, Pamela called. I have 2 ladies who want to meet you. She motioned to the women accompanying her. We saw them first, a lady in the crowd yelled, and they rushed forward. Bloody hell! Ian pressed back against the bar. Back off! Wanda unwrapped the whip from her waist and flicked it at the crowd. You heard me. Line up and wait your turn. The ladies scrambled to form a queue. Ian winced at the amount of pushing and cursing. They acted more like wrestlers than ladies, and there were more than 50 of them. Wanda grinned at Ian. Isn't this great? That profile I wrote was incredible. Everyone wants to date you. I cannot date 50 women in one night. Sure you can. She wound the whip back around her waist. It's called speed dating. But I already told 3 women I'd meet them here. Vonda waved that aside. We'll let them go first. She turned to Coralie. Don't you have a kitchen timer? Yep. Coralie handed over a white plastic timer. Vonda set it on a table. We'll give them each 5 minutes. It'll take hours. Ian brought the drinks to the table. You got anything better to do? Vonda eyed the Diet Coke. What's with the mortal drink? I brought Tony with me. She's the new day guard at the townhouse. Vonda's eyes widened. She? Connor hired a woman? 2 nights ago, Ian had felt equally as shocked, but now he wanted to defend her. She's an excellent fighter. Vonda gave him a dubious look. I'm picturing a moose woman with the unibrow, who's popping steroids. Ian stiffened. Nay, she's... Hey, Ian! A lady shouted from across the club. What the hell happened to our date? We talked on the phone last night, don't you remember? Aye. He tried to recall the sound of her voice. Ye are Stormy? Tempest! Her eyes flashed with annoyance. And this is Moonbeam and Cindy. She motioned to the women beside her. We talked to you last night? We have seniority. You may come to the front of the line, Vonda ordered. Ian will begin shortly. He groaned. What would he say to all these women? Why are there so many of them? You're the #1 profile on Single in the City, Vonda beamed proudly. Everyone's heard of you. Ian winced. I wanted to talk to you about that. Connor's upset that he listed the location and phone number of Roman's townhouse. Connor's an old grouch. The women need a way to contact you. I understand that, but for security reasons, it's dangerous to have our location known to so many. We do not want some overzealous admirers trying to break in to see me, especially during the day. It's too risky. Okay. Vonda fluffed up her spiky purple hair. I'll take the address off the website. And the phone number, too. They can leave a message for me at Single in the City. All right. Vonda frowned. But you're playing too hard to get. Hey, what's up? A male vamp, dressed in an expensive suit, sauntered toward them and winked at the line of waiting women. Hello, ladies. Hi, Grigori, a chorus responded. Ian was impressed. Grigori knew all these women. What's going on? Grigori kissed Vonda on the cheek. Are we lining up to do the bunny hop? Ian's doing some speed dating tonight. Vonda lowered her voice to a whisper. He's looking for his true love. Ah. Grigori's eyes twinkled as he regarded Ian. Shall I warm them up for you? Ian scowled. It's hard enough to be charming once, but 50 times in a row? You can do it, bro. Just be yourself. Ian's scowl deepened. Grigori winced. You might try smiling. You know the ladies love a guy with a sense of humor. I'm doomed. Chill out, dude. Grigori froze. Good Lord. Look at her. She's an angel. Ian glanced in the direction of Grigori's stunned gaze. Tony. She's mine, he blurted out, then caught himself. I mean, she's my guard. She's the guard Connor hired? Vonda asked. Grigori snorted. Yeah, I can see why he hired her. Her beauty had nothing to do with it, Ian snapped. She's an excellent fighter and very brave and clever. Oh. Grigori eyed Ian curiously. I see. Ian felt his face heat up. Perhaps he'd come on a wee bit strong. Actually, I'd appreciate it if ye could keep an eye on her while I'm busy. Sure, no problem, bro. Tony gazed at the long line of girls as she approached. I thought you only had 3 dates. I have a few more now, Ian grumbled as he moved to her side. I'd like you to meet some friends of mine. This is Vonda. She manages the Horny Devils. And writes fascinating profiles, Tony added with a smile. She held out a hand. Nice to meet you. Vonda shook her hand. I'm working on another project to make Ian even more famous. Ian swallowed hard. That's not really necessary. Of course it is. We've got to find your true love. Vonda patted Ian on the cheek. I'll check on you later. She strode toward her office. And this is Grigori. Ian gestured toward him. He's the vice president of marketing at Romatech. I'm delighted to meet you. Grigori took her hand and kissed it. I've heard about you. My mother, Radinka, told me that she and Shanna will be seeing you tomorrow. Oh, that's right. Tony smiled. They're coming with Howard to help him babysit while I take a final. Ian frowned at the word babysit. Well, bro, shouldn't you get to work? Grigori nodded his head toward the long line of women.
Ian gulped.
Work was the right word for it. Flirting with Tony had been fun, but the thought of charming all these women seemed like a bloody chore.
I need a drink first.
He sat and swallowed down some beer. Grigori pulled out a chair at the table so Tony could sit.
Where do you go to college?
NYU.
She sat. Grigori sat beside her.
That's where I got my MBA.
I got my bachelor's in business there.
Feeling forgotten and a bit undereducated, Ian gulped down more beer. Damn, he should have pulled out the chair for her. Grigori leaned toward her.
Hey, is old Professor Hudgens still there? Short, bald, wears a bow tie, looks and talks like Elmer Fudd.
Today we're learning about high interest rates on credit cards.
Tony laughed, and it sounded like music from heaven. But Ian was aware of an undercurrent of grumbles and curses. The 50 vamp women were pissed. No doubt they disliked having to wait while he talked to Immortal. Tony finally stopped laughing and looked at Ian. Grigori does a great impersonation. He's really funny.
I bought you a drink.
Now that was smooth, he chided himself.
Thanks.
Tony took a sip.
What the hell are we waiting for?
Tempest yelled from the front of the line. Ian groaned inwardly.
The natives are getting restless,
Tony observed. She glanced toward the bar and suddenly jumped to her feet when 2 women teleported in.
Are you all right?
Ian asked. She sat back down.
I guess I'm a little nervous about being here.
Dance with me, Grigori suggested. I'll tell the DJ to get back to work.
He headed toward the dance floor. Tony watched him go.
Is Grigori a vamp?
Aye, I've had a young one. He was changed after the invention of synthetic blood, so he's completely bottle-fed.
Tony grimaced as loud, pulsating music started. Oh, God, no. Disco?
Grigori loves it. Will you stay with him till you're ready to go home?
I can take care of myself.
Tony.
Ian leaned forward.
There are 50 vamp women behind you, all glaring daggers at you. Please stay with Grigori.
She glanced over her shoulder.
Okay, I see your point.
I'll go boogie down. She stood and smoothed down her tiny skirt. Good luck with your dates, although I have to say you're wasting your time. With her head held high, she strode past the glaring women, like an angel unafraid of the dark forces around her. But why did she think his dating was a waste of time? Did she think it was impossible for him to find love?
Hey, Tempest yelled. Can we start already?
Aye, let's begin.
Ian set the timer. Tempest rushed forward, flung her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. Ian unhooked her arms.
Will you have a seat, please?
Sure.
She climbed onto his lap.
What are you doing, lass?
Sitting.
She raked her black-painted fingernails down his chest.
You know why they call me Tempest? I'm as wild as a hurricane.
I thought we might talk a wee bit first. You know, the calm before a storm.
She ripped the leather strip from his hair and raked her fingers across his scalp.
Why don't you send those other girls home?
She gripped his hair.
I want to get wet and wild with you.
I do not know you yet.
He pried her fingers loose.
What's to know?
She nibbled on his neck.
Well, what do you do for a living?
She chuckled low and throaty. I'm not living, silly.
I'm undead.
Aye, but we all have bills to pay.
If I need something, I just take it.
She nipped at his ear.
Right now, I need you.
What do you mean, you take it?
I take stuff for mortals, money, clothes, whatever.
You steal from them?
She sat back with an impatient huff.
It's not stealing when they never realize it happened.
It's so easy to fuck with their minds. Like, I have a great condo for free because the manager actually thinks I'm paying rent. Why had he assumed all vamps were like him?
I'm afraid we're no well suited.
What does that mean? He picked her up and set her on her feet as he stood.
It was nice meeting you.
Are you ditching me? She shrieked. Nobody ditches me.
She flung the rest of Tony's Diet Coke in his face, then stalked away, cursing under her breath. Ian wiped his face with a cocktail napkin. 1 down, 49 to go. Maybe Tony was right, and he was wasting his time. He glanced at the dance floor. Grigori was wiggling his hips and pointing a finger up and down. With a laugh, Tony mimicked his move. Ian sighed and motioned to his second date. A pretty blonde glided toward him.
Hi, remember me? I'm Moonbeam.
How do you do?
He sat and reset the timer. Moonbeam settled across from him.
Well, I guess I should tell you about myself. I'm an Aquarius.
That's nice.
I was born in 1950. My name was Mary. Boring, I know. My parents were like so square. I ran away when I was 16 so I could protest the war. I really hate war.
This might be a bad time to mention he was a warrior. Ian noticed Grigori was spinning Tony in circles.
I went to San Francisco, of course.
Moonbeam fiddled with the beads around her neck.
That's where it was happening, you know.
What was happening?
Ian asked.
Everything, man. Flower power, make love, not war. I'm like totally opposed to violence of any kind.
Then you would never manipulate her cheat immortal for your own gain?
God, no. That's like so damaging to your karma.
Ian nodded. This one might have potential. At least she appeared to have good morals.
So there I was, tripping on acid and enjoying a perfectly good orgy, when this guy comes out of nowhere and bites me on the neck. I mean, I was like totally bummed out when I woke up dead.
Ian blinked.
I see.
His gaze wandered back to Tony. Every now and then when someone teleported in, she would jump to face them. Perhaps teleportation frightened her. If that was the case, he should drive her home. The thought of escaping the club sounded excellent. The timer rang and he realized Moonbeam was still talking. He stood.
I'm afraid our time is up.
Okay. Peace.
She hugged him and glided away. Ian motioned for Cindy to come forward. She launched into a long account of her past 213 boyfriends, while Ian's attention slid back to the dance floor. The music slowed, and Grigori took Tony into his arms. Damn it. He told Grigori to watch her, not maul her. After 2 more interviews, Vonda sauntered toward him, grinning. I did it. It's all set up. His stomach nodded with apprehension as he rose to his feet.
What did you do?
Don't look so worried. It'll be great. Tomorrow night at midnight, Corky Corrent is coming here.
The Barracuda?
Everyone knew the reporter from Live with the Undead was vicious.
Why is she coming here?
To interview you, Vonda announced. Ian stepped back.
Vonda, no. Hell no.
It'll be fun, trust me. He shook his head.
No good can come from this. The woman is a monster.
Don't be such a wuss. Vonda poked him in the chest. Corky's show is broadcast all over the world. Every vamp on Earth will see you. And see my club. This is brilliant. What's brilliant? Grigori walked toward them with Tony. Ian's going to be on Live with the Undead, Vonda boasted. They're coming tomorrow to do the interview. You're going to be on television? Tony asked. On DVN, Vonda said.
Digital Vampire Network,
Ian explained.
We get it at the townhouse. But I'm not doing the show.
Of course you are, Vonda hissed. I've been working on this for hours. It's all set. Be careful with Corky Corrent, Grigori warned. Who is she? Tony asked. The star of the show. Grigori splayed his hands in front of his chest.
She has the most humongous.
Ian elbowed him.
Commercials,
Grigori finished.
Were you ready to go home?
Ian asked Tony.
I could drive you.
Vonda grabbed his arm. You're not going anywhere. All of these women are waiting for their chance to date you. I can teleport, Tony, Grigori offered.
But she might not want to teleport,
Ian protested. I'll be fine. Tony gave him a reassuring smile. I can't wait to see you on TV. Ian sighed. Maybe he should go through with it. He didn't want to disappoint Vonda or Tony. And how bad could it be?
Grigori, can I have a word with you in private?
Sure. Grigori walked away with him. What's up?
I, thought she might give me some advice.
Are your dates not going well? Grigori whispered.
I feel like I'm conducting job interviews. I'm not connecting with them.
Not like he did with Tony. Grigori rested a hand on Ian's shoulder.
Dude, you can do this. You must have charmed ladies out of a pint of blood every night for several centuries.
Ian sighed.
I was never very sophisticated about it. No one expected me to be. I looked so young, even though I felt old inside. And now I look old on the outside, but inside I feel like a green lad. I do not know what to say.
You just need to work on your communication skills. First off, practice being a good listener. Women like to talk about their feelings. Even if you think it's totally boring, nod your head and keep listening.
Okay.
You should respond with lines like, "How interesting. Tell me more."
How interesting, Ian repeated. Tell me more.
That's it. And here's another good one. You're absolutely right. How clever of you. Women like to be complimented on their intelligence.
Okay.
Ian repeated the lines.
Thank you.
He walked back to the table with Grigori. Vonda had already rushed off to her office.
Good night, Ian.
Tony smiled shyly.
Good night, Tony.
God, he wanted to touch her. He wanted to kiss her again. Grigori slapped him on the back.
Later, dude. Let's go, Tony.
He led her toward the dance floor. With a resigned sigh, Ian motioned for the next date to come forward.
Hi,
I'm Amy.
Please have a seat.
Ian looked over at Grigori. He was holding Tony close. That was necessary when teleporting with Immortal, but it didn't make it easier to watch. Gosh, when I saw your picture on the internet, I thought you looked so sexy, Amy began. But I swear, you look even better in person.
How interesting,
Ian murmured.
Tell me more.
Damn, Tony was putting her arms around Grigori's neck. You want me to talk about how handsome you are? Amy asked. Isn't that kind of vain?
You're absolutely right. How clever of you.
You jerk! I'm out of here! She stalked away. He groaned. This night from hell would never end. Tony and Grigori arrived at the back porch of the townhouse, and she used her special key to deactivate the alarm and open the door. He wished her good night, then teleported back to the Horny Devils for more dancing. It was odd, but she'd actually enjoyed herself at the vampire nightclub. Unlike Ian, he had looked miserable. She hated to admit it, but a part of her rejoiced over his misery. His theory that only a vamp would understand him was so wrong. Those bimbo bloodsuckers weren't good enough for him. She rushed upstairs to her bedroom to get away from the surveillance cameras. She dropped her handbag on the bed and dialed Carlos. Where are you now?
I got back to my apartment about 5 minutes ago, he replied. I'm watching the monitor connected to your camera. It went black for a few seconds.
That was teleportation. Does it give us the proof we need?
No, it just looked like a camera malfunction. So is this your luxurious bedroom I'm seeing now?
Yes. Tony unclipped the camera from her vest and turned it off.
Hey, Carlos objected over the phone. I want a tour of the house.
And I want to go to bed. She slipped the camera into a dresser drawer. I'm not sure if I caught any of the vamps teleporting, because they just popped up without any advance warning. It was very frustrating. Though not as frustrating as watching those creepy vamp women throw themselves at Ian.
I don't know, Carlos replied. I'll need to review the tape.
If it didn't work, I have another idea. Tony opened the armoire across from her bed. Inside there was a television that she hadn't bothered to turn on yet. The vamps have their own television network called DVN.
Really? What frequency is it on?
I don't know. She turned on the TV. This looks like a commercial. Something called Vampos. It's an after-dinner mint to get rid of blood breath. Carlos laughed. I'm serious. Now there's a bat flapping its wings. Underneath it says, DVN, on 24/7 because it's always nighttime somewhere.
Sounds interesting. I'll try to tap into it.
Now there's a soap opera coming on. As the Vampire Turns. If we get a recording of this, won't it prove vampires exist?
Not really, Carlos said. It's not unusual to have vampire shows on mortal television.
But what about the commercials?
We see talking lizards and cavemen in commercials all the time. It doesn't make them real.
I beg to differ. I have dated a few cavemen. She turned the TV off and wondered how Ian was doing. Was he discovering his shimmering starlit princess? Was she so fabulous he'd forgotten about the kiss they'd shared?
Merda, Carlos muttered. I don't think the footage from the club is going to help. Every time you spun toward a teleporting vamp, the picture blurred.
Damn.
How on earth were they going to prove the existence of vampires?
And I'm afraid we have another problem, Carlos said. I found the proctor's house.
You did? What happened?
I talked to the maid, Maria. She's from Colombia, and thankfully my Spanish is good. She said your phone call made the proctors really nervous.
Oh, dear. Tony tossed her boots in the closet. Did she say if Sabrina's okay?
She was locked in the bedroom upstairs. Maria saw her twice. Said she was asleep both times.
I'm afraid her uncle is drugging her.
You're right. Maria said he was giving her Haldol. It's a strong antipsychotic. Tends to knock people out.
This is terrible. Tony paced across the room.
It gets worse. By the time I got there, the proctors had packed up Sabrina and taken her somewhere. Maria said they were talking about a mental hospital.
Oh, no! Tony collapsed on the bed. Why are they doing this?
I'm not really sure, but you can bet it has something to do with the money Bree stands to inherit. I'll find out more tomorrow. I have a date with Maria.
A date? But aren't you—
I'm working undercover, Carlos said. The proctors always give Maria Friday night off because they like to go out, so I'll convince her to let me into Uncle Joe's office. Shouldn't be too hard. She hates him because he pinches her ass whenever his wife isn't looking.
Oh, what a great guy.
I'll call you tomorrow night. Hopefully I can find out which hospital they took Sabrina to.
I hope so. Thank you, Carlos. Tony hung up. Poor Bree. If she was trapped in a mental hospital, she would need to be rescued somehow. Carlos would help. Tony took a deep breath. She'd failed her grandmother, and the guilt had gnawed at her ever since. She wouldn't let Sabrina down. Jedrzej Janov lounged in his chair with his feet propped on his desk as he watched DVN. He couldn't believe the amount of information being thrown about. The newscaster on the nightly news had actually reported that the vamp still had no idea where the evil warlord Casimir was located. Jedrzej hoped Casimir was watching. He'd love that part about being an evil warlord. Then a show came on called Live with the Undead, and the buxom hostess announced that Roman Dragonesti and his mortal wife were expecting their second child in May. Jedrzej snorted. Why pay spies when he could learn so much for free? Unfortunately, now a stupid soap opera was starting. He turned the television off and set his feet back on the floor. He picked up the photos Yori had brought the other night and thumbed through them. A whimpering sound came from the corner of his office. Nadia was still crying.
Shut up. I can't concentrate with your sniveling.
She sniffed. I miss my friends. Of course she did. But the first step in breaking a bitch was isolation. He was making her sit in the corner all night.
Did I say you could talk?
Tears rolled down her face. I'm so hungry. Of course she was. He'd fed earlier that evening, drinking his full from a captured mortal right here in the office while Nadia had been forced to watch and go hungry.
I've told Yori to bring me another snack. A blonde. I might let you feed this time.
Yes, please.
And when you're done feeding, you will kill the blonde to please me.
Nadia's face paled.
If you want to eat, you'll have to kill her.
Her shoulders slumped. Yes, sir.
That's yes, master.
Chapter 10. Oh my gosh, Tony whispered as she peered through the peephole on the front door. It was 9 a.m. on Friday morning, the appointed arrival time for the babysitters, but Tony doubted the two girls with pink-striped hair were Shanna Dragonesti and Grigori's mother. They banged on the door once again. Tony punched the intercom. May I help you? Where's Ian? One of the girls demanded. We tried calling, but all we get is a recording. Yeah, the second girl agreed. He says that he's taken, but we don't believe it. We want to see him. Tony groaned. The message Ian had left on the answering machine wasn't working. Some of his admirers were resorting to a more desperate tactic. Please come back tonight. And let the competition get to him first? No way. Competition? Tony strode into the living room and peered out the window. Good grief. There were a dozen more girls pacing up and down the sidewalk. They waved posters in the air. Pick me, Ian. Ian's so hot. One girl had a sparkly tiara on her head, and her poster read, I'm Ian's shimmering princess. Oh my gosh. Tony pulled the cell phone from her pocket and called Howard.
"Ah, shoot," he muttered. "They must have gotten the address before Vonda had it removed. We're almost there. We'll park in the back. See you in a few minutes."
"All right." Tony hung up, then gathered her school stuff in the kitchen. Soon she heard voices on the back porch. She peeked out the window and saw Howard fiddling with his key. Behind him was an older woman with graying hair and a younger blonde woman, both loaded down with tote bags. A little boy stood close by. She turned off the alarm and opened the door. "Hi, thanks for coming."
"No problem."
Howard strode into the kitchen and headed straight for the foyer.
"I'll see if I can get rid of those girls out front."
"Okay." Tony turned to help the elderly woman put her tote bags on the kitchen table. "You must be Radinka."
"Thank you, yes."
Radinka took her hand and regarded her curiously.
"Interesting,"
she murmured. The pretty blonde deposited her bags on the table.
"Hi, I'm Shanna."
"Nice to meet you." Tony extended a hand, but Shanna pulled her into a hug.
"I heard how you were attacked the other night."
Shanna patted her on the back.
"I'm so glad you're safe now. Are you all right?"
"Yes." Tony was surprised by how sweet and normal Shanna was. Who would ever believe she was the wife of a powerful undead coven master? And there was an angelic little boy standing close to her.
"This is my son, Constantine."
Shanna ruffled his blonde curls. Tony leaned over. "Hi, Constantine." He smiled, then buried his face in his mother's coat. The older woman chuckled.
"He won't be so shy once he gets to know you. Grigori told me he met you last night. He was very impressed with your dancing."
Tony laughed. "He's a lot of fun."
"Yes."
Radinka's eyes narrowed.
"But I do not believe he is the one destined for you, my dear."
Tony blinked. I'm not looking for anyone." Shanna touched her arm.
"Don't worry. Radinka's always trying to match people up."
Radinka snorted.
"There's no trying, do it. I can see when two hearts belong together."
She pointed to her temple.
"I'm psychic, you know."
"Oh, that's nice." Tony didn't know what else to say.
"It doesn't take a psychic to know a bored child will be a problem."
Radinka moved one of her tote bags to the floor.
"So we brought the little one some toys."
Constantine rummaged through the bag, removed a big picture book, then wiggled onto a kitchen chair.
"I want to learn how to read."
"That's wonderful." Tony smiled at him, and he smiled shyly back, his cheeks dimpling.
"Uncle Connor said you were nice. He said you knew how to kick a—"
"Whoa, Uncle Connor talks too much." Shanna removed her coat, then turned to her son. "Let's get you out of that jacket." While Shanna hung up jackets on the hooks by the back door, Radinka unloaded groceries from the remaining bags on the table.
"We weren't sure if you had enough food here."
Radinka set a carton of milk in the fridge, then grabbed the kettle from the stove.
"I'll make everyone a nice cup of tea."
Constantine eyed the bags of fruit still on the table.
"Can I have a banana?"
"Here you go, sweetie." Shanna handed him one, then stashed the bags in the fridge. Tony was about to offer Constantine some help when she realized he didn't need it. He peeled the banana, then bit off a piece while he studied his book. He pointed at a word.
"Is this house?"
She peered over his shoulder. "Yes, it is." What a bright little boy he was. She wondered if he was Shanna's from a previous relationship. Surely vamp men weren't able to have children. "Thank you for coming today."
"We were happy to."
Shanna hooked the empty tote bags on the pegs with her coats.
"A delivery man's bringing a tree around noon. We always decorate one for the guards."
"Oh, that's nice." With all the turmoil in her life, Tony had forgotten that Christmas was coming soon. Radinka set out 3 cups and saucers on the counter.
"We saw those women out front with our posters. I can't believe they're behaving so silly."
"Yeah." Tony sat next to Constantine. "It's crazy." Shanna shook her head.
"Poor Ian. I heard he really had to suffer to get his older looks."
Radinka made tisking noises as she placed a tea bag in each cup.
"Grigori told me he's doing a television interview tonight with Corky Corrent."
Shanna made a face.
"That's a disaster waiting to happen."
"Why?" Tony asked. Shanna bit her lip, considering. "I should leave Ian a note, begging him not to do it. Is he in the basement?" No, he outgrew his coffin. He's on the 5th floor. Tony winced. In your husband's bedroom. Shanna laughed. Well, looks like I'll get some exercise. Be right back. She strode from the kitchen. Tony was tempted to go with her. She'd seen Ian only once this morning, right before calling in her 8 o'clock report. She'd risen at 6:30 a.m. and was having breakfast in the kitchen when Phineas and Dougal had come in for a bedtime snack before retiring to the basement. She'd hoped to see Ian, but he'd gone straight up to the 5th floor without stopping by to see her. Why had he not wanted to talk to her? She was a bit worried that he'd actually hit it off with one of those 50 vamps he dated last night. The kettle whistled, and Tony jerked back to the present. She had to stop thinking about Ian so much. Howard strode into the kitchen. Those women are psycho. One of them hit me with a poster when I told her Ian wasn't here. Tony winced. Sorry. They do seem awfully determined. Radinka handed Howard a cup of tea. Such nonsense. Are they still there? I got them to leave, but I'm afraid they'll come back. Howard drank some tea. I'd better check on the guys. Is Ian still on the 5th floor? Shanna's already on her way up there. Radinka set a cup of tea in front of Tony. I'll start in the basement then. Howard gulped down the rest of his tea, then left the room grumbling about crazy women. Is this truck? Constantine looked up at Tony, then pointed at another word. She glanced at his book. Yes, it is. He had finished his banana. Would you like something to drink? Can I have some milk? Sure. Tony hunted through the cabinets, but couldn't find any plastic cups. She'd have to give him a glass. She set it in front of him, and he drank without hesitation. She sat next to him. How old are you? About 4? He grinned with a milk mustache. I'm almost 2. Tony gaped, then shut her mouth quickly since she didn't want to embarrass the little boy. You're sure? He'll be 2 in March. Radinka added some milk to her tea. He's very clever, isn't he? More than clever, Tony thought. He was a wonder child. Is Tony with us? Constantine asked. Radinka tilted her head, considering Tony. She may not know it yet, but I believe she is. What did that mean? Tony sipped her tea with a growing sense of confusion. Do you want to see what I can do? Constantine backed away from the table and spun around. That's great! Tony smiled appreciatively. He gave her a dubious look. I haven't done it yet. Oh, sorry. Tony's mouth dropped open as the young boy slowly rose to the ceiling. Oh my gosh! Radinka sat at the table with her cup of tea. He's very special. I'm back. Shanna strode into the kitchen. She picked up her cup of tea and glanced around the room. Where's Tino? A giggle from the ceiling drew her attention, and Shanna snorted. I should have known. She gave Tony a wry look. I've been trying to teach him to clean the ceiling fans. He's floating, Tony said lamely. Constantine giggled and performed a front somersault. Oh, now you're just showing off. Shanna sipped some tea. You should see him and his daddy play basketball. I blocked Daddy's goal by sitting in the hoop, Constantine boasted. He's really Roman's son? Tony asked. How? Roman's a genius. Don't ask me how, but he inserted his DNA into human sperm. Shanna patted her stomach. We're expecting another one in May. A little girl. Oh, congratulations. Tony watched Constantine float down to the floor. She couldn't believe it. Shanna and Radinka were sipping tea like it was entirely normal to breed half-human, half-vampire children. Did you ask if it was okay before you levitated? Shanna asked her son. Yes, Mommy. He climbed back onto his chair. That's good. Shanna sat across from him. We've been teaching him to be careful about levitating. It's not something we just want anyone to see. Like Grandpa. Constantine drank more milk. I'm afraid so, Shanna agreed. My dad is the head of the CIA stakeout team. They'd like to eliminate all vampires from the planet. Tony winced. That's got to be a little awkward for family reunions. Tell me about it. Fortunately, my dad's crazy about his grandson, so he's ignoring the vamps and concentrating on the malcontents. But if he found out that Tino's inherited some unusual genes, it could cause a problem. The little boy slumped over his book.
Will Grandpa not love me anymore?
Oh, sweetie. Shanna rushed over to hug her son.
He'll always love you. We all love you so much.
We sure do. Radinka's eyes glimmered with emotion as she regarded the little boy. Tony felt a tiny twinge of envy. How lucky this boy was to be so loved. She'd always wanted her mother's love, but it had never happened. Her mom had gone on to marry the man of her dreams and have 2 more children. Tony had never been welcome there. Her only experience with maternal love had been from her grandmother, and that had ended abruptly when she was 13, when she had failed her. When Tony had first entered the vamp world a few nights ago, she had expected to find a scary place filled with creepy characters. Instead, she'd found a group of vamps and mortals who were caring and compassionate. It was obvious that they looked out for one another. Shanna had run up 5 flights of stairs just to leave Ian a note. Was she with them? That was the question Constantine had asked. With a small shock, Tony realized she could be an accepted member of this extended family. A family that cared for one another and trusted one another. She could be a part of it all. Never rejected again. Never made to feel like she wasn't good enough. It was so tempting, but alarming too, for she already had her life planned out with Sabrina. Sabrina was her family, not these people in the vamp world. As soon as the mess with Sabrina was resolved, Tony could leave the vamp world forever. 2 days ago she had been eager to leave. Now she was starting to feel wanted and valued. For the first time, she realized she was getting pulled in 2 different directions. Are you all right, dear? Radinka asked. I'd better go. She glanced at the clock over the kitchen sink. My final starts in an hour. Constantine placed his small hand on her arm.
You'll be okay, Tony.
Her arm tingled as a surge of warm energy rushed from the little boy's hand. She stiffened, then immediately relaxed as the energy washed over her with a soothing gentleness. Her tension melted away, leaving a sense of well-being and a feeling that she could accomplish anything. She looked at the little boy, and he smiled back. There was an intelligence in his bright blue eyes that should have been frightening to a child so young, but she felt too relaxed to be concerned. Constantine radiated goodness, so she knew there was no need to be afraid. He withdrew his hand and focused his attention back on his picture book. Tony gathered her things and said her goodbyes. As she walked to the subway station, the little boy's question kept repeating in her mind. Is Tony with us? How deep was she getting sucked into this new world? Would it be hard to give it up when she left? Not so hard, if they completely wiped her memory. But how could she give up the memory of Constantine and the others? How could she give up ever seeing Ian again? That evening, Tony was celebrating the end of her college education with a big bowl of triple chocolate ice cream on top of a double chocolate brownie when Ian walked in. Good evening. He'd caught her with her mouth full. She gulped. Hi. He opened his mouth to speak, then apparently changed his mind. He wandered to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of blood. He hesitated, then placed it back in. Not hungry? She scooped more ice cream into her mouth. I already ate. He paced across the room, his kilt swishing about his knees. Did you see the Christmas tree in the parlor? It's very pretty. Shanna and Constantine decorated it. Aye, it's nice. He continued to pace. He seemed nervous to her. Are you doing that interview tonight? I think so. He flexed his hands as he paced. But I have a bad feeling about it. Shanna thought you should skip it. Did you see the note she left you? Aye, but Vanda's worked very hard to set this up. I do not want to disappoint her. He sighed. She's lined up some more dates for me, too. Tony stabbed at the brownie. More vamp women? Aye. He leaned back against the kitchen counter and crossed his arms across his chest. And what about the kiss they'd shared in the car? Tony thought about bringing it up, but she'd been the one who'd insisted they never speak of it. She'd called it a mistake. She glanced at Ian. Had he thought it was a mistake? But what about those moments when their eyes met, and the whole world melted away? Tony could have sworn something was happening between them, something like a huge magnet drawing them together. Or was she fooling herself? She took her bowl to the sink. She'd lost her appetite.
Tony, I do not know how to say this, but...
Would he tell her he was attracted to her? Yes?
I cannot see myself when I shave. I was wondering if I looked all right. For the interview, you can...
Oh, okay, let me see. She moved close and examined his cheeks, the line of his jaw, his strong neck, and his dimpled chin. She felt her own face growing warm. You look fine to me. Her eyes met his, and her heart did a little flip. Damn, knowing him, he'd heard that. She stepped back.
I do not have a hairbrush upstairs. I just pulled my hair back.
I've got one. She rummaged through her handbag on the kitchen table and pulled out a brush. She was about to offer it to him when she realized this was a chance to actually touch his hair. With her heart racing, she motioned to a chair at the table. Take a seat. He did. She stared at the back of his head and his shoulders. Even from the back, he was gorgeous. She untied the leather strip around his ponytail and dropped it on the table. She stroked the brush through his thick hair. It shimmered in waves down to his shoulders. His very broad shoulders. You have wavy hair. She smoothed a hand over the waves. His hair was as soft as she'd thought it would be.
When I wore it short, it was curly, he said. Thank you for helping me. I wanted to look good for the interview, but I did not want to seem vain.
She smiled. I don't think you're vain. Gorgeous, but not vain. She gathered his hair into a ponytail. She'd never dated a guy with hair this long. It was a lot sexier than she'd realized. She took her time, smoothing the silken strands back from his temples and around his ears.
You have a soft touch,
he whispered. She leaned over to get the leather strip off the table, and her breasts grazed against his head. He glanced up at her, and her breath caught. Are you all right? Your eyes look kind of bloodshot. He closed them.
I'm a wee tired.
Oh, she hadn't thought a vamp could get tired. She tied the strip around his hair at the base of his neck.
I did not know what to wear. Breeches or a kilt.
The kilt is good. It's you. And you want to be yourself. I mean, if a woman doesn't love you for yourself, then she's not the right one for you. He remained silent. She stepped back. Have you met someone you liked?
I have.
Her heart plummeted. I see. Well, I'm done here.
Thank you.
He rose slowly.
When I told Wanda I was looking for my true love, I told her I wanted a lady vamp who was honest, loyal, intelligent, and pretty.
Tony's heart sank lower. She didn't match up very well.
But now I am starting to realize that there's more to love than meeting a few requirements.
That's true. She dropped her brush into her bag. He strode to the kitchen door, then hesitated.
If you were not my guard, I could date you.
Her heart swooshed back into place. He wanted to date her? He frowned.
But if you were no longer my guard, your memory would be erased. You would not know me.
I know. Her heart squeezed. It's kinda sad.
Aye, it is.
He turned and left the room. A little after 10, Carlos called. I'm on my way home. Tony was already in her pajamas, lounging in bed. How was your date?
Good. Maria let me into Dr. Proctor's office, and I found a copy of the will. Sabrina can't inherit the bulk of her trust fund until she obtains a college degree. Meanwhile, her Aunt Gwen remains the trustee.
So they're trying to keep her from graduating? Tony sat up with a gasp. Carlos! What if they plan to keep her locked up in a mental hospital forever?
I'm afraid that's exactly what they're up to, Carlos muttered. But never fear. I discovered where Dr. Proctor works. Shady Oak Psychiatric Hospital. I called, but they wouldn't confirm if Sabrina is a patient there.
We have to find her.
I know, Menina. We will. Meet me tomorrow night after you get off work, and we'll go to Shady Oaks together.
Okay. Tony hung up. She'd find Sabrina, and she'd get her out of that hospital. She wouldn't let her down. Chapter 11.
Saturday before dawn, Tony didn't see Ian. He teleported straight to the 5th floor without stopping to say hello. How had the interview gone? Was he avoiding her? He'd mentioned he'd met someone he liked, but he'd also hinted that he wanted to date her. It was so confusing. 4 times during the day, she wandered up the stairs to check on him for her reports. She stood there, staring at him in his death sleep, searching for answers that weren't detectable on his handsome, blank face. Right after sunset, Dougal and Phineas marched into the kitchen for their evening breakfast. Tony was having a quick sandwich before leaving to meet Carlos.
Saturday night.
Phineas took a gulp from his bottle of warmed-up blood.
I bet you got a hot date.
Something like that. She set her empty plate in the sink. Why doesn't Ian come down? Isn't he hungry?
There's a wee fridge up there with a supply of blood, Dougal said. Still, I wish he would come down. Yeah, the interview couldn't have been that bad.
Phineas drank more from his bottle. Dougal frowned.
Grigori told me it was very bad.
Tony's heart stilled. Why? What happened?
Dougal shrugged. Grigori wouldn't give details, but they're showing the interview tonight on the telly.
She would have to see it. Hopefully it would air before it was time to meet Carlos. But poor Ian. Was he hiding in his room out of embarrassment? You know, this whole dating thing has snowballed completely out of control. The women came back about 2 hours ago. There are about 20 of them camped out on the front sidewalk.
20 babes? Are they hot?
Phineas rushed from the kitchen. Tony ran after him and found him turning off the alarm. Phineas, don't! They're rowdy enough already. Whenever I look out the window, they start screaming.
Cool.
Phineas yanked open the door and was instantly rewarded with squeals.
Ladies!
He held up his hands.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Fang, the love doctor.
We want Ian! They pressed forward, knocking over empty beer bottles. Careful, Tony warned Phineas.
Ladies, you have come to the right place. I'm a personal friend of Ian's.
Ask him if he wants some of this. One of the girls let out a long squeal while she lifted her t-shirt to flash her boobs like a girl gone wild.
That's a good start, Phineas said. Anyone else?
Stop it. Tony slammed the door shut and glared at Phineas. You should be ashamed of yourself. He grinned. Dougal's mouth twitched as he reset the alarm.
Come on, Dr. Fang. We need to go with Romatek. But the interview is starting in 5 minutes.
Phineas dashed into the living room and located the remote control.
Don't you guys want to see it?
I do. Tony settled on the maroon couch that faced the widescreen TV.
I'm going to work.
Dougal gave Phineas a warning look.
I'll expect you there in 15 minutes. Okay. Phineas agreed impatiently. But admit it, bro. You're going to be watching it at Romatek.
Dougal smiled.
Perhaps.
He vanished. Phineas sprawled on the couch next to Tony and turned on the TV.
See that dude? He's Stone Coffin. Does the nightly news.
Tony listened to the vamp newscaster drone on in a boring voice. Suddenly her cell phone went off.
Love is a battlefield?
Phineas snorted.
Man, that's whack. Love is a many splendid thing, especially when you're with Dr. Fang.
I'll keep that in mind. Tony rushed into the foyer to answer the phone. Carlos? She glanced at the surveillance camera. This is not a good time.
We need to go to Shady Oaks. Get your pretty ass home, girl, so we can go.
Tony glanced at the television in the next room. I need to stay here about 15 more minutes.
Why? Aren't you off duty when the sun sets?
Yes, but... She groaned inwardly. It was happening again. She was getting pulled in 2 different directions.
Okay, I'll pick you up on the way. And before you object, I know exactly where you are, Menina. I googled Ian the other night and found his profile and address. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Carlos hung up.
Tony, it's starting,
Phineas yelled. She rushed back to the couch. The TV screen was filled with large words in a flowing script. Live with the Undead, starring Corky Corrant. Good evening, friends. A close-up revealed a face with heavily lined eyes and collagen-enhanced lips. This is Corky Corrant, reporting from the Horny Devils nightclub in New York City. The camera pulled back, and Tony recognized the nightclub she'd seen the night before. Corky was sitting at a table next to a somber-looking Ian.
Shit! Look at the tits on her, Phineas murmured.
Tonight we're talking to Ian McPhee, who has recently posted a very popular profile on the online dating service Single in the City. Corky inclined her head toward Ian. We're delighted to have you on the show, Ian.
My pleasure,
Ian said.
This ain't so bad,
Phineas observed.
Looks fine to me, Tony agreed. More than fine. Ian looked gorgeous with his blue eyes and wavy black hair. His green sweater clung to broad shoulders and a firm chest.
My friends, this is a special night.
Corky's smile faded, and she affected a dreamy look.
Every now and then in the annals of vampire history there arises a man who stands out among all others. He is the legendary hero who inspires great music and poetry, that perfect man who inhabits the secret fantasies of all vampire women.
Ian shifted in his seat, his face blushing.
He is the man we all yearn for. Corky glanced at Ian. And this is not his story.
Tony gasped. Ian's face paled.
Corky's eyes gleamed with wicked delight. No, tonight we have the pathetic story of a lonely, desperate man. So desperate he tries to sell himself online. No, wait. He's so pathetic he has a friend sell him online. What are you doing? Vonda marched into view. Ah, here is the friend, Vonda Barkovsky. Tell me, is it true Ian's too illiterate to write his own profile? He's not, Vonda began. Did you write it or not? Corky snarled. I helped, Vonda admitted, but he's not I had to wonder what would drive a man to such desperate measures, Corky continued with a smile. So, before this show, I interviewed 2 women who are very well acquainted with Ian McPhee. Here they are.
The screen changed to the blonde bartender.
You are Coralie Primrose, former member of Roman Dragonesti's harem? Corky asked.
Yes.
Coralie smiled shyly.
Ian was one of our guards. He was always such a sweet boy.
Boy? Corky asked. He looks 30 in his photo.
That's because he ate something that made him grow older,
Coralie explained.
For centuries, he looked like a 15-year-old boy.
That's amazing. What else can you tell us about Ian?
Well, Coralie chewed on her bottom lip. He told me why he wanted to look older. He just wants to get laid.
The scene switched back to Corky and Ian, who was frowning.
That was a joke,
he muttered. Corky scoffed. The next interview, please. The scene shifted to another blonde vamp. Tony recognized her as Pamela, the woman from the restroom. I am Lady Pamela Smythe-Worthing, one of the owners of this establishment, she began. And I have known Ian McPhee since 1955 when he was assigned to guard those of us who were members of Roman Dragonesti's harem. I heard he looked like a teenager, Corky said. Indeed, Pamela agreed. He was much too young-looking to be of any interest to us. Personally, I believe Ian McPhee is a 500-year-old virgin. Amazing, Corky said. So his profile is nothing more than a desperate ploy to finally pop the cherry? Pamela smiled. Precisely. The scene switched back to Corky and Ian. Vonda planted her hands on the table and leaned toward Corky. That's bullshit. Ian's looking for his true love. Can you confirm he's not a virgin? Corky asked calmly. Have you slept with him? Of course not, Vonda growled. Corky raised her voice. Has anyone here slept with Ian McPhee? The camera panned over 100 faces, all shouting no, then returned to a smiling Corky. I rest my case. You told me you would be nice, Vonda yelled. Corky shrugged. As a dedicated journalist, it's my duty to always report the truth. The truth? Vonda shrieked. The truth is you're a vicious, lying bitch. She leaped across the table and seized Corky by the neck. Vonda, no. Ian grabbed her, trying to pull her off Corky, who was getting shaken like a rag doll, although her huge breasts remained remarkably still. Corky's eyes bugged out as she gasped for air. Cut! A commercial started for custom-made coffins. Tony and Phineas stared at the TV in silence. Shit, Phineas finally whispered. Tony swallowed hard. That was bad. Really bad. Phineas stood as he turned off the TV.
Well, I gotta go to work.
He vanished. Tony dashed up the stairs. Carlos would be here any minute now, but she didn't want to leave without making sure Ian was all right. That was part of her job. Sorta. She reached the 5th floor, gasping for air, and knocked on the door. No answer. She turned the knob, and it opened. That was a good sign. He hadn't locked her out. She peered inside. The room was dark except for the light emanating from a television. She opened the door wider and spotted Corky Corrant on the TV.
My friends, I'm sure you're terribly distressed after watching that vicious woman's attempt to strangle me.
Corky sniffed and wiped away an imaginary tear.
But don't cry for me. I'm going to be all right.
The television switched off in the middle of a fake Corky sob, and Tony spotted Ian sitting in the dark. She slipped inside the room.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, Tony. I do not need a babysitter.
I'm just here as a friend.
She approached him.
You watched the interview?
He set the remote on the table beside his chair and picked up a bottle of blood.
Of course you saw it. The entire vampire world saw it.
I'm so sorry.
Save your pity for Wanda. Corky's suing her.
That's ridiculous. Corky purposely set out to hurt you. She was cruel and vicious. Tony paced in front of him. Though, I have to admit, Wanda went shrieking across that table like a flying monkey. Ian's dimple showed, and Tony secretly celebrated that she could still make him smile.
Wanda's a loyal friend, he said. I'll pay the damages.
But it wasn't your fault. Tony resumed her pacing. We could prove Corky was lying. You could get some of the vamp women you've slept with to come forward and...
I have never slept with a vamp.
He took a sip from his bottle. Really? She halted. So you actually prefer mortal women? Never mind. She began to pace once again. We'll get one of the mortals you slept with to... No, that wouldn't work. Mortals wouldn't have been watching DVN.
Most of them have passed away.
Ian took another sip. Well, okay. I'll just call that bitch myself and tell her I've slept with you. A corner of Ian's mouth tilted up.
You would lie for me, Tony?
It wouldn't have to be a lie. The thought sprang to her mind. She winced, wishing she could do a mental rewind. Surely he wasn't doing his vampire telepathy on her. Her cheeks heated up as she slanted a wary glance his way. He was watching her intently. A flash of red tinted his eyes before he blinked and looked away. He drank some more blood.
You should go, Tony.
All right. She backed toward the door. Just don't let this get you down, okay? He shrugged.
It was a silly notion from the start. Me, trying to be some sort of Romeo when I haven't the slightest idea how to be charming or flirtatious.
That's not true. You've been very charming and flirtatious with me. And one hell of a kisser, she thought. He set the bottle on the table.
I do not know why, but it comes easy with you. But it does not matter now. I'm pulling out of this dating nonsense.
What? She stepped toward him. You're quitting?
A man should be honest with himself, Tony. I'm not a ladies' man. I'm a warrior. You said it yourself the other night, that I was wasting my time.
But She'd said it out of frustration and jealousy, she now realized. She'd hated the thought of him preferring a vamp woman over her.
You know my past transgressions, Ian continued. Do you really think a man like me deserves to be loved?
He didn't feel deserving? Tony's eyes welled with tears. When she'd first met Ian, she'd thought they were totally different, but now she realized they were very much alike. He'd touched on the last of her morning affirmations, and the one she found the hardest to believe. I am worthy to be loved. How could she ever be worthy? She'd always let down those who counted on her. And poor Ian, he didn't feel worthy either. Her heart ached for him.
You do not need to answer.
Ian stood and walked away.
The look on your face tells me how you feel.
But you do! The words tumbled from her mouth. You do deserve to be loved. He turned toward her, a surprised look on his face. She blinked back her tears. Don't you dare give up, Ian! She dashed to the door.
Tony!
He whispered her name softly. So softly she wasn't sure she'd heard it. She paused at the door and glanced back.
A flood of longing rushed through her. He stepped toward her, and she gasped. His eyes were bright red. She stumbled from the room and shut the door. Dear God, what was she doing? She was falling for a vampire. Ian opened the aluminum blinds and peered down from the fifth-floor office. With his superior vision, he was able to count 22 women on the sidewalk, all bundled up against the cold and carrying posters. One was wearing a tiara that sparkled in the nearby street lamp. A sleek black Jaguar came to a stop in front of the townhouse, and the women wandered over to check it out. Then a slash of light spilled onto the sidewalk from the townhouse. The women squealed and rushed toward the front door. Just as Ian wondered if he would have to fend off a home invasion, the slash of light disappeared. The driver jumped out of the Jaguar. Carlos. He extracted someone from the bunch of excited women and led her back to his car. Tony. With a twinge of annoyance, Ian realized Carlos had rescued her from the mob. The Jaguar sped down the road. What was she up to now? With a greater jab of annoyance, he realized she preferred spending her free time with Carlos. Or did she just feel safer with Immortal, who was supposedly gay? Ian was fairly sure that her rushed exit from the office had meant she was aware of his attraction to her. But she'd also gasped when she'd noticed his eyes. Did his undead nature frighten her? Probably so. After surviving a vicious vampire attack, why would she welcome the advances of another vampire? But when he'd kissed her, she hadn't pushed him away. Perhaps there was hope after all. He closed his eyes, picturing her in her tiny skirt. He would stroke her golden thighs, then slide his hand under her skirt to feel the sweet curve of her hip and bottom, and the tender, moist flesh between her legs. With a sharp breath, he cleared his mind. What a fool he was. Intellectually, he knew a female vamp presented the most suitable mate for him. Yet here he was, lusting for a mortal. And even worse, the one mortal who was off limits. She totally intrigued him, physically, emotionally, and intellectually. She was such an interesting mixture of determination and self-doubt, emotional strength and hidden wounds. She reminded him of himself. And what were her hidden motives for being here? What made an intelligent woman with a bright future guard the undead and risk losing her memory when she left? He had to know. Last night, while she'd slept, he'd teleported into her bedroom and slipped a tracking device into her handbag. He would know exactly where she and Carlos were going. He wandered back into the bedroom to shower and change clothes. After taking care of the women on the sidewalk, he teleported to the parking lot at Romatech Industries. Connor showed no reaction when Ian marched into the security office. He simply turned off the television. Dougal and Phineas gave Ian sympathetic looks before focusing on their shoes. Bloody hell. He hated pity even more than humiliation. We'd better make the rounds. Dougal headed out the door. Come on, Phineas. Phineas paused halfway out the door. Man, that Corky bitch was whack. You want me to set her straight? Nay. Ian smiled half-heartedly. But I appreciate the thought. Any time, bro. Phineas raised a fist and punched the air. I got your back. He closed the door as he left. Connor sat behind his desk and quietly studied Ian. Have a go. Ian folded his arms across his chest. I reckon you're wanting to rant at me. I reckon you've endured enough humiliation for one night. Ian lifted his chin. Do not hold back on my account. I have a high threshold for pain. Connor's face remained blank, though Ian detected an amused glint in his blue eyes. You should have known Corky could not be trusted. I did, and I warned Wanda. She did not believe me. Connor lounged back in his chair. I dare say she believes you now. Aye. Ian smiled, recalling Tony's description of her as a screeching flying monkey. The situation is hardly amusing. I hear there are over 20 women camped out in front of the townhouse. Do not worry. They're all gone. I took care of it. Connor gave him a bland look. And were ye careful with the disposal of the bodies? I did not kill them. Ian paused when he saw Connor's mouth twitch. The damned Scotsman was playing with him. Very funny. Connor chuckled as he rose from his chair. He approached Ian and slapped him fondly on the back. Lad,
How did you manage to make such a mess?
Ian felt his face redden.
I'm trying to clean it up. I took the names and phone numbers of the women on the street. They were happy to leave after I talked to them a wee bit. The puir lassies were freezing out there.
Connor shook his head.
I cannot imagine being that desperate for love.
Ian sighed. Didn't everyone need to be loved? He'd endured 12 days of torturous pain on Roman's stay-awake drug, just so he could look older and find true love.
There's another problem. Did you see how Coralie announced to the whole vampire world that I aged? Everyone will wonder how that happened. I doubt any vamps want to age.
Connor circled his desk and sat.
But if anyone finds out that the drug enables a vampire to stay awake during the day, the drug could be used as a weapon.
Ian finished the sentence.
I'm sure the malcontents have been dying to know how Roman managed to invade their headquarters during the day to rescue Laszlo. If they figure it out, they'll do anything to get their hands on that drug.
Connor drummed his fingers on the desk.
I'll tell Roman that we need to either hide the drug or destroy it, and we'll increase the security here. Roman has the formula in his head,
Ian continued.
We'll need to watch out for him. Aye.
Connor gave Ian a worried look.
When the malcontents start looking for answers to how ye aged, ye are going to be their first target.
Ian swallowed hard. While he hunted for his true love, the malcontents could be hunting for him. Chapter 12. Is there a point to this? Tony trudged along in the snow, surveying the 10-foot-high brick wall. Carlos had insisted they inspect the exterior of Shady Oaks before entering the lobby. The visitor parking was in front, the employee parking on the east side, and a guarded service entrance in the back. Now they were on the west side, traversing an area that boasted quite a few shady oaks. She realized her question had gone unanswered, so she turned to confront Carlos. He was gone. Carlos? She spun around, and her handbag slipped off her shoulder. Carlos, where are you?
Shh, not so loud.
She followed the sound of his voice and spotted him high in an oak tree, lying on a thick branch that extended over the brick wall. Good grief! He had to be 15 feet up. Carlos, what are you doing? She gaped as he jumped from the tree and landed lightly on his feet. How'd you do that?
The real question is why.
He strode toward her.
I needed to see over the wall. There's an inner courtyard. All the surrounding buildings open onto it. I think the buildings with numbers on them are the wards where the patients are staying. The other buildings look like a cafeteria, gymnasium, and indoor pool. It's a fancy place.
You could tell all that from the tree?
Yes, and even better. I saw a handful of patients hanging around the gazebo, smoking. There was one guard with them.
He walked toward the front parking lot. How was that helpful? Tony hitched her bag back onto her shoulder and followed him.
All information is helpful. Now I'll go into the lobby first and check it out. You wait here out of range of the surveillance camera.
But... She stopped when the automatic doors swooshed closed behind him. Great. I'll just wait here in the freezing cold. The circular drive to the entrance was lined with stone statues and snow-capped boxwood hedges. She could see inside the lobby through the large plate glass windows. It looked warm and cozy with leather sofas and easy chairs. Carlos was right about Shady Oaks being a fancy place. He exited, holding a piece of paper in his hand, and met her out of range of the surveillance camera. He stuffed the paper into the pocket of his leather coat. What was that? Tony asked.
A job application. Now, here's the layout. The receptionist is behind the information desk. There are 2 locked doors on each side of the lobby, leading into the east and west wings. The back wall of the lobby is glass, looking out onto the courtyard. There's a door, but the guard is sitting in front of it.
So there's no way into the courtyard? She sighed. I guess it doesn't matter, since I'm sure the wards are locked up tight.
The courtyard is accessible. You're forgetting the well-placed Shady Oak.
She grimaced. I can't get up that tree.
You don't have to. I will. And hopefully I can distract the guard and the receptionist in the lobby. That's when you check the patient list I saw on the receptionist's desk. If you find Sabrina's name, make sure you get the ID number. We won't be allowed to even talk to her on the phone without her ID number.
Okay. Tony stomped the mud and snow off her boots. I'm not entirely comfortable with this espionage stuff. And how come Carlos was so good at it?
So how are you going to distract them?
Too late again. Carlos had already taken off. He sprinted around the corner of the complex, headed no doubt for his favorite tree.
Good grief!
Tony marched in place to warm up her feet. She'd give him a few minutes to start whatever he was planning to do. She exhaled, letting the air rush out with a cloud of icy vapor, then strode into the lobby. Showtime. The automatic door swooshed behind her, and the guard and receptionist both looked at her. It was long past visiting hours, so she was all alone.
May I help you?
The receptionist asked, studying her over her black-rimmed reading glasses. Tony glanced around quickly. She could barely see the courtyard through the window. The gazebo was dimly lit, and the shadows of patients milled about. Their cigarettes flared with little orange lights whenever they took a puff. The receptionist cleared her throat.
I was wondering.
Tony edged over to the information desk and spotted the patient list, pinned under the receptionist's elbow.
How does someone get admitted to this hospital? I have a friend with a serious problem.
The receptionist gave her a wry look. And what exactly is your friend's problem? Tony realized the woman thought she was talking about herself, so she played along.
Well, my friend is addicted to sex. Lots of sex, all the time. She can't get enough.
I see. The receptionist pursed her lips.
Normally, your psychologist would refer you here.
You are seeing a psychologist, aren't you? I mean, your friend? Tony grinned sheepishly.
Okay, you got me.
And yeah, I was seeing a therapist, but his wife caught me giving him a Hummer in the back seat of his Hummer, so... The receptionist pulled off her glasses. You had sexual relations with your therapist?
Sure. I sleep with all my therapists. And my doctors, my teachers, the plumber, the pigeon guy on the roof.
Where the hell was Carlos?
You know, it's a disease.
Screams suddenly erupted from the courtyard, and the guard jumped to his feet to peer through the window. The receptionist stood. What's going on?
I can't tell, the guard answered. The patients are running all over the place.
The screams increased in volume and terror. What the hell was Carlos doing? Tony jumped when a patient slammed against the plate glass window.
Help!
He shouted.
Let me in!
The guard punched a keypad to open the door.
You're not supposed to let them in the lobby, the receptionist warned.
Just then, a loud roar filled the air and shook the glass windows. The screams from the courtyard intensified. A woman flung herself against the glass.
Help me! It attacked me!
The guard opened the door, and the two patients scurried inside.
Look what it did to me!
The female patient showed off her down jacket. The sleeve was ripped open so that the stuffing was falling out.
It's a monster! A black monster with glowing eyes!
Doris, take them to the clinic,
the guard ordered the receptionist. He removed a taser from his belt.
Don't worry, folks. I'll take care of this monster.
He cast an amused look at Doris. No doubt he suspected the patients at the mental hospital were crazy. Doris ran over to the patients.
Come this way.
She unlocked the door to the west wing and ushered them inside. Screams continued in the courtyard, and Tony spotted the shadows of other patients scurrying about, banging on the doors to other buildings. Whatever Carlos was doing, he was scaring the hell out of everyone. Meanwhile, the lobby was empty. She rushed around the desk and thumbed through the patient list. There on the last page was Vanderworth, Sabrina, 3rd Ward, VS4 8732. Tony scribbled down the information on a notepad, tore off the page, and stuffed it in her handbag. She dashed out the front door and was halfway to Carlos's car when she slipped on an icy patch and her feet flew out from under her. She landed hard on her hip.
Ow! Damn!
She eased to her feet and hobbled to the car.
Damn.
She checked her handbag to make sure the paper was still there. After a long, nerve-wracking minute, she spotted Carlos running toward her. What the heck? He was barefoot, with his boots in one hand and his leather coat in the other. His black shirt was unbuttoned and flapped wildly as he sprinted toward her. He shifted his jacket to his other arm, then pulled the keys from his pants pocket. With a click on the keypad, the doors unlocked. He tossed his shoes and jacket on the back seat.
Did you get the info?
Yes. She opened her door. What happened to you?
Harry.
He slid into the driver's seat.
I overheard the guard calling the police.
She climbed in with her hip complaining, then buckled up. What did you do? I heard so much screaming.
I created the diversion.
He backed the car out, then zoomed toward the exit. She eyed his bare chest and partially buttoned pants. Oh my God! Don't tell me you streaked.
Something like that.
He pulled out onto the street. Police sirens wailed in the distance.
We'll come back tomorrow after things have calmed down. Visiting hours are 5 p.m. on Sunday. Can you make it?
I think so. Tony squinted as 2 police cars raced past them with flashing lights. She glanced over her shoulder and saw them pulling into the hospital parking lot. What had caused the guard to call the police? She recalled the woman with the slashed jacket and the woman's frantic words, a black monster with glowing eyes. A twinge of unease knotted her stomach. What on earth did Carlos do? Ian stashed the 6 vials of the stay-awake drug in the safe room in the basement of Romatech, a room completely encased in silver so that a vampire could teleport neither in nor out. The silver room was equipped with its own air supply and enough food, water, and bottled blood to keep immortal or vamp alive for 3 months. Meanwhile, Connor and Roman were making sure the recipe for the stay-awake drug was erased from all computer files. Now there were only 2 sources for the formula: a CD in the silver room and Roman's brain. Connor wanted to send Roman and his family into hiding, but Roman didn't think the situation was dire enough yet. Since Ian still had a few vacation days left, Connor didn't expect him to stick around, so he teleported back to the townhouse. In the 5th floor office, he connected the computer to the tracking device in Tony's handbag. He zoomed in on her location. Shady Oaks Psychiatric Hospital? Why would Carlos take her there? The lights started blinking. They were on the move. His cell phone rang, and he retrieved it from his sporran.
Hello?
Ian, this is Vonda, she whispered. I need you to come to the club, but not to the entrance or the main room. Teleport straight to my voice.
What's wrong?
Just come here, now, she hissed.
All right.
He focused on her voice. A few seconds later, he arrived in a dark room next to Vonda. He glanced around. Scattered on the floor around low tables were overstuffed tasseled pillows in red, purple, and gold silk. The walls were covered with sheer drapes of red and gold. On the tabletops, candles flickered inside golden mosaic glass, casting sparkly lights around the room. Music and more light filtered through the open cutwork of carved wooden screens that lined one side of the room.
What is this place?
He whispered. The VIP room, Vonda replied. Since we were harem ladies, we thought it would be cool to make it look like a harem. The screen folds open, so the VIP customers can look over the railing at the action below. But if they want privacy, we close the screen. Ian peered through a hole in the screen. Sure enough, the Horny Devil's nightclub was below. In front of the stage, lady vamps bounced merrily in time with the music while the male dancer on stage spun around in a black flowing vampire cape. Beneath the cape he was naked, except for a black bow tie and red sparkly bikini underwear. Ian winced. Dracula would roll over in his grave. By the way, all the girls down there have been asking about you, Vonda said. They want to meet you.
Why? So they can laugh at me?
Vonda snorted. Actually, they all want the honor of being the one to take your virginity.
Bloody hell,
he muttered.
Did you tell them they're about 500 years too late?
I tried to, but they prefer Corky's version. I suspect they think being your first will make them famous and give them some airtime on Corky's show.
Ah, so it's fame and not me that attracts them. Was there an important reason you called me here?
I'm afraid so. Vonda peered through the screen. Look at the bar. His gaze shifted to Cora Lee, whose blonde head was close to a stocky male vamp. Ian's stomach twisted as recognition clicked in place.
Damn it to hell.
Vonda cast him a worried look. Then you know who he is?
Yedrik Yanov.
Ian had last seen the murderous malcontent in the Ukraine, the night he'd gone there with Jean-Luc and others to help rescue Angus and Emma. Jedrick had been there with Casimir, but when the malcontents started to lose the battle, both Jedrick and Casimir teleported away, leaving their Russian comrades behind to be vanquished. Shanna's father and his CIA stakeout team maintained a constant surveillance of the Russian-American vampires, and they kept Connor informed, since he'd managed to plant the listening devices in their headquarters. Unfortunately, the bugs had been destroyed a few nights ago. Jedrick was being thorough.
He usually hangs out in Eastern Europe, Ian explained, but he's recently been put in charge of the Russian-American Coven in Brooklyn.
But he's Polish, Vonda protested.
Half Polish, half Russian, and Casimir's right-hand man.
Ian regarded Vonda curiously.
How do you know him?
A hint of pain flickered across her face.
Let's just say he got along really well with the Nazis. He's a vicious killer, and he enjoys it.
A malcontent poster boy.
Ian peered through the screen.
He's drinking blear to fool Coralie into thinking he's a regular vamp.
Unfortunately, it's not that hard to fool Coralie. Ian strained his ears, but he couldn't hear Jedrick's low voice over the din of loud music and squealing women.
I need to know what he's saying.
Vonda frowned, considering.
If I go down there, he'll recognize me and...
Oh, I know. There's an intercom on my desk that connects to the bar. I use it when I need to talk to Coralie. This way. She strode to a door partially hidden behind a sheer red curtain. Ian followed her down a flight of stairs and into her office.
Is this it?
He reached for the intercom on her desk. Wait, it's a two-way connection, she warned him. We'll have to be perfectly quiet. He nodded and pushed the button with his finger.
So, you know Ian?
Coralie asked.
Sure,
Jedrick replied with a fake Brooklyn accent.
We go way back. I can't get over the way he looks now.
I know. I didn't even recognize him at first,
Coralie confessed.
I can't believe he got older like that.
And you say it happened in Texas?
Jedrick asked.
That's what Ian told me.
Sweetheart, could you get me another blear? His stuff is freaking fantastic. Roman is a genius.
He sure is. You know him too?
Who doesn't? The guy's famous,
Jedrick commented casually.
But you know what? He looks a bit older too.
Yep. All of a sudden he turned gray at the temples.
But he didn't go to Texas, did he?
Jedrick asked.
Nope. He was here when it happened. Land's sakes, I can't imagine why anyone would want to look older.
They would if there was a really important secret purpose behind it,
Jedrick said. Vonda gasped, and Ian shook his head to remind her to stay quiet. No doubt she had grasped the full danger of the situation. If the malcontents acquired the means to stay awake during the day, they would slaughter vamps who were helpless in their death sleep. The phone on Vonda's desk rang, and Ian quickly lifted his finger off the intercom button to break the connection. Vonda grimaced and answered the phone. Ian dashed back up the stairs to the VIP harem room and peered through the screen. Coralie must have heard the ring, for she'd answered her phone. With a confused look, she hung up. Meanwhile, Jedrick was scanning the surroundings, his eyes narrowed. No doubt he suspected something. Ian considered teleporting down to challenge him, but before he could weigh the pros and cons, Jedrick vanished. What's happening? Vonda rushed into the room.
He's gone.
That damned phone, Vonda muttered. It was the dancer I fired Thursday night. He heard Corky was planning to sue me, so he decided to have a go at me too. The bastard.
I'll get the name of Angus's solicitor, Ian offered. He's the best in the vamp world. And do not fash over Corky. I'll pay to settle with her. I cannot have you suffering on my account.
But I'm the one who attacked her. Vonda dragged a hand through her spiky hair. And now we have this mess with Jedrick Yanov. He's not going to stop until he knows what caused you to age. And if he gets his hands on that drug...
I know. They'll kill us in our sleep.
Vonda pressed a hand to her brow. This is all my fault. I made you too famous, and now you're in danger. Jedrick will hunt you down. He'll...
It will be all right.
But I completely screwed up, she cried. You're like one of my little brothers to me, and I lost all of them. I can't stand to lose you too, not when it's all my fault.
Shh. He pulled her into an embrace and patted her on the back.
I do not blame you, Wanda. Your heart was in the right place. But I would appreciate it if you could tell Coralie and Lady Pamela to keep their bloody mouths shut.
I will. Wanda stepped back and sniffed. And I'll keep trying to find you the perfect mate. I'll make a list of the girls who want to meet you, and I'll interview them myself to weed out the ones who just want to be famous. Ian figured that was all of them, but he didn't want to belittle Wanda's offer.
That would be great, thanks.
She squeezed her eyes shut. I want you to be happy, Ian, and safe. When she opened her eyes, anger flashed in them. So help me, if that Jedrik bastard hurts.
Wanda, promise me you'll do nothing about Jedrik Yanov. Leave him to me and Connor.
She heaved a sigh. Okay, but please be careful. He'll want answers, and you're the one who has them.
I know.
Ian realized Jedrik would be hunting for him right now, and the first place he'd search would be Roman's townhouse.
I need to use your computer.
He dashed down the stairs to Wanda's office and accessed the tracking device in Tony's handbag. She was back at the townhouse, all alone. Ian's stomach clenched. Tony, he thought, just before he teleported away. Chapter 13. A hot shower helped take the chill out of Tony's bones and relieve the ache in her bruised hip. She leaned over to wrap a towel around her wet hair, and as she straightened, she accidentally brushed her hip against the counter. Ow! She eyed the bruise. It had swollen to a lovely shade of purple that coordinated well with the red scars on her torso and breasts. Tony! She jumped at the sound of Ian's voice coming from her bedroom. Her hip knocked against the counter. Ow! Damn it! She grabbed onto the towel bar to keep from falling. Tony, are you all right? Ian pounded on the door. Is someone hurting you? Should I teleport in? No! What was he doing out there? I have the entire offensive line from the New York Giants in here. Oh yeah, I'm feeling good. 2nd down and 8 to go. There was a pause. You're jesting, right? She snorted. Brilliant, Sherlock. Come out now. We need to talk. Not that again. I don't have any clothes. Go away. I'll close my eyes. Now it was her turn to pause. I don't believe you. Brilliant, Sherlock. Damn him. She wrapped a towel around herself. Go away. No, I've come to rescue you. From what? Mildew? I'll step into the hall so you can get dressed. Please, Harry. She heard footsteps and a door click shut. She peeked out. The bedroom was empty. She eased toward the dresser. Why are you pestering me? I'm off duty now. She dropped her towel and quickly pulled on some panties. This cannot wait, Ian spoke from the hallway. We're in danger from a malcontent assassin named Jedrik Yanov. He's the new master of the Russian-American Coven in Brooklyn, the bastards who attacked you before. Jedrik wants information about the drug I took in order to age, so he'll be searching for me. Any irritation Tony had felt sifted away, only to be replaced by a twinge of fear. She reached behind her back to hook her bra. How serious is this? Very serious. If he comes to the townhouse, he will not come alone. He'll bring other malcontents with him, and everyone here, including you, will be attacked. A chill prickled her skin with goose flesh. They know about this townhouse? I thought it was a secret. Damn, she had thought she was safe from them. Roman's home is a secret, but this place has always been known in the vamp world. Every spring, Roman hosts a conference at Romatech, and coven masters come from around the world to attend. They always stay here, and Angus's company provides security. Are you decent now? She could be attacked again? God, no. Memories of that night threatened to wash over her. No, not again. A form appeared before her, and she gasped. Ian's eyes widened. Tony. Her hands fluttered around her panties and bra. Damn, her undies didn't cover up much. And her scars. She glanced at his face and saw his expression go from shock to horror. Go away! She turned her back to him. Damn it. What was worse? Being caught almost naked or seeing a guy's horrified reaction to it?
Tony, you're covered with bite marks.
I know. I was there when it happened. She rushed to the closet and yanked a pair of jeans off a hanger.
And your hip is bruised something terrible.
Stop looking at me! She pulled on the jeans. I fell in a parking lot.
At the Shady Oak Psychiatric Hospital?
She gasped, and the jeans slid down to her knees. How? She noticed his gaze drifting south, and she jerked the jeans back up. How did you know?
I'm a very good investigator.
Damn him. She zipped up her jeans. You've been spying on me? He strode toward her.
Is that your suitcase there?
She jumped aside to keep some distance between them. What are you doing? He opened the suitcase on her dresser and started filling it with her clothes.
Finished getting dressed now.
She didn't care for his authoritarian tone, or that he'd been spying on her. She jerked a t-shirt off a hanger and pulled it on. Fine, I'll get dressed. Then you won't have to look so horrified at the sight of my body. He paused with a handful of her panties in his fist.
I was angry when I saw how those bastards punctured you with holes. I was not horrified. Your body is beautiful.
How could she stay angry when he said that? He dropped the panties in her suitcase.
Please, Harry, we need to go.
Where are we going? She ran into the bathroom, grabbed her hairbrush, toothbrush, cosmetic bag, and contacts, then tossed them into the suitcase.
I'll take you to Romatech. Security is much tighter there. Then the lads and I can return here to fight the bastards if they come.
She liked the idea of being safe, and she really hated the idea of seeing the malcontents again. But something about Ian's plan annoyed her. She didn't like being a weak damsel in distress. She sat on the bed to pull on her socks. I'm not going to hide and leave all the fighting to you guys. I was hired to fight. Ian smiled as he grabbed clothes from her closet and dumped them in her suitcase.
You're a brave lass, and I commend ye for it. But this is not your fight.
Normally, she would agree. Why risk her life over a vampire dispute? But the night the malcontents attacked her, it became personal. As much as she hated seeing them again, she had to do it. She jerked on her boots. This is my fight. I won't cower in fear. I'll do what I was hired to do. Ian zipped her suitcase shut.
Sweetheart, you were hired as a day guard. That means you are supposed to fight daytime enemies, namely mortals. You're off duty at night for a reason. You can't survive against a vampire foe.
I pinned Phineas down the other night.
A lucky break.
Look, sweetheart. She marched toward him. I'm good. I'm damned good. Do you need a demonstration?
Perhaps ye do.
He vanished, and a second later he was behind her, pulling her against his chest. She reacted quickly, ramming her elbows into his chest. It was like hitting a brick wall. His hands moved to her neck and face, and his voice was soft against her ear.
The next sound ye would hear is the snapping of your neck.
Rage swept through her. Damn it to hell. There was no winning against them. The memory of her attack flooded back and sucked her under, drowning her in horror. She shook her head, trying to dislodge the memories, but they filled her mind, playing back every excruciating detail. A shudder almost doubled her over.
Tony, it will be all right,
Ian whispered. No! She fought back the tears, but the more she struggled, the more her emotions swelled. She broke free from Ian and staggered back. I hate your kind. His face paled. She pressed a hand to her mouth, startled by the intensity of her outburst. His mouth thinned, and pain glinted in his eyes.
At least you're being honest now.
She splayed her hands across her scarred ribcage. They chewed on me like I was food, like I wasn't human. I was just a piece of meat. Tears rolled down her face, and she wiped her cheeks. I couldn't fight them. They took over my mind, and it was like my soul was squashed. He pulled her into his arms. She stiffened, but he held her tight.
Lass, I would never harm you. Ye can trust me.
She took a slow, shuddering breath and let it out.
I know.
She burrowed her face in his thick sweater and let his scent fill her nostrils. He smelled clean but earthy, sweet but manly. He rubbed a hand up and down her back.
I hope I do see those bastards tonight. I'd love to skewer them for what they did to you.
She rested her cheek against his shoulder. He still didn't quite understand. She appreciated his desire to protect her, but she didn't really want to protect her against evil vampires. What she wanted was a way to protect herself. And given their superior abilities, she didn't think such a way existed. And that's what bothered her the most, the inequality and injustice of it all.
I wish I could whip your ass,
she whispered. Ian chuckled.
That's my girl.
She nestled her cheek deeper into his thick sweater. He was surprisingly warm and wonderfully solid. When he released her and stepped back, she wanted to throw herself back into his arms.
We need to go, lass.
He dragged her suitcase off the dresser. She pulled on her coat and grabbed her handbag. Are you driving?
Teleporting. It's faster.
He grasped the handle of her suitcase with one hand and extended the other toward her.
You'll need to hold on to me.
Oh. Not a problem. She slid her arms around his neck.
Closer.
His arm tightened around her waist. She pressed against his solid chest. Like this? He closed his eyes briefly.
Aye.
Her breath caught when his eyes opened. What's the deal with your eyes? They keep turning red.
It's a normal reaction for a vampire.
I don't think so. She studied the red, glowing irises. None of the other vamps do that.
Good. I would not want to fight any of my friends.
What are you talking about? He gave her a wry smile.
Tony, when my eyes turn red, it's because I'm wanting you very badly.
She swallowed hard. But it's been happening for days.
Aye, since I first met you. But do not let it worry you. I know you hate our kind.
I don't hate you, Ian. I don't hate any of the good vamps. Maybe I did it first, but now... He watched her carefully.
How do you feel now?
A flood of emotions brought tears to her eyes. I have a lot on my mind. Not just you, but my friend Sabrina. I'm so very worried and confused. She shouldn't feel so damned attracted to a vampire.
Tell me what's going on. I might be able to help you.
She studied his handsome face and saw genuine concern and compassion. She wanted to trust him. Dear God, she wanted to stay in his arms forever. I'll think about it.
Good. Hang on, sweetheart.
He pulled her tight, and everything went black. As soon as Ian was assured that Tony was safely ensconced in the silver room at Romatech, he teleported back to the townhouse with Dougal and Phineas. When they materialized on the back porch, they heard the high-pitched buzz of the alarm inside the townhouse. They instantly drew their swords. There were only two explanations for the alarm. Either Immortal had broken into the townhouse and didn't hear the alarm, or a vampire had teleported inside and didn't know the proper combination required to turn the alarm off. Dougal quietly unlocked the back door and let it swing open. They waited, swords ready, for someone to poke his head out the door and look. If it was a malcontent, his head wouldn't stay attached for long. No one fell for the bait. Ian moved to enter, but Phineas pulled him back.
It's you they want, bro. Stay between us.
Phineas entered first. The kitchen was a mess. Cabinets and drawers hung open, and the contents were scattered on the countertops.
They must be looking for the drug.
Dougal started to punch in the combination to turn off the alarm.
Nay.
Ian stopped him.
If we turn it off, we'll be announcing our arrival.
Dougal grimaced.
You're right, but the noise is bloody annoying.
Yeah, sounds like a cat on crack, Phineas muttered. He positioned himself by the swinging door.
Ready?
Ian nodded, and the three vamps zoomed into the foyer. A quick glance assured them that the intruders were not on the first floor. Books were tumbled onto the floor in the library, and the parlor had been ransacked. They zipped downstairs to the cellar. Phineas's bed had been slashed, and the coffins ripped apart.
Shit!
Phineas studied the broken picture frame of his family.
We're too late.
We should check Roman's office, Ian suggested. I'm sure they've realized that he invented the drug. We go together, Dougal said. Aim for the 5th floor landing.
The trio teleported to the landing outside Roman's office and bedroom. The 2 doors were open, and inside, voices were speaking in Russian. Ian eased toward the office door and spied Yedrik Yanov at Roman's desk, fiddling with the computer. The malcontent cursed and pounded a fist on the keyboard. Then he started rifling through the desk drawers. Dougal peeked into Roman's bedroom, then raised 2 fingers to indicate 2 men. Ian lifted 1 finger. It was 3 against 3. He gave Dougal and Phineas a questioning look, and they both nodded. Ian charged into the office, headed straight for Yedrik. The assassin glanced up and reached for the sword he left on the desk. Ian was already swinging his sword down for a killing blow when Yedrik teleported away. Ian's sword ripped through an empty office chair.
Bloody hell!
He spun to see if Yedrik had materialized behind him. He hadn't. The Russian covenmaster reappeared in the bedroom next to his 2 followers. Ian moved toward them while Dougal and Phineas flanked him.
Just the man I was looking for, Yedrik sneered. Stasio, Yuri, take the man in the middle.
The 2 malcontents lunged toward Ian, but Dougal and Phineas jumped in front, and each engaged in battle. Ian cursed inwardly at being treated like a helpless pup. He headed for Yedrik, but the coward vanished once again. Ian whirled just as Yedrik's hand gripped his arm from behind. A dizzying sensation stole over him, and he realized Yedrik was attempting to teleport away with him. He slashed his sword down onto Yedrik's arm, and the man yelped in pain just before disappearing completely.
You coward!
Ian shouted at the now empty space. A cry of pain drew Ian's attention back to the sword fights. Phineas had sliced his opponent's torso. The Russian stumbled back, and Phineas stabbed him in the chest. The Russian turned grey, then crumbled into a pile of dust on the floor. The second Russian shouted in anger, then teleported away, leaving Dougal cursing in his wake.
I did it!
Phineas lifted his sword in the air.
Did you see that? I was a killing machine!
Dougal slapped him on the back.
Your first kill! Congratulations!
Phineas raised his hand to give them both a high five.
Oh yeah! Dr. Fang strikes again!
Ian smiled wearily. After a few centuries of killing malcontents, he no longer felt the thrill. He strode back to the desk and turned off the alarm.
Yedrik was injured. I do not think he'll try anything else tonight. Let's go back to Romatek.
Roman and his family would be safe for the time being, and so would Tony. As soon as Yedrik Yanov materialized in his Brooklyn office, he felt the pain of his slashed arm. He dropped his sword on the floor and clasped a hand over the wound. Blood seeped through his fingers and dripped onto the expensive Turkish rug.
Damn.
Sir, you're bleeding, the guard at his door said.
Brilliant observation, moron, Yedrik growled. Get Nadia in here now.
Yes, master. The guard zoomed away. Yedrik pulled his ripped and bloody sweater off and tossed it in the litter bin. The guard returned with Nadia in tow. She hovered by the doorway, refusing to look at him. He knew she was angry. She hadn't enjoyed killing the blonde.
Bring bandages. You will bind my wound.
She lifted her chin defiantly. Your wound will heal during your death sleep.
That's 5 hours from now, bitch. Bring the bandages now.
She trudged off. Still too much spirit, but he would break her soon.
You!
He glared at the guard. The guy's name was Stanislav, but Yedrik didn't like to call people by their names. It made them think that somehow you liked them.
Give me your shirt. Yes, master.
Stanislav unbuttoned his white shirt. Meanwhile, a form wavered, then solidified by the desk. It was Yuri. He sheathed his sword and avoided looking at Yedrik.
Where's Stasio?
Yedrik demanded.
He's dead,
Yuri whispered.
Then he should have fought better.
Yedrik grabbed the shirt Stanislav offered and wrapped it around the cut on his forearm.
The white cotton turned red with blood.
Who killed him? Was it one of those damned Scotsmen?
No, Yuri replied. It was the black vampire.
Black?
Stanislav asked. I wonder.
Out with it,
Jedrik growled. There was a black guy in our coven for a while, Stanislav explained. Phineas McKinney. Alec transformed him because he was a drug dealer, and Katya needed his help to make Nightshade. Unfortunately, the now-deceased Katya had used up all the Nightshade in her failed attempt to deliver Angus McKay to Casimir. Jedrik had hoped to find some of the drug here in the office, but no such luck.
Where's this Phineas? If I'd had some Nightshade tonight, I could have paralyzed Ian McPhee and brought him back. I haven't seen Phineas in over a year.
Stanislav tilted his head, concentrating. Last time I saw him, he was here in the office. Said he was looking for Katya, but she and Galina had already gone to the Ukraine. Jedrik narrowed his eyes. He'd debugged this office when Katya was master. Then again when he'd become coven master. Someone in the coven had been playing both sides.
Look through the photos on my desk. There's a picture of a black vamp who works for McKay.
Stanislav shuffled through the photos, then stopped.
This is him, Phineas McKinney.
Jedrik gritted his teeth.
And when Phineas was here in the office, did you tell him where Katya was?
Stanislav opened his mouth to answer, then snapped it shut when realization struck. He gulped audibly.
What did I say about incompetence?
Jedrik growled. Yuri drew his sword and awaited the order. Stanislav stepped back, his face pale. I thought he was on our side. He helped us make the Nightshade. Jedrik inhaled deeply. Fear radiated from Stanislav like the sweetest of perfumes.
You will have one chance to redeem yourself. You will kill Phineas McKinney.
Of course. Stanislav nodded enthusiastically. It'll be my pleasure. Yuri sheathed his sword with a disappointed look.
First, you will find me a snack,
Jedrik told Stanislav.
This wound has left me famished.
Yes, master, right away. Stanislav left just as Nadia arrived, her hands filled with bandages and tape. She approached him with a wary look.
You took too long.
Jedrik perched on the edge of his desk and lifted his wounded arm.
Wrap it up tight.
Yes, master. She began rolling the gauze around his forearm. He noted the bruises on her arms, where he dug his fingers into her earlier.
I enjoy hurting you.
Her hand shook as she bandaged his arm. Good. She was showing the proper amount of fear. He loved instilling fear in others. It gave him power over them. People bowed in fear before gods. What about the drug? Yuri asked. And Ian McPhee?
I need to heal first.
Jedrik flexed his hand.
Tomorrow we'll strike again. We'll get our answers, and the vamps will die.
Chapter 14. A dinging sound nudged Tony from her sleep. Where was she? Oh, right. The silver room at Romatech Industries. A flash of light drew her attention, and she stiffened when she realized she wasn't alone in the dark room. Then she recognized the red and green plaid kilt, the broad shoulders and black ponytail that curled on the end. The red exit light above the door cast a dim red glow across the room. Ian removed a bottle of blood from the microwave. That must have been the source of the dinging sound. She glanced at the bedside clock. Time to get up for work. She sat up, and the rustle of sheets caused Ian to turn toward her.
I did not mean to wake you.
It's okay. It's time for me to get up.
You can sleep late if you like.
She immediately collapsed onto the bed. Oh, God, yes. He chuckled.
Everyone is staying here for their death sleep. There are a few bedrooms here in the cellar, all with surveillance cameras. Howard's in the McKay office, watching over us.
Tony glanced up at the camera in the corner. The red light indicated it was turned on.
There's a second office for day security, Ian continued. They watch over the mortal employees and guard the building. I hear it's very busy upstairs during the day. Lots of mortals making synthetic blood, bottling it and shipping it to hospitals and blood banks.
You're not worried one of the mortal employees will stumble onto a vamp in his death sleep?
The mortals are not allowed in the basement. You need a special key card to make the elevator come here or access the stairway. I left one on the table for you here.
Did I miss anything while I was sleeping? He shrugged one shoulder.
The townhouse was invaded.
What? She sat up. The malcontents were there?
Aye. Phineas killed one. He was very proud of himself. Yedric tried to teleport away with me, but I slashed his arm to get free.
Good grief, Tony whispered. This was awful. Are you okay?
Aye.
Ian finished his bottle and rinsed it out in the kitchen sink.
We expect they'll try something tonight, so you should get more rest while you can.
Okay. I'll just go to the bathroom first. She padded to the bathroom. Once she was done, she shut the door behind her and let her eyes adjust to the red-tinted darkness. Ian was no longer in the kitchen. She moved toward the bed and halted. There he was, on the far side, lying on top of the covers, wearing his kilt, a white t-shirt and his knee socks. What are you doing? She glanced around the room. There was only one bed. Maybe if she pushed the easy chairs together, she could manage.
I will not molest you, lass. Very soon, I'll not be able to move.
He clasped his hands together over his stomach and studied the ceiling.
Though I hope you will not have your way with me while I'm unable to defend myself.
She snorted. Right, because there's something so irresistible about a corpse. His mouth curled into a half-smile as he looked at her.
If it bothers you to sleep next to me, I can lie on the floor. Once I'm dead, I'll hardly know the difference.
I've dated a few guys with the same level of sensitivity, she muttered while she debated whether to climb back into bed. He yawned and closed his eyes.
I'll be gone soon.
She sat on the edge of the bed. Does it hurt?
To know there's a beautiful woman lying next to me, and I'll not be able to touch her.
His eyes opened and glimmered with humor.
It's a living torture, but not for long.
She scoffed. I meant, does it hurt every morning when you die? He lay there, his gaze roaming over her slowly, lingering here and there as if he were memorizing every tiny detail. Her skin tingled, responding to his gaze. Just when she thought he wouldn't answer, he spoke softly.
It's like slipping into a black hole, so black and deep there is no light, no feelings, no thoughts.
He blinked slowly, the twinkle in his eyes fading.
I wish I could dream.
What would a vampire dream about? Big vats of blood? A shiny new coffin with leather upholstery?
Nay, I would have a lovely dream.
A hint of a smile played on his lips as his eyes drifted shut.
About you.
His face went lax. Me? Tony's heart raced. He would dream of her? She leaned close to study him. Are you dead yet? He didn't answer. He just lay there, the most gorgeous man she'd ever known. Her gaze settled on the dimple in his chin. She'd wanted to touch it the other day. She'd reached for it, but had lost her nerve. She would have the nerve now, but not the opportunity. She glanced up at the surveillance camera. It wouldn't do for Howard to see her touching Ian's face. She slipped under the covers and lay on her back beside him. God help her. She wanted to snuggle up to a dead body. This was wrong on so many levels. She rolled over, putting her back to him. So wrong. And yet, it was starting to feel so right. Thank God there was a different receptionist working at Shady Oaks Sunday evening. Tony had worried about Doris being there and recognizing her from her sex addict routine. She tried to look a little different by wearing her glasses instead of contacts and pulling a knit cap down low to cover her blonde hair. Carlos had picked her up at Romatech. The sun had still been up, and all the vamps still dead.